Hey everyone, welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
Come on, Miss Sunzi, you will win. On the fourth day, Ash's last battle at the branch venue was about to begin. The opponent is so popular, it seems he is not simple. Listening to the deafening cheers from the enemy cheerleaders, Misty said to Ash, who had not yet entered the venue. Originally, Ash used only one Pokémon to carry away all the opponents in 3 consecutive battles. The key is that there are many strong trainers among these 3 trainers. This also made Ash, who was originally unknown at the Indigo Plateau Conference, gain a lot of fans. The audience also formed his cheering group. After the match with Aaron, they often suppressed rival in momentum. Ash even suspected that Aaron's fans came to support him after seeing their idol was eliminated. What surprised Misty was that the cheering on Ash's side in today's battle at the grass field was suppressed by the opponent. This also made her suspect that the opponent might be a master. The information about rival emerged in Ash's mind. Zaya Ozzy from Girls Town has average ability. The only one who impressed him a little was Bellsprout. But she is indeed very beautiful, and her male fans are probably attracted by her looks. It is said that she is a famous celebrity in the local area. Having many fans does not mean strong ability. Ash smiled at Misty. Misty was a little confused at first, but when she saw Zunzi on the opposite side step onto the podium, she immediately understood. She understood what Ash meant, that the other party could indeed attract fans without relying on ability. The orange kimono, dark purple long hair, the style of a standard neon Showa beauty. Zunzi's first appearance attracted cheers from the audience, and even Ash was in a trance for a short time. What a beautiful lady. The game begins. Get ready, Pidgeots. Go Beedrills. The trainers on both sides sent out their Pokémon. This, Ash's Pidgeot is too big. Pi tilde tilde. Amid the commentators' surprised shout, Pidgeot spread its wings and flew high in the sky. This kid really has a special liking for large Pokémon. On the high platform, Bruno stared at Pidgeot and couldn't help but complain. If compared with Pokémon of the same family, this Pidgeot and the huge Steelix in front of him are both heavyweights. Don't be afraid, Beedrill, use Impact. Zunzi waved her hand solemnly and ordered, Pidgeot, flash of light. In the air, Pidgeot came from behind but arrived first, turning into a white stream of light and knocking Beedrill out at an appalling speed. Bang! Beedrill fell heavily to the ground in response, showing an extremely painful expression. Pidgeot is so big that the damage caused by full-speed impact is naturally amazing. So fast, Beedrill, are you okay? After reacting, Fumiko looked at Beedrill anxiously. As soon as the voice fell, Beedrill's head tilted and he lost his ability to fight. Well, you are really good. I won't take it lightly next time. After taking back Beedrill, Fumiko sent out Scyther. Come on, Miss Fumiko. Miss Fumiko is the strongest. Seeing Scyther's appearance, her fans also shouted. Among the bug-type Pokémon race, Scyther is also a rare existence with good appearance and strength, and is deeply loved by many trainers. Scyther use Fury Cutter. Fumiko waved her hand and ordered. Scyther flapped her wings as thin as a cicada's wing, waving the sickle blade and rushed towards the opposite Pidgeot. Use Steel Wing, Pidgeot. With Pidgeot's size, it is never afraid of direct attacks. Pidgeot tilde tilde. With a loud cry, Pidgeot Kangi came up with his silver wings. The huge dual wing beat greatly expanded the attack range of Steel Wing. Pidgeot tilde tilde. The fierce hurricane dissipated and Scyther fell back to the field. Plop! Misty danced with joy in the audience. Let us, Ash, congratulate the player for successfully advancing to the knockout stage after achieving an average of 1-on-3. Scyther can't fight, Pidgeot wins. Unexpectedly, she was ruthless in the fight. It would be strange if it could still not lose the upper hand. Based on the situation in the auditions alone, Ash is definitely a favorite to win the Indigo Plateau Conference this year. Great, Ash won again. In the original story, Ash was very impressed by Bellsprout. Bellsprout loses the ability to fight and Pidgeot wins. Professor Oak, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but sigh. Scyther, who had just swung a slash, was directly knocked away by the fierce attack of Pidgeot. Then I won't give you a chance to get close to Pidgeot. As soon as the commentator finished speaking, thunderous applause broke out at the scene. Ash almost lost in a 3-on-1 situation, and finally won by sending Muck, who was a natural counter to it. It was simply a completely crushing power. Scyther in the fierce hurricane made a painful growl. Compared with the Pokémon he sent out a few days ago, Ash's Pidgeot brought a strong visual impact to the audience. Relying on the air advantage, Pidgeot also easily solved Bellsprout, who was regarded as trump card by Kaoru. The scene was suddenly silent. Scyther has no advantage in speed and size, and the Zodiac dares to let it fight against Pidgeot head-on. However, he is no longer the same as before, and in the original story, Ash, who had a huge advantage at that time, had underestimated his opponent, but he would not reveal any flaws. And this size is really rare. Pidgeot fears Hurricane. Not only the audience, but even Zunzi herself couldn't bear to continue fighting and wanted Scyther to surrender. Ash's Pidgeot is really perfect. The Bellsprout. When he saw Zunzi appear, he thought Ash would be fascinated by her beauty and let her go a little. Scyther just fell to the ground, and before he could get up, he was whirlwinded away by the fierce sandstorm rolled up by Pidgeot. Bang, Bellsprout's fighting skills are very strong and amazing. In the field, two figures collided violently. Next, Shuzi also sent out her trump card Pokémon Bellsprout. As Kaoru left the stage sadly, her fans also left. The audience who remained in their seats burst into an extremely heated discussion. It was because Ash still defeated the opponent with a 1-on-3 explosion in this battle, and he used the extremely handsome Pidgeot. In the 4 battles of the audition, he defeated the opponent with a 1-on-3 explosion in every battle, and each time it was a brand new and different Pokémon. The strength is not inferior to the main Pokémon of the gym leader. Such a strong strength makes the discussion of Ash, the trainer, more and more amazing. At the scene, many players also regarded Ash as a strong opponent and came to watch the game just to collect information related to him. All 4 Pokémon were included in Ash's main lineup. After watching the game, many players were a little pessimistic. Each Pokémon is stronger than the other. What should they do? Dark Horse. Ash is undoubtedly the strongest Dark Horse of this Indigo Plateau Conference. He may even win the championship. In previous years, I have never seen such a powerful rookie. Among the crowd of people who came to watch the game, a girl wearing a white short-sleeved top, black stockings, and a JK short skirt had a pretty face that was particularly eye-catching. Many trainers around were attracted by her beautiful face. However, the girl did not realize that she had become the focus of the crowd. She only saw her teeth biting her red lips, and her eyes were full of confusion. How is it possible? The speed at which Ash's strength has improved has far exceeded her imagination. It has only been a few months since she last saw him, and he is so powerful. From the competition in the Sea Trials, he has at least 4 Pokémon with combat power comparable to the main force of the gym trainer. I won't lose to him again. The girl is none other than the outstanding Pride, who was taught a lesson by Ash when she was in the Pokémon school. At this time, she has also successfully advanced to the top 16 after 4 rounds of battles. The main purpose of coming to watch Ash's battle this time was to collect intelligence about Ash's Pokémon team so that they could target him in the subsequent battles. Successfully defeat Ash, and then make him confess in front of him that he had reluctantly accepted her as a servant. Make Ash regret what he did to her in Pokémon school. But now it seems that the idea is just an idea. After she set out on the journey, although she focused on cultivating Pokémon, her own strength has improved significantly compared to when she was in school. In addition to the rich resources given by the family, the speed of Pokémon level increase is at least 4 times that of ordinary trainers. However, there are only 3 Pokémon in her hand that can really compete with the main Pokémon of the gym trainer. One of them is a second-tier Pokémon that her grandfather cultivated in recent years because he felt sorry for her. It can only be said that it takes a lot of time and energy to cultivate Pokémon of the strength level of the gym trainer. She thought that Ash had no background, and she would definitely teach Ash a lesson with her 3 lives. Unexpectedly, Ash not only cultivated strong enough Pokémon, but also more Pokémon than her. Even seeing his relaxed and happy appearance when participating in the competition, Jaiozzi was a little suspicious that Ash might have more than 4 Pokémon of the same level of strength. Or in other words, Ash's strength is completely on par with the average trainer level of the 8 major gyms in Kanto. No, I can't lose to Ash like this. After Gary's game, everyone lost the motivation to continue watching the game. Just after returning to the apartment, the system's prompt sounded suddenly. Although I don't understand how Ash can cultivate all Pokémon so powerful in such a short time. Ash's family of 4 went directly back to the apartment in the player village. I didn't expect that Gary actually lost letter 3005. Ash was a little confused. Ash shook his head, as his first-generation rival. In the audience, Delia looked at Gary, who was kneeling on one knee on the battle stage with a painful expression, and her expression was somewhat surprised. When she proposed to travel, her grandfather gave her the main Pokémon Elite level Aggron. Gary at the Indigo Plateau Conference was really a bit disappointing. He still hoped to play a game with Gary at the main venue of the Indigo Plateau Conference, but Gary was not very competitive at this time. What's going on? What to do? Should I contact my family? But Jaiozzi knows that it is impossible for her to defeat Ash with her Pokémon lineup now. At the same time, the rock battlefield. As a former champion-level trainer, Professor Oak hit the nail on the head. In this game, his Pokémon was obviously stronger than the opponent's trainer, and he, as a trainer, was also to blame for the defeat. Originally, it was reserved for her to use for self-defense during the trip. When she decided to participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference, she gave it to her sisters in the family to take care of it. I didn't do anything. Why did the system give me such a heavyweight task? I expected that compared to Ash, Gary still has many bad habits of rookie trainer. Unfortunately, the game with Gary can only wait until the next leg. Ding! After losing the game, Gary seemed to be too embarrassed to meet Ash and others. He said hello to his grandfather Professor Oak over the phone and left Indigo Plateau directly. Rewards for completing the task. Potential Enhancement Potion. Unconditionally upgrade Pokémon's qualifications to Gold after use. 1.5 million points and 60% increase in the intimacy of top-notch girl. Aggron should be able to defeat Ash. Triggered the couple mission. In Shino Kaienhao Wying Conference, defeat the cheating top-notch girl hard and then take her as your maid. He didn't have much impression of this name, and he had a brief contact with her when he was in Pokémon school. The key is the couple task with top-notch girl. The damn desire to win made her think of using Pokémon that she didn't want to use in the previous league. His rival Jimu won the 4th round. But considering that the system has given such a generous reward, I'll try my best. Top-notch girl Yan Ting is to his taste, but it's a pity that her temper is still a bit bad. Gary's last Nidorino lost its combat ability and was defeated by the opponent's Graveler. After thinking about it, the top student finally went the wrong way. Hello, Nurse Joy, I'm here to draw the rivals that will advance to the quarterfinals. At the Pokémon Center, Ash looked at Nurse Joy, who was in charge of reception, and said with a smile, Ash, come with me. Everyone in the Kanto Joy family is familiar with Ash. Nurse Joy kindly led Ash and the 2 girls who followed him to a small artificial pond, where a considerable number of Magikarp were raised. Ash, this fishing rod is for you. Go and fish for the Magikarp in the pond. Each Magikarp has a corresponding number, and the number will naturally determine the rival you will match in the next battle. Nurse Joy handed Ash a fishing rod, and the scene was basically the same as in the original plot. I didn't think it was anything when I watched the animation TV in my previous life, but now I think this way of drawing lots is too sloppy. A blue light flashed across Ash's eyes. If he used Psychic, he could freely control which Magikarp to let take the bait. Taking the fishing rod with Psychic light flashing in his eyes, Ash skillfully cast the fishing rod down, and a moment later he caught a Magikarp. Magikarp has a very obvious mark on its body, B2. At the same time, the big screen also shows that Ash has matched Rival, who also caught a Magikarp with a B2 mark of 253. Rival is still an acquaintance, but an acquaintance in the original plot. Strictly speaking, he doesn't know himself yet. Richie, who became friends with Ash in the original plot and also has Pikachu. In the original plot, Richie defeated the Pokémon that were exhausted by the Rocket Trio, and unfortunately lost in the game from the quarterfinals to the semifinals. However, considering that his team is basically composed of Earl Dervish-shaped Pokémon, it is extremely lucky to be able to reach the quarterfinals. With the luck bursting, the strength of Rival encountered in the previous 4 battles was very normal. Finally, he met Ash, who should have eliminated him, but the Rockets messed up the game. As a result, all of Ash's Pokémon were exhausted, and Charizard was playing badly, so he rested during the battle, which can be said to have helped Richie win. From the perspective of this Indigo Plateau Conference, Richie has more of a protagonist aura than Ash. It's a pity that his strength is still too disappointing, and his strength to be recommended is not good enough. BHFD, this made the 2 Pikachu trainers become runners-up in this Indigo Plateau Conference. What surprised Ash was that through his Solaceon's Psychic, he was actually matched with Richie. But now he is not the Ash in the original plot, and it is even more impossible for him to lose the game because of the Rockets' mess. By the way, the Rockets haven't appeared for a long time. In the original plot, they were all persistent followers. Could it be because Giovanni was targeting him? They also received instructions from above. Hi, you must be Ash from Pallet Town, right? I'm Richie, your rival in the next game. Pika tilde tilde. Thinking calmly, Ash's attention was attracted by the boy in front of him wearing green clothes and a hat. There was also a Pikachu standing on his shoulder, with a bunch of bangs and a sharper growl than Ash's Pikachu. Richie and his Pikachu Ren both reached out and greeted Ash and his Pikachu. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Except for some people, Ash's attitude has always been very kind. Although Richie's strength is very poor and he is a typical lucky player, looking at the whole process of the battle with Ash in the original plot, his 3 views are very positive and his character is very good. I remember that in the original plot, Ash was delayed for a long time because of the Rocket team, and he asked the referee to postpone the game time until Ash came to the appointment to fight. Facing Richie's kindness, Ash smiled and extended his hand with Pikachu. Wow, I actually shook hands with Ash, who is the favorite to win this conference. He really has no airs at all. Richie thought to himself. During his travels, most of the powerful trainers he met were rather aloof and kept strangers away. Ash in front of him was easy to get along with. Ash, I've watched your previous battle videos, and the Pokémon you trained are also very powerful. I still have to learn from you. If possible, I have a small request. I hope you can go all out to fight me tomorrow. Let me see how big the gap is between me and a truly excellent trainer. Of course, if this will affect your planning of the entire Indigo Plateau conference schedule, just ignore what I said. After saying that, Richie clasped his hands together and gave Ash a sincere oligato. No, this kid is really honest. The corners of Ash's mouth twitched slightly, and this standard 90-degree bow reminded him of the neon people in his hometown. OJ. Trigger the plot mission. Complete the teaching game against Richie. Use a Pokémon of the same or evolved form as Richie to win the battle. Task reward. The level of a random Pokémon participating in the battle is increased by 3 levels points. 50W. Ash was going to agree to his simple request, and the system also released generous task rewards, which made him no longer have any reason to refuse, and he nodded decisively. Okay, Richie writes. I will take tomorrow's game seriously, just watch and learn well. Although they are all rookie trainers, no one at the scene felt it was inappropriate for Ash to speak in a senior tone, and Richie looked very happy. After all, Ash is not an unknown rookie now, and he is not even expected to be the next mega group of Pallet Town. The one ahead of Ash is naturally Professor Oak. With the current 4 1-on-3 games and 4 strong main Pokémon, he is considered to be the best Pokémon trainer of the younger generation in the Kanto region, no one else. This attitude is not only not a mockery in Richie's eyes, but also a great gift to him. Thank you, no. Well, there is nothing to thank, it's a matter of course. Ash, who is not good at being a teacher, waved his hand indifferently. Show your true strength, then let Richie see the magical mage evolution. But in his heart, he was thinking about how to play this teaching game. After reaching the top 16 of the Indigo Plateau Conference, the players will go to the main venue of Quartz for Pokémon battles. Although the rules of the battle are still 3v3, it is undoubtedly much more important than the preliminary rounds before the top 16. The huge main venue was packed with audience seats, and it is estimated that there were at least hundreds of thousands of people. As for the audience who could not get tickets, they chose to watch the game on the big screen at the temporary venue outside the venue. It can only be said that it is worthy of being the annual mega event in Kanto, and its influence is really amazing. In the audience, Delia, Misty, Sabrina, and all the staff of Bogong came out to cheer for Ash. There were even many residents of Pallet Town who flew over to watch Ash's game. After all, it was a top 16 match. Since Professor Oak, the champion town of Pallet Town has not had an excellent Pokémon trainer for many years. Although it was a pity that Gary was eliminated early this time, Ash showed amazing potential and was highly favored to win the championship Tilda. As a member of Pallet Town, they are also proud, so they want to witness the birth of a new league champion. Of course, the reason why everyone in Pallet Town is so enthusiastic is mainly because Ash's performance in the preliminary round is so outstanding. If he had stumbled all the way like in the original plot, they would have just chosen to watch the game broadcast at home quietly. Compared with Ash, who was only slightly luckier than Gary in the original plot, Ash is now the strongest genius in Pallet Town and is the child of other people's families in the eyes of the neighbors. The first game of the 5th round of the Indigo Plateau Conference is about to begin. The two sides are Richie and Ash. The game adopts the 3v3 competition rules. When all 3 Pokémon of one side lose their combat ability, it is considered a defeat. Now the game officially begins. Listening to the announcement in his ears, Richie clenched his fists, feeling extremely excited, and his body trembled unconsciously. It's coming, it's coming. This is a battle with a real top trainer. He's ready. Bobby, you'll take the lead. Richie threw his first Pokéball decisively. Pokémon Butterfree level IV.32 element. Purple. The blue qualified Butterfree can be trained to level 32, which shows that Richie is still very good as a trainer. No wonder he was able to defeat Ash's Squirtle in the original plot. Although Squirtle was consumed by Team Rocket and used water gun too many times in the original plot, and was in a relatively exhausted contest condition. But now it seems that this Butterfree still has some strength. It's just that Richie is still a little weaker than the players who made it to the top 16 completely by strength. Since it's a teaching game, the same Pokémon must be used. It's your turn, Butterfree. Pokémon Butterfree levels. IV.38. Butterfree, as the first Pokémon he captured, actually didn't stay with him for too long. If he didn't fight for the first move, Butterfree might not have a chance to attack. His Bobby was already a very strong one that he picked out from several Caterpie tribes, and it could be called the top one. However, at this moment, it was somewhat dwarfed in front of Ash's Butterfree, not only in terms of level but also in other aspects. It was obvious to the naked eye. The appearance of Butterfree finally made the rookie trainers who were overwhelmed by Ash at the scene relax a little. This Butterfree is obviously weaker than the previous ones. Although the current lineup is already very strong, before he sent Butterfree, the audience felt as if they could not see Ash's bottom line at all, which was unacceptable. The level of Butterfree may be lower than the previous ones, but its momentum is not much weaker. Not long after the two of them lived in Professor Oak's laboratory, the pink Butterfree got pregnant. Ash was very caring and gave it a long maternity leave. Nearly a month of careful selection and careful training helped him defeat many strong enemies. Use the sleep powder with the largest range. Knowing that his Butterfree was far inferior to the opponents in terms of level and strength, Richie waved his hand decisively and gave the order. During this period, although Richie reacted in time and commanded Bobby to try to dodge, there was no place to hide. Just like the difference between his Bobby and the Butterfree of the insect-catching boy that can be seen everywhere in the forest. Bobby, who was hit by sleep powder, flapped his wings, which were getting heavier and heavier, and in a blink of an eye like a kite with a broken string, and fell straight to the middle of the field. There is nothing to say, Gust plus sleep powder, a silky smooth small combo, blew back together with the sleep powder used by Richie's Butterfree. Skill proficiency and the development of combination skills have always been the top priority of Ash's training of Pokémon. Unlike the audience who looked relaxed with a god's perspective, Richie was already sweating profusely when facing the Butterfree sent by Ash. Bobby, use all your strength, don't hold back, and learn the opponent's offensive methods well. After using 4 Pokémon that are not inferior to the main force of gym trainers, Ash finally ran out of energy. Just say, where does Ash get so much energy to cultivate so many main force Pokémon with abnormal strength? It was mainly because it had a pink Butterfree girlfriend. It evolved from Caterpie to Butterfree form. Also using a large range of phosphorus powder skills to put the opponent in status condition to control the field, Ash's Butterfree can use combination moves, and his combat experience is obviously richer. After he returned to Pallet Town, he restarted some training for it. Ash is indeed a top Pokémon trainer. However, Ash's unintentional move made some of the audience and trainers with sharp eyes relieved. In addition, the double sleep powder has a very high coverage range and an amazing concentration, so the effect is particularly good. It is obviously much stronger than Richie's Butterfree. Because he was also a Butterfree trainer, he thought he had a deep understanding of Butterfree. Butterfree Gust plus sleep powder. There must be a limit. This Butterfree, what a strong Butterfree. Sure enough, no matter how talented a Pokémon trainer is. Sure enough, this is in line with the law of novices. Wake up, Bobby. On the command platform, Richie shouted anxiously, trying to wake Bobby. It reminded Ash of the original plot in which Ash anxiously wanted to wake up the hypnotized Squirtle, but it was all in vain. Butterfree has lost its combat ability, and Ash's Butterfree has won the battle. Next, please ask Richie to change Pokémon. The referee's voice broke Richie's fantasy, and he could only attack Butterfree back to Pokéball. Although he felt a little disappointed, he was not very surprised. After all, the gap between him and Ash Butterfree was expected long ago. And the combination of Ash's Gust skill and sleep powder for large-scale hypnosis made him bright, and he benefited a lot. In the future, he can also let his Bobby try to learn. If 150 can learn such a delicate operation, its combat effectiveness will definitely be greatly improved. After all, Butterfree has a lot of phosphorus powder skills. Richie thought so in his heart. Pokémon Butterfree level increased from IV.38 to IV.39. After defeating a fellow Pokémon with good strength level, Ash's Butterfree accumulated enough experience and finally evolved. Ash, I benefited a lot from fighting with you. Please teach me next time. Get ready for battle, Ryans. Retracting Butterfree, Richie then sent out Pikachu. At this moment, he seemed to have taken the outcome of the battle lightly. Instead, he regarded Ash as his teacher and humbly asked him for battle skills. But this is also Richie's advantage. Ash's current level of Pokémon training and trainer command has actually surpassed the level of gym trainers in the Kanto region. If he really goes all out, Elite Four may not be rival and can even compete with the real champion. He is a real elite-level Pokémon trainer. He asked Ash for advice with an open mind, and he would definitely gain a lot from this battle. Pikachu, I'll leave this battle to you. Since the opponent sent Pikachu, Zyrali also decisively chose to let Pikachu fight. In the teaching game, it is more meaningful to use the same Pokémon, and it is also convenient for trainers like Richie who have low command level to learn. At the same time, the audience was in an uproar. This was the first time that Ash sent a second Pokémon in a battle. Butterfree obviously still had some strength left and could continue to fight Pikachu. In the end, Ash still chose to take it back and send Pikachu to fight. Both sides have exactly the same Pokémon, and it is hard not to think of off-field factors. It seems that Ash has some friendship with the opponent trainer. Is Ash playing a teaching game? Want to teach the opponent the correct way to fight Pokémon through this game? Oh my god, if that's what they think, then Ash is too abnormal. As players who have reached the top 16, most of them are still studying how to defeat their next rival and find the opponent's weakness by collecting intelligence. I didn't expect Ash to become the teacher of rival directly in the battle. He is planning to play a teaching game with the same Pokémon. This is the Indigo Plateau Conference, the most prestigious event in Kanto. I can only say that Ash is really good at playing Pikachu Qualang. Richie's Pikachu loses its combat ability. Ash's Pikachu wins. Please change Pokémon. The gap between Ryan and Ash's Pikachu is much larger than the gap between the two Butterfree just now. Ray was defeated before Ash even had time to command Pikachu to show his latest Lightning Surf combo. This time, Ash himself was a little confused, and he didn't know if Richie could learn anything valuable from this short battle. Since Pikachu didn't take it seriously, the battle performance was completely one-sided, so the audience directly classified Pikachu's combat power as the same level as Bulbasaur and other elite slaves. Oh my god, this rookie trainer has such a powerful Pokémon hidden, it's really unethical. Tusk, I already found out that Pikachu is not simple. You said it as if no one could not find out. It has been following Ash without entering the Pokéball. Even a fool would know that it must be his Earl Dervish Pokémon partner. It can only be said that laymen watch the excitement, while experts see the doorway. At this time, on the high platform, the faces of the Kanto Elite Four who were invited by President Damalanchi to watch the game changed drastically and their expressions were solemn. Another elite. This Pikachu is definitely an elite-level Pokémon. As the Elite Four of the ancient Kanto region, they have bred many elite-level Pokémon and even a few champion-level trump card Pokémon. So it is absolutely impossible to make a mistake. This Pikachu is definitely elite-level. If the Pokémon that Ash sent out when fighting Bruno before could be explained by Ash's good luck and obtained the recognition of wild elite-level Pokémon, then this Pikachu is clearly recorded in his trainer information. It was him who set out from Pallet Town, Professor Earl Dervish, the Pokémon partner given to him by Oak. That is to say, he who debuted as a rookie cultivated an elite-level Pokémon in just a few months, and he bred it all by himself. Do you think it's possible that this kid was lucky and happened to pick up some kind of Thunder attribute secret treasure to use on Pikachu? What Grandma Agatha said makes sense, I think so too. If you want to explain it, it makes sense. After a simple analysis, fighting Elite Bruno immediately criticized Ash bitterly. It's simply a waste of natural resources. Good things like attribute secret treasures. Wouldn't it be better to capture more powerful electric-type Pokémon? Electric 1.6 attack monsters, Ampharos, and even Thunder Pokémon. Any of them are much stronger than cute pets like Pikachu. Even if Pikachu can evolve into Raichu, it is still a big gap with the above three Pokémon. Oh my, attribute secret treasures are good things, even they only have one or two at most. As expected, the trainer who can establish close ties with the ancient Pokémon, whose strength is suspected to exceed that of the champion-level Pokémon, is indeed special. And such a powerful attribute secret treasure, but he can still resist Captivate and use it for his Earl Dervish Pokémon, which is indeed a clear and transparent love for Pokémon. Ash, he is such a child. After some imagination, Lorelai's impression of Ash has become deeper and deeper, and her favorability is also rising rapidly. No wonder the always arrogant cousin Yaodeng Jiaozi has broadened her horizons a lot after getting in touch with him. Awesome. Ash's Pikachu is so awesome. Richie's eyes were full of shock on the podium. How could he not understand that Ash's Pikachu was just fighting with his Ryan as a coach? From the contest condition of Pikachu's battle, he didn't see any seriousness at all. However, even in such a playful battle, he was not the opponent at all when he commanded Ryan with all his strength. He didn't even pose an effective threat to Pikachu. If Richie knew that Ash originally planned to show him the combination moves that Pikachu had just learned, but his Ryan was too weak to last until then. I'm sure his expression would be several times more exciting than it is now. You've done a good job, Ryan. It's up to you next, Xiaobin. He picked up Xiaobin, who didn't like living in a Poké ball like Ash's Pikachu, and handed him to Nurse Joy on the sidelines, asking her to heal Xiaobin. He then sent out the last Pokémon called Xiaobin's Charmander. Pokémon Charmander level IV.35 qualification purple. As Ash expected, the level of the Charmander sent by Richie was not too low. In fact, it had already reached the level of evolving into Charmeleon and was not far from the Charizard form. Otherwise, it should not be able to use the Fire-type skill Flamethrower, which requires a higher level in the original plot. But for some reason, it has not evolved. Off the field, the audience and trainer who vaguely guessed that this round of 16 promotion match would become a one-sided teaching game between Ash and Richie. When they saw Charmander again, they immediately began to guess whether Ash was also going to send Charmander to fight. This time they made the guess very serious, although it is rare for Pokémon with a sufficient level to not evolve. But Ash did this in the auditions. That Bulbasaur, which was terribly fast and whose skill power was even more amazing than his evolved form Venusaur, was also a starter Pokémon in the Earl Dervish form. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ash reached for his waist. Get ready for battle, Charizard. In the original plot, Charizard was eliminated because he didn't listen to Ash's command and played badly in the battle with Richie, and thus stopped at the Indigo Plateau Conference. He made his first league top 16. Now let Charizard rewrite this fate. Roar. Accompanied by a deafening dragon roar and a blazing flame rising into the sky, the majestic Charizard appeared. A muscular body that is much taller than a normal Charizard. Well-developed muscles and strong limbs, sharp claws, broad and powerful wings, and a blazing orange-red tail flame at the tail. All of this proves that Ash's Charizard is extraordinary. Not simple, absolutely not simple. Another powerful Pokémon at the level of a gym trainer. No, it looks like it is even stronger than the trump card Pokémon of the gym trainer. It may have reached the quasi-elite level. In the audience, ordinary trainers and spectators with limited vision and experience only felt that Charizard's aura was much stronger than the Pokémon Ash had sent out before. At this time, they only dared to think about the elite level. No, they can't accept the feeling of being overtaken by a young kid. Just now they guessed that Pikachu used the attribute Secret Treasure 260, so how can we explain the Charizard in front of us? If you join the Pokémon Alliance, you can also apply to form your own exclusive action department as a top talent. Directly achieve class leap and become a real superior person. The gap between the elite level and the champion level is like a chasm, and it's not easy to defeat the strong. Is Ash really going to be amazing? Where did he get a champion level Pokémon? After a year of travel, Rookie is the Mega Rookie who won the championship. Champion level Height Eruption. Being Ash's fan in the rookie season will make you more proud when you mention it in the future. The probability of winning the championship is getting higher and higher. Thinking further, Ash will directly land on their heads and occupy the vacant seat. It's okay that Ash started from scratch, but why is his time shorter than theirs? First it was the champion, and now it's Ash. Could it be that Pallet Town is indeed a feng shui treasure land that breeds mega geniuses? Quasi-elite or even elite level, this is enough to serve as the gym owner of most developed cities in the Kanto region. This kid is really a strong opponent. Why do they need to carefully select and train a champion-level Pokémon with great difficulty? Maybe they have the support of the family or the alliance. Despite this, their faces were still extremely wonderful. Charizard has flying type, weak electricity, and was defeated by Ash's command of the elite-level Pikachu. By then, one of the Elite Four of Indigo Alliance may be squeezed out by him. They seem to be witnessing the rise of a mega celebrity-level Pokémon trainer, and they envisioned the scene of Ash dominating the Pokémon Alliance many years later. Although there is still a gap between Ash and them now, who can predict the future? The four looked at each other and planned to work harder after returning to strive to train the strength of all the Pokémon in the lineup to the champion level. If the Elite Four only regarded Ash as a junior before, less than a year after starting the journey, When participating in the court's competition, they directly sent Pokémon that reached the elite level to compete. Isn't this a bit too abnormal? How did he train Pokémon? The audience was puzzled, but they had no exact concept of its specific strength. On the high platform, unlike the trainers with limited abilities below, the Elite Four, who had just been shocked by Ash's elite-level Pikachu, couldn't hold it back this time. In the audience, some people who are too far away from Ash, and many of them are not even trainers, burst into cheers and shouts more intensely than any previous game. Well, it's a bit forced no matter how you think about it. Now they have no hesitation in regarding Ash as a future rival, a rival of the same level. Oh no, Ash's strength seems to be more terrible than they thought. Well, never mind, it can only be explained by Ash getting another magical fire-type secret treasure. Who can guarantee that in a few years, Ash will not be on the same level as them? Ding! Trigger the Quartz League Limited plot. Use Pokémon other than Mewtwo to fight a 3v3 battle with any one of the Elite Four and win. Mission reward, increase the level of a main Pokémon by 5 and score 2 million points. In the field, Ash, who had just released Charizard, had this mission message flashed through his mind, and immediately took the mission decisively. Aren't they the Elite Four in the Kanto region? It's quite easy for him to integrate 3 Pokémon suitable for the battle in a 3-on-3 battle. With such a generous point reward, no matter which elite has to beat him. The momentum of this Charizard is too terrible. I always feel that I can't stand it just by looking at it. The flame burning at the end of the tail is blazing. In contrast, his Charmander looks much shabby. No, my Charmander. Jiangben, cheer up, what happened? Richie came to his senses and found that his Charmander had been lying on the ground without knowing when. With the final evolution form, Charizard, a champion-level tyrannical aura, formed an absolute aura suppression on Charmander. Richie's Charmander Jiangben couldn't contain the fear in his heart the moment Charizard appeared, and he lay on the ground and bowed to Ash's Charizard. Richie's Charmander lost the will to fight, and the winner of this match is Ash's Charizard. So far, all 3 Pokémon of Richie have lost. The first player to advance to the quarterfinals of this Indigo Plateau Conference's Top 16 promotion tournament has been born. Let us congratulate Ash from Pallet Town. The commentator's tone was full of surprise and excitement. After hosting the game for so long, he has never encountered a participating Pokémon that was scared by the opponent's Pokémon and lost its will to fight. This gap is really too scary. Although the pressure between the same race is more obvious, it is still too incredible to achieve this level. In the audience, all the players and trainers opened their mouths wide. Although they did not see the wonderful battle, seeing Charmander being suppressed by Charizard's momentum, this strong visual impact gave them a stronger shock than watching the fierce Pokémon battle. Come back, you tried your best, put this. Richie took back his Charmander in great frustration. He was not afraid of failure, but he could not resist Charizard at all. This made him feel very uncomfortable, and he even felt betrayed by Charmander. What made him even more regretful was that he could not learn more from this Pokémon battle between the same race with such a rare and powerful rival. It was really a pity. You know, before that, whether it was Butterfree or Pikachu, he had more or less learned some skills from Ash, the top trainer. All of these will help him go further in the trainer career. However, this battle with Charmander, it is completely meaningless. Oh, forget it. Sighing, the optimistic Richie began to convince himself. After all, he is not Charmander. He may not understand Charmander's mentality and feelings when facing the powerful Charizard, and perhaps he is not qualified to blame Charmander. As a trainer, all he can do is understand and respect. Then accompany Charmander to overcome this psychological shadow. Thinking of this, Richie's expression eased a lot and he gave Ash a blessing smile. Congratulations, Ash, for successfully advancing to the quarterfinals. I hope you can keep winning with my efforts until you win the final championship. Well, I hope we will have a chance to see each other again in the future. Ash nodded and replied with a smile. He was actually a little surprised by Charmander's reaction just now. I originally planned to show Richie a few tricks, but now it seems that there is no way. I can only say that Lao Peng is indeed a king, and his future achievements are limitless. Combined with the God Manual in the system store, Ash's eyes are full of expectations. In this case, let Charizard become the Charizard King worshipped by the entire Pokémon world. Ding. Story mission. Complete the teaching game against Richie. Use the same or evolved Pokémon as Richie to win the battle. The mission has been completed. Task reward, Pikachu's level is increased to level IV.53 points. 50W. The level of the random Pokémon participating in the battle was not given to Charizard, but it is still good to be able to raise Pikachu 3 levels in a row. Leaving the battle site, amid the enthusiastic cheers and shouts of countless spectators and trainers. Ash left the player channel and went to the audience where Delia, Sabrina, and Misty were. When passing by the audience, it almost caused a riot, but fortunately the Alliance staff in charge on the scene did their duty. They specially strengthened the patrols around Ash and his friends to prevent Ash from being disturbed without reason. Ash, you are so amazing. Now many viewers have become your fans. Misty looked at Ash, who was sitting between her and Sabrina, excitedly. These days, they were very happy to witness Ash's rise from a league rookie to a favorite to win the championship. Especially the lively and active Misty, who has become the backbone of Ash's cheerleading team. Whenever Ash's game starts, she cheers for him. Ren lies too. That's just the beginning. The games to come will be even more exciting. Thank you for your encouragement. Ash smiled and said in a joking tone. Then the second match of the top 16 will be between the top-ranked girl from Pokémon Academy and the player from Tokyo City. What kind of exciting match can they present to everyone? Let's wait and see. At this moment, the commentator's voice came into Ash's ears. Top-ranked girl, this is a match that he is more interested in. I didn't expect that her match would be right after his. Ash is somewhat curious about this beautiful girl who was defeated by him and embarked on a journey in anger to change the original plot. If conditions permit, he would like to compete with top-ranked girl in the Indigo Plateau Conference. In the round of 16, rival whom the top student met was unexpectedly weak. Compared with Richie, she was probably not much stronger. She also won the battle relatively easily. It is worth mentioning that compared with the formulaic battle command in Pokémon School, the top student's command in the round of 16 has made great progress. She often has a flash of inspiration, and her reaction is not as old-fashioned and stiff as in Pokémon School. As the eldest daughter of an ancient family in Kanto, the Pokémon she trained must be good. The main song Pokémon that appeared are all at the level of the main gym trainer. Putting aside the impact Ash had on this Indigo Plateau Conference, the Indigo Plateau Conference, where the quality of trainers is generally low, should be considered a very strong trainer. In addition to her, the one who surprised Ash the most was the rising Xiaoyang, a trainer he had noticed since the auditions. He is from Blackthorn City in the Johto region. The main Pokémon he holds are mainly Dragon-type teams. His command level is very good. He should be his strongest opponent in this Indigo Plateau Conference 823. Maybe he is the Quartz Conference champion who did not show his true face in the original plot and only gave a silhouette at the award ceremony and closing ceremony, of course. This is also Ash's own guess. After all, from his perspective, except for these two who are slightly worthy of his attention, the other trainers are a bit lackluster. The next day, the competition continued. The support group of Pallet Town was at the mothers. Delia led them to cheer for him. As Ash's performance in the competition became more and more outstanding, Delia also looked forward to her son's victory in the Indigo Plateau Conference. Ash's quarterfinal opponent rival was a man named Paleman. He looked to be about 20 years old. According to intelligence, he was a trainer who had traveled to multiple regions and achieved good results in leagues in other regions. He seemed to be one of the top 4 players in Sinnoh region last year. Paleman's 3 main Pokémon were all at the gym level. If it weren't for Ash, he would still have a chance to compete for the championship. Ash easily sent Charizard to defeat him. He even hesitated during the battle whether to let Charizard fight in the form of Mage Evolution to test the strength of Charizard's, but Rival's strength was too weak, and he was only at the gym level. Rival, who could be easily defeated without taking it too seriously under normal circumstances using the second lineup, why would he use Mega Evolution? He was not very interested in such idiotic behavior as using a nuclear bomb to kill a mosquito. Charizard can be Mage evolved, but it is not necessary. Rival must have at least a quasi-elite level of strength, right? Otherwise, Ash is afraid that Charizard will lose his strength and be directly beaten by the opponent's Pokémon. It will be difficult to end it at that time. After all, it is just a competition, not a life-and-death fight. The top 8 matches are all over, and the final 4 are Ash, Yaodeng Jiaozi, Xiaoyang, and Xiaoan from a small place in the Hone region. At this time, all the residents of Pallet Town are Ash's solid backers. Ash, just wait for me. This time the excellent Pride will definitely give you a big surprise. Although it is a bit unfair to use Grandpa's Pokémon, there is no way. I will definitely accept you as a male servant. Beg. Looking at the residents talking about it, Professor Yinmu felt a little frustrated. But it's all worth it to beat Ash once. In the first match of the semifinals of the Indigo Plateau Conference, Ash from Pallet Town will face the top student from the Pokémon School. As far as Ash knows, more than half of the people in Pallet Town came to watch the game because of his brilliant performance at the Indigo Plateau Conference. As the schedule progressed to the final stage, the attention naturally increased. It is worth mentioning that both of them are rookie trainers who have just started this year, and from the interview, it seems that the top student came to the Indigo Plateau Conference just for Ash. This time, rival is still confirmed by fishing Magikarp. After all, he will face her at the Indigo Plateau Conference. 2 men and 2 women, the gender of the top 4 players of this Indigo Plateau Conference is unusually harmonious. And the rival that Ash fished to advance to the finals is Yaodeng Jiaozi, who came to the Indigo Plateau Conference to chase him. Not only did the people who watched the game from the beginning not leave, but more and more spectators and trainers from surrounding cities also poured in later. If his grandson can shine in the Indigo Plateau Conference, he will surely win the favor of everyone in Pallet Town. She made a bold statement in front of the reporter, saying that she would definitely eliminate Ash and win the championship. If he can win the championship this time, our Pallet Town may become the hometown of champions in the future. You are thinking too far ahead. Just focus on the present and don't put too much off-field pressure on Ash. In order to beat Ash in such an important occasion as the Indigo Plateau Conference, she has done everything. It's a pretty good semi-final rival. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. It can only be said that the task assigned to him by the system will definitely not go wrong. It can only be said that people can never be generalized. When the Indigo Plateau Conference is over, the news that she used Grandpa's main Pokémon to participate in the competition will definitely spread to other family members. Excellent Pride. Come on, Ash. Ash was a little surprised to face the Excellent Pride. A true genius will never be covered up. Let's wait and see. So who will laugh last in this battle and advance to the finals first? And Ash didn't have that much impression of the top student. Isn't it a very storytelling duel? Delia, your Ash is really outstanding. No wonder he can find 2 such beautiful little girls as girlfriends. At 9 o'clock in the morning of the next day, the main venue of the Indigo Plateau Conference was bustling with people. The Excellent Pride stroked the hair beside her ears, full of confidence. Not to mention the family members, even the cousin who is watching the game at the moment will probably not let her off easily. At this time, Yaodeng Jiaozi, who got the elite-level Pokémon from his grandfather, is determined and confident with his main Pokémon. Alas, Ash, I've finally waited for this day. Today, I will make you pay for your behavior in Pokémon School. The significance of this half-year trip will be revealed at this moment. Get ready for battle, golems. On the red team's command platform, the top-ranked child threw a Piquet ball Tilda. Her first Pokémon was a gym-level golem. The huge golem appeared in the battlefield. Pokémon Golem level IV.45 qualification red. Ash's eyes flashed with surprise. The top-ranked child's golem was trained quite well, and the key qualification was also high. After all, he was able to make it to the semi-finals. Although Ash didn't know how much help her family gave her in training Pokémon. But compared to Gary, who was almost free-range, he must have obtained enough resources. In fact, it was reasonable for Gary, a rookie trainer who had the halo of Professor Oak's grandson but didn't get too many extra resources, to be eliminated in the first quartz competition. The first Pokémon sent out by the top player is a golem. Wow, this golem is quite impressive. It seems that Ash has met a tough opponent this time. The commentary resounded throughout the quartz venue through the radio. Many trainers who recognized the gym-level golem of the top player were shocked. Yesterday, when the top player was promoted, he had already used a gym-level duck. From this point of view, the top player who also left the Pokémon School as a rookie trainer this year has at least 2 or more gym-level Pokémon in his hands. I think he should not be as perverted as Ash, on the podium. The attention of the 4 Kanto elites is on the top student. Bruno looked at Lorelei and asked with a smile, I wonder if your cousin can show Ash's true strength. Lorelei looked at Bruno with a look of idiot. Champion-level Charizard, do you think the student has the ability to defeat it? Du nodded and said with a smile, I have to say that if Ash sent that Charizard, this Indigo Plateau Conference would definitely be a sure thing. Tilda in my opinion, even everyone here should pay attention. If this boy wins the championship, the rival among us who is chosen by him may also lose. Granny Agatha said slowly. As soon as this was said, the expressions of everyone present changed a little. Although there was nothing wrong with what Granny Agatha said, in their opinion, Ash was just a rival who deserved special attention. Everyone here is expected to compete for the championship throne and dominate the entire Kanto region in a certain attribute field. Naturally, they would not take Ash, the rookie, too seriously. It is true that Ash is very talented, and they are far inferior to Ash in the rookie trainer stage, but want to defeat them in the challenge after winning the championship. Ash is still far away. Get ready for battle, Milotic. Accompanied by an ethereal and pleasant light growl, the elegant and noble Milotic appeared in front of Ash. After being amazed, a group of trainers and audiences also cast a slightly pitiful look at the top pick. As we all know, in addition to the body color, the individual Pokémon of different colors will also show talents different from those of the same species in some aspects. She almost wrote, "I'm interested in Milotic" on her face, especially since the top pick is a rookie trainer. In addition, Ash had several Pokémon individuals with sizes different from normal Pokémon before. The moment Milotic appeared, he became the focus of everyone's attention. At this time, many people were shocked by Ash's Milotic, which is 10 times larger than the ordinary Milotic. Not to mention Milotic, the most beautiful Pokémon that all female trainers can hardly resist. As the best Ice-type trainer in Kanto, she is also very interested in Water-type Pokémon that are similar to Ice-type. The off-site control commentator can be said to be quite dedicated. Even at this moment, he was shocked by Ash's Milotic. He still reacted at the fastest speed, using his eloquence to give the most professional commentary, answering questions and solving doubts for the audience. Suddenly, I feel a little pitiful for being Ash's rival, beautiful Milotic. As a rookie trainer, he was able to capture Milotic, which is also extremely rare in the Hone region, in less than half a year of travel. The key is that it is Flash. Among the friends and family, Ash's cheers became more intense as Milotic appeared. Why didn't she meet it first? Since Ash participated in this quartz competition, his existence has always been equivalent to a dimensionality reduction attack. But when she realized that this was Ash's Pokémon, her expression immediately became a little depressed. However, judging from the eager expressions of the audience, it seems that there is no need for him to specially mobilize. It is actually a flash color, and the size is much more exaggerated than the ordinary Milotic. On the high platform, Lorelai's beautiful eyes were fixed on the elegant and noble Flash Milotic, and how lucky was he? The audience is getting more and more curious about the richness of Ash's Pokémon lineup. What a pity, such a beautiful and rare Pokémon. On the other hand, the audience who were captivated by the beauty of the top-notch talent and the supporters from the Pokémon Academy who came to watch the game were completely wilted like eggplants hit by frost. The size of this Milotic is very exaggerated, and the key is that it is an extremely rare Flash Pokémon. What did I see? Ash sent out his Milotic to deal with the golem of the top player. Let's wait and see. Ash's Milotic will show it in the battle. Mobilize the atmosphere of the audience. It seems that all kinds of rare and powerful Pokémon have been captured by him. She firmly believed that she would never be like the muscular guy next to her. It was obviously a rare Pokémon that she met first, but was still captured by Ash. The audience even wondered if Ash had a special hobby for giants. Huge size, elegant and beautiful body. Come back, Golem. It's your turn, Golduck. Seeing Ash send out Milotic, the top-notch Pokémon took back Golem without hesitation and replaced him with Golduck. Still the familiar gym-level strength, level IV .47. A civil war between water-type Pokémon, Golduck used the Spirit. Golduck's eyes lit up with blue psychic light, and his spiritual power pressed towards Milotic on the opposite side. Use Twister after breaking free. The moment the blue psychic light appeared on his body, Milotic exerted force to break free from Golduck's confusion attack, and his electric tail rolled up a fierce cyan twister. Get out of the way, Golducks. As soon as the top-notch Pokémon finished speaking, the duck was hit by Milotic's twister and rolled into the air. Golduck, use Aqua Jet after Fury swipes. The top-notch Pokémon remained calm in the face of danger and gave a calm command. Two white lights flashed in the blue tornado. Golduck tore Twister apart and rushed out, wrapped in the rapids, and dived straight down towards Milotic. Come on, face the enemy head-on, use Dragon Tail. With a loud cry, Milotic, with a layer of blue light on his tail, faced him head-on. Bang! Amidst the loud noise, Golduck fell out with a wail. This is impossible. The top player's face changed drastically when she saw this. She thought she was already an excellent commander, but the gap between Golduck and Milotic in terms of strength and species strength seemed difficult to close. Wow, Ash's Milotic stood firm and easily defeated the fierce attack of the top player Brother Duck. The opening battle was so intense in just the first round of probing, and the commentator's tone became very excited. Golduck use Amnesia. Milotic get close to it and tie it up. Golduck used Amnesia and showed a wise expression, greatly improving his special defense attribute. While it was using amnesia, Milotic leaned over and crawled quickly to Golduck and was about to tie up Gundam Duck. Golduck, aim at the ground and use the water gun trick. Just when Milotic's snake-like body was about to trap Golduck, it aimed at the ground and used the recoil force to get out of Milotic's attack in the air. Raise Milotic water guns. Before the commentator had time to praise the excellent command of the proud son, Milotic raised his head and spit out the water gun from his mouth, hitting Gundam Duck accurately. Helplessly, Golduck in the air had no place to get the force and was hit by the water gun and fell straight to the field. However, after amnesia, its special defense skyrocketed, so it did not suffer too serious damage. Good job, Golduck. Next, use Wonder Room. The ruby on Golduck's forehead lights up, and a huge red energy barrier instantly covers the entire battlefield, and then quickly disappears. Wonder Room, by creating a bizarre space, swaps the defense and special defense of all Pokémon within a certain round. Oh, interesting tactics. As expected of a top student of Pokémon Academy, a strange light flashed across Ash's eyes. To put it bluntly, in a civil war between two water-type Pokémon, water skills become less important. In contrast, Milotic's physical skills such as Dragon Tail and Body Slam are more threatening to Golduck. The special defense increased by Golduck Amnesia can be added to the physical defense attribute. On the other hand, Milotic species strength, its special defense is 125, and its defense is only 79. This will significantly improve Golduck's psychic water skills. It can be said that the Wonder Room of the top-notch prodigy was very clever, narrowing the gap between Golduck and Milotic to the greatest extent. Golduck Psychic. Milotic Light Screens. After the dual defense attributes were exchanged, Ash did not dare to be arrogant. A golden light wall lit up in front of Milotic, blocking the powerful psychic storm used by Golduck. I have to say, compared to the time in Pokémon School, your progress is obvious. Ash raised his eyebrows and smiled. But unfortunately, my Milotic's offensive means are more than that. Use the freezing beam, Milotic. Milotic's mouth accumulated stockpile, and an ice blue zigzag beam shot directly at Golduck on the opposite side. How could the top-notch prodigy, who relied on the Wonder Room's lack of defense, have thought that Ash's Milotic did not hide ice-type skills? After only a stalemate of 1 second, 1.0 Dragon Pulse swept Golduck's hastily used Hydro Pump and hit the opponent with a crushing force. Milotic is invincible. In the audience, the Pallet Town family and friends burst into warm cheers and shouts. Get out of the way, Golduck. Golduck reacted quickly, and before the words of the superior pride fell, it wanted to jump back to avoid Milotic's attack. Ash, come on. Ash sentenced Golduck to death lightly. The violent blue dragon energy gathered in Milotic's mouth. At the same time, Golduck, who fell to the ground and lost consciousness in his left leg, could only grit his teeth and endure the erosion of the icy power and chose to attack with Hydro Pump. In a split second, Ice Beam hit Golduck's leg, and the icy power quickly eroded its leg and knotted it. In the center of the field, the blue energy beam and Hydro Pump collided violently. In the first round of the semifinals, Milotic suppressed and easily defeated Golduck with absolute strength. It's time to end, use Dragon Pulse, Milotic. Boom! In the explosion, the big duck fell straight out of the battlefield. Golduck. Brother Golduck lost his ability to fight, Milotic won. Next, please ask the top players to change Pokémon. There were also countless new fans captured by Ash because of his strong performance in this Indigo Plateau conference. Go for it, use Hydro Pump to fight back with all your strength. It stands to reason that in a civil war between water-type Pokémon, the most effective offensive skills must be used right from the start. The victory was clean and clear without any suspense. As a result, Ash was so calm, come back Golduck. The battle has just begun, prepare for battle Altaria. The top pick took back Golduck and sent out the second Pokémon. With a sky blue body and fluffy wings like cotton, Altaria, a dragon and flying type, appeared. Altaria level IV.48 red qualification. Since they can't win head-on, they can rely on Altaria's air advantage to further magnify Milotic's lack of mobility on land, and then control the situation. Come back, Milotic. It's your turn, Charizard. Ash also decisively took Milotic back. It's not that he was afraid of not being able to beat Altaria, but it was really troublesome to deal with Altaria in a non-water field. Altaria, Breath of Leaves. Play with her, Charizard, use Flamethrower. Altaria began to accumulate red dragon type in her mouth, and Charizard opened his mouth and launched a blazing flame attack. 17 Dragon Breath versus Flamethrower. In the stunned expression of the audience, Flamethrower easily pushed Dragon Breath and hit Altaria, Hiss tilde tilde. Silence. The eliminated contestants in the audience gasped. This power is too terrible. Altaria, who seems to be well trained by the top pick, is not its opponent. Altaria, burned by the flames, wailed in pain and fell directly into the battlefield. Altaria. On the command platform, the top pick held the railing tightly with both hands. The face was extremely pale and ugly. In front of Ash's Charizard, her Altaria seemed to have no resistance. Tusk, 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 there is really no way. Bruno looked at the Charizard flying in the air and said with a somewhat helpless tone, "To be honest, for this Indigo Plateau conference, Ash's strength is too supermodel. It's beyond my expectation that my little sister can make it to the semifinals. Now I just need to go all out and leave no regrets." Lorelei was very open-minded. The Elite Four chatted while the top pick below took back Altaria, who had lost her ability to fight. She handed the Piquet ball containing Altaria to Nurse Joy on the sidelines to ask her to help treat it. Charizard's flamethrower just now looked a bit scary. She was afraid that if she didn't treat it in time, Altaria would be injured. Hug tilde tilde. It's your turn, Golem. Taking a deep breath, the top pick sent out Golem again. Her idea was also very simple. The Golem with ground and rock attributes must be able to withstand Charizard's destruction. However, she was still too naive. Seeing that she sent out Golem, Ash decisively changed the tactics and strategy to command Charizard and Golem to fight in close combat. The flashing green Dragon Claw posed a great threat to Golem with the Blessing of Flying's advantage. Although Charizard is not known for its speed among Ash's main Pokémon, it does not mean that it is not fast enough. It's just that other Pokémon are more abnormal in terms of speed. Wow, Charizard tore Golem's defense with a powerful Dragon Claw attack, and Golem lost its ability to fight. Could it be that Ash's strength has surpassed her grandfather? The powerful Dragon Claw could actually directly stop the Golem under the high-speed rollout contest condition. Wait and see, Zioan didn't explain too much. Come back, Golem. Get ready for battle, Marowak. It seems that after embarking on the journey, the top-notch prodigy also had her own adventures, or her family was also making efforts. Looking at the Marowak on the opposite side, Ash's eyes showed strange colors. This Marowak's aptitude was extremely high, and it was not the one he saw at the Pokémon school. Compared with Ash and his terrifyingly strong Charizard, she wanted to meet an opponent like Yaodong Jiaozi more. After taking back Golem, the top player looked at Ash, who was talking and laughing with Pikachu and leaving the venue in a trance. The battle officially begins. Okay, the first game of the semifinals will continue. Please send out your Pokémon trainers. No matter what aspect it was, a trainer who could obtain a Pokémon of top aptitude was also worthy of his serious attention. Since 3 Pokémon of the top player have lost their ability to fight, the game has entered the halftime break and wait for the venue to change. Only after facing Ash head-on could she feel the despair and powerlessness of those trainers who had encountered Ash before. In fact, there was not much change. It was a battlefield suitable for grass-type Pokémon, and it did not interfere with Pokémon of other attributes. Although the level is a bit low, it is enough to deal with it. Both of them looked a little solemn. As a rival, what do you think of Ash? Hahaha, of course, you still have to get past me before that. Zioan looked at Zioan and asked. The commentary resounded throughout the venue through the radio. Zioan and his rival Zioan with dark green short hair watched the first half of the battle between Ash and Yaodong Jiaozi. Soon the ground changed from the standard field to the field. Of course, she also knew that this possibility was extremely small. She was just stating the facts. Marowak level IV .49 gold aptitude. Zioan frowned slightly, thought for a while and replied, "If possible, I don't want to meet this guy in the finals. This Charizard is very strong. I'm afraid I can't solve it." Ground type writes. Then the next battle is up to you, Bulbasaur. In front of his domineering Charizard, Altaria, who she carefully bred, couldn't even make a move. Player lounge. She couldn't imagine how high the level of Ash's Charizard was. Even her grandfather's main Pokémon didn't have such a terrifying momentum. Oh, a Marowak of top aptitude. In a 6-on-6 full-player battle, when 3 main Pokémon of any side lose their ability to fight, the event organizer will change the venue. As the second player, Ash chose to send out Bulbasaur, who has attribute to restrain Marowak. Zioan said with some amusement to Zioan's tone of acquiescing to eliminate himself. The Marowak Bone Meringues. Bulbasaur Vine Whipped. Snap, the bone meringue thrown by Marowak was accurately intercepted and pulled back by Bulbasaur's Vine Whip in midair. Bulbasaur Sun Flame. Under the sunny day, the sunlight energy was instantly accumulated and a powerful sun flame was fired. Swoosh tilde tilde. Marowak, who didn't have time to dodge, was directly hit hard and fell to the ground, losing his ability to fight. While Bulbasaur easily defeated Marowak, and Ash still maintained his absolute dominance. So far, no trainer has been able to pose enough threat to Ash's Pokémon. As the top Pokémon lost their combat capabilities one by one, the situation clearly went to Ash. The commentator's speaking style also became somewhat biased. It can only be said that he is worthy of being a commentator who can attend the Indigo Plateau Conference. A good commentator should maintain absolute fairness. There is nothing wrong with this statement, but unfortunately, it is more important to serve the audience. Given Ash's outstanding performance in this Indigo Plateau Conference, he has more and more fans and the highest voice for winning the championship. The commentator saw that the top kid was about to lose. It is definitely okay to flatter Ash appropriately. The situation of this battle seemed too one-sided. It was already in the second half, and the top kid couldn't even make any of Ash's Pokémon lose their combat ability. The next thing to face is a 6-2 situation, and the audience must have known it. Wow, wow, wow. Lash Ash. The fans in the audience also responded to the commentator with cheers. This kid, what has he been through in the past 6 months? Letter 3005. I know it. Looking at Ash, who was in an absolute advantage in the field, Delia was happy but also a little confused. Before watching the game, he thought it was rare for his son to make it to the top 16, but he didn't expect that he would compete for the championship in the blink of an eye. Damn it, come back, Garagaras. The top player took back Marowak, his face pale. 4 Pokémon on her side had already lost their ability to fight, while Ash's main Pokémon all had spare strength, which was completely different from what she expected before the game. Originally, she was confident that she could defeat Ash with the elite Pokémon given by her grandfather as a trump card. As a result, Ash now has 6 Pokémon left, and even with the elite Pokémon in hand, she is a little unsure. Please send out the fighting Pokémon immediately, top player. Please send out the fighting Pokémon immediately, top player. With the commentator's continuous reminders. The top player came to his senses and threw the Poké Ball in his hand. Her 5th Pokémon is Flareon. If the 6th Pokémon was not her grandfather's Pokémon, she would be completely crushed by Ash today. Holding his grandfather's Poké Ball in his hand, he gritted his teeth. The commentator was optimistic about Ash, Pika tilde tilde. But he would not underestimate the enemy at all, which was the greatest respect for rival. It can be said that he was completely stunned by Ash. Come back, Eevee. After the huge wave, Flareon was seen spinning his eyes, lying on the ground with his body wet, looking extremely embarrassed. Pikachu, who had just landed, splashed again, creating a huge wave and rushing towards Flareon. Rare candy is a good thing that only Ash has. On the opposite side, Eevee opened his mouth and launched a blazing fire attack. Although it was not too difficult to deal with this fire Pokémon, with Bulbasaur's level and strength. Pika. He quickly ran into the battlefield in 3 or 2 steps. In the end, he lost miserably in front of Ash. At this time, there was no expression on the face of the outstanding child. Oh, here it is, Ash's Pikachu. Pikachu, it's up to you next. Nodding, Pikachu jumped off Ash's shoulder. It's not just because the battle situation was tilted, but also because Ash's Pikachu had played against Richie's Pikachu before, relying on amazing speed to play with the opponent's Pikachu in the palm of his hand, which left a deep impression on the commentator. It is also the only Pokémon in her main Pokémon lineup that has not reached the gym level. At this moment, the top-ranking Pokémon has put on a mask of pain, and the whole person is a little depressed. No, what? The gap is so big that she even feels a little embarrassed. In this case, she has no face to continue to send Grandpa's elite-level Pokémon to appear. She originally thought that when she was in a stalemate with Ash's other Pokémon, she would rely on Grandpa's main-level Pokémon to deal with Ash's most difficult Charizard nephew. Although she wanted to win, she was not stupid. Ash, you won. Congratulations on advancing to the finals. This battle was like a wake-up call, directly awakening the top-ranking Pokémon's dream of surpassing Ash and retaliating to him at the Indigo Plateau Conference. Maybe she has some talent as a trainer, but compared with Ash, it can only be said that she is not a little bit behind. They are both working hard, and Ash's progress every time must be much higher than hers. I'm afraid she may not have a chance to catch up with him in the future. With a muffled sound, Flareon screamed and flew backwards. Flareon, Flamethrower. As Ash's main Pokémon, it didn't appear much at the Indigo Plateau Conference. I hope to see it perform more brilliantly this time. These are the strongest Pokémon she has cultivated after traveling for half a year and using many family resources. Seeing this, Ash decisively took back Bulbasaur. Pika tilde tilde. Then splashed high, the tail flashed a dazzling white light and turned over in the air, and iron tail fell heavily on Flairon's head. Flairon loses his ability to fight, Pikachu wins. Agility, dodge, and use iron tail. After all, she didn't have Ash's cheating system. Even if the resources given by the family were inexhaustible, the level of Pokémon still had to be improved step by step. Deal with it, use Surf. As soon as the voice fell, Pikachu immediately agility and easily avoided the fire attack, leaving a series of afterimages on the field. Bang, sure enough, I never wanted to admit it. Ash is really handsome. After taking back the Pokémon, he had no intention of continuing the battle. The top student looked at Ash and admitted defeat decisively. Ash. In the audience, the Pallet Town family and friends were overjoyed. Then came the thunderous cheers. Since the top player admitted defeat, Ash won the semi-final and successfully advanced to the final. The final match will be decided in the afternoon. Let's wait and see. Ding. Couple mission, defeat the cheating top player at the Indigo Plateau Conference and then take her as your maid. Task completion rate 80%. Task reward, potential enhancement potion, unconditionally improves Pokémon's qualifications to gold after use, 100 W points, and the intimacy of the top player is increased by 50%. Looking at the lost top player, Ash was dumbfounded. What happened? It seems that because of the one-sided battle, the top player was discouraged and chose to admit defeat. This also made his mission impossible to complete 100%. The rewards he received were also greatly discounted. His points were directly reduced to 330, and he was deducted 500,000. Fortunately, the effect of the potential enhancement potion was not changed. This also made Ash feel relieved. However, the abnormality of this mission also made Ash alert. It seems that he has to pay more attention to the content of the mission in the future. This time, it was obvious that the Superior Pride was autistic, so the mission could not be completed successfully in the end. By the way, the Superior Pride mentioned by the system cheated again. With full of depression, Ash accompanied his mother Delia, Misty, and Sabrina to watch another group of duels in the semifinals. The result was not far from what Ash expected. Zioyang's Pokémon are mostly excellent and rare dragon Pokémon, which are well cultivated and generally higher in level than Zioan's Pokémon. Zioan is obviously a traveler with no background. The main Pokémon lineup has a comprehensive attribute, and there are not many rare and precious Pokémon. The overall strength is similar to that of the Superior Pride, but the difference is that she started traveling a few years earlier than the Superior Pride. After losing to Zioyang, her fans were also very disappointed. It was because Zioyang was also a rookie trainer, and he had just come to Kanto from Johto Region Blackthorn City this year, Beck, to start his trip. As for why he didn't choose his hometown Johto region as the first stop of his trip, Ash was also a little curious. After all, rookie trainers would mostly choose to travel in their hometown region in their first year. Of course, those trainers who came from wealthy families and had seen most of the Pokémon in their hometown region since childhood were excluded. Looking at Zioyang greeting the audience on the field from a distance, Ash's eyes flashed with a faint blue light. For some reason, he sensed an unknown power from Zioyang which was very different from his own psychic. Could it be that this Zioyang is also a person with special abilities, just when Ash was confused? On the high platform, a trainer who mainly trains dragon-type Pokémon, and he looks a bit like you do, this child. Grandma has a keen eye. His name is Yulong Yang, my younger brother, and he is also a young genius that the family is fully cultivating. Looking at Grandma Agatha, Du's face was full of smiles, and his tone did not hide the meaning of pride. Zioyang is his younger brother, and he is also a mega genius, but I'm afraid he can't pass Ash's level. On the side, Lorelei sighed softly. Thinking of Ash's champion-level Charizard, Du, who wanted to refute Lorelei, fell silent. Ask yourself if it's just a one-on-one fight, even they may be defeated in the battle with Ash Charizard. Little brother Zioyang is indeed outstanding, but compared with Ash, a rare monster-level rookie, the gap is still a bit big. In the morning of the next day, Indigo Plateau, on the final day of the conference, there were a lot of spectators inside and outside the venue. The open-air venue that was originally built for the Indigo Plateau Conference was now crowded with people everywhere. The dozens of broadcast screens originally set were not enough. The Indigo Alliance officials also hurriedly dispatched nearly 100 large broadcast screens for the people who could not squeeze near the venue and could only stare blankly on the streets of the town. This barely ensured that the audience nearby could see the situation of the final in the venue at the first time. This kind of event with amazing participation by the whole people is probably only possible if the national football team in his previous life reached the final of the World Cup. and had a certain chance of winning the championship. I can only say that just thinking about it is already very outrageous. At the player entrance channel, Xiaoyang felt his heart pounding. The Indigo Plateau Conference Finals are only one step away. As long as they defeat the favorite to win the championship recently, the one from Pallet Town Ash, he will be able to reach the top of the quartz competition and challenge his brother Yulongdu under the attention of the public. From childhood to adulthood, he has always admired his brother the most in the family. The elders have always said that they should follow their brother as an example. Brother, wait. It's almost there. I chose the quartz region to start my journey just for this day. I look forward to meeting you at the top. At this time, Xiaoyang was full of confidence, as if he was sure that he could easily eliminate Ash. Little did he know that at this moment, his brother sitting on the high platform was staring at him with a frown. He estimated for him the pitiful chance of defeating Ash in the final. Dear audiences who have come from afar, the final of this Indigo Plateau Conference has officially begun. Veilstone. The two sides are Ash from Pallet Town and Yulongyang from Blackthorn City. What kind of ember will they collide in this exciting battle? Let's wait and see. Now please invite the players from both sides to come on stage. Listening to the broadcast, Ash gently moved the brim of his hat. Wearing a familiar sportswear with a spirited Pikachu standing on his shoulder, he slowly walked out of the contestant channel. When he came out, the applause and cheers were thunderous, and countless female fans on the stage waved their cheering sticks and hand flowers crazily, like fanatical fans chasing stars. He is handsome, powerful, and the key is that he is still so young. Ash's future achievements are simply limitless. There are many girls in the field who fantasize about being picked by Ash and becoming his girlfriend and reaching the peak of their lives. Ash. In the venue, the voices supporting Ash's victory were very loud. Listening to the extremely crazy female fans around her saying, "I want to have a baby for Ash," Delia's expression was a little strange. She must be happy that her son is so popular. But thinking of the two excellent daughters-in-law around her, she immediately tightened her face and suppressed her joy. Listening to the crazy confessions of the female fans, Sabrina was fine, but Misty's expression obviously changed a little. I immediately felt an unprecedented sense of crisis in my heart. Ash was so popular before he won the championship. After defeating rival in the finals, there must be countless Stephanies chasing him. In the middle of the field, accompanied by the voice of the commentator, Xiao then came on stage. The field was thunderous cheering again, and he also had a confident and calm smile on his face. "Wait, brother. When I win the championship, I will challenge you." On the battle stage at both ends of the court's main venue, Ash and Xiaoyang stood on both sides, looking at each other from a distance. The Indigo Plateau Conference Finals will be a 6v6 full-player battle, where Pokémon can be replaced midway. If all Pokémon on either side lose their ability to fight, the battle will be considered lost. The battle officially begins now. The passionate voice of the commentator resounded throughout the venue through Matt Wind. Xiaoyang, the strongest Dragon Master. Master Yulongyang just win the championship. Ash will win. The hope of Pallet Towns. The cheers from both sides also rang out. Gary, who had been missing since he was eliminated in the qualifiers and was busy improving the strength of his Pokémon, also appeared in the finals. At this time, he had a pair of big panda eyes. Since he was eliminated from the Indigo Plateau Conference, he started extremely intensive special training, and his whole mental state looked a little haggard. He was eliminated in the qualifiers, while Ash, who set out on the same day, was now competing for the championship. The reality brought him a big blow. He was born better than Ash and had a grandfather who was regarded as an authority in the Pokémon world. He had been living a life of luxury since he was a child. He always felt superior to Ash since he was a child. But this sense of superiority was ruthlessly shattered bit by bit as they embarked on their journey and heard more and more words of praise from his grandfather about Ash. The Indigo Plateau Conference completely crushed his superiority. Sitting next to Professor Oak, Xiao Bu said nothing. At this moment, he was in a very conflicted mood. Being from Pallet Town as well, he naturally hoped that Ash could win the championship. But if he won the championship, he would definitely be used as a negative example by everyone in the town to compare with Ash. After all, when he set out on the journey, he was a high-profile person with a luxury car and beautiful women. Go, Altaria. In the field, Xiaoyang sent out his first Pokémon, Altaria level IV.52. He sent out the elite level Altaria at the beginning. Looking at the Altaria flying in the air, Wajai slightly shuddered. He has been following Xiaoyang's matches. He sent out a gym-level Altaria at this Indigo Plateau Conference. Maybe it was a little stronger than the one of the top-notch prodigy, but only to a limited extent. Now that he sent out an elite-level Altaria right at the start, it seems that Xiaoyang has also hidden his true strength. No wonder I felt threatened by him yesterday. After thinking about it, Ash decisively took out the top-quality super heavy ball. And in Ash's team, the most suitable Piquet ball for the time-making is definitely the giant Steelix. Boom boom. Accompanied by a loud bang, even though it is squatting, the giant Steelix that still occupies nearly half of the ground area of the battlefield appears. It appears in front of everyone with a shocking posture that absolutely crushes the level of size. The ferocious face, the body that flashes with dazzling metallic luster, is nearly 10 stories high. The visual impact of the giant Steelix on the audience is far greater than that of the Flash Milotic that appeared before. In fact, in the perception of most trainers, size represents strength. The giant Steelix swung its incredibly long tail violently, greatly expanding its attack range. The shock and impact of the huge Steelix on the audience is not much worse than that of the legendary Pokémon. Your brother is probably in danger. About 25 meters long, the huge Steelix, like an Orberg dragon, coiled in the quartz venue. Ask for flowers. Bruno also regretted more and more and felt more and more uncomfortable. The commentator opened his mouth wide, his face full of disbelief. Bang, bang, bang. Steelix use Iron Tail. To deal with Altaria's advantage in flying, Steelix autotomize. Now it seems that the talent of the giant Onyx must be far beyond his expectations, and it is likely to have the potential of a champion. Use Iron Defense, block it. Isn't the defense of this giant Steelix a bit too exaggerated? Lorelei asked the question first. Moreover, under the sunlight, the crystal-like material on the surface of the huge Steelix reflects dazzling light, which adds a few points to it. Bang, get out of the way, Altaria, use Moonblast. Wow, the giant Steelix looks unharmed. What an exaggerated and amazing defense ability. A silver Lucas flashed across the crystal layer on the surface of the body, and the giant Steelix proudly stood in the flesh and took Altaria's attack. This kid is really weird. He let Onyx evolve not long after he captured it. Looking at the giant Steelix standing still in the proud field, Niba's face was full of regret. This kind of direct confrontation with the giant gives people a tingling feeling. He shouldn't have listened to Ash's advice and decided the right to capture the giant Onyx through a battle. Bangs! A cold moon rose from behind Altaria, and a pink energy beam blasted directly at the giant Steelix below. Even Altaria, who was flying high in the air, was still within its attack range. At the beginning, Ash decisively commanded the huge Steelix to use autotomize to reduce part of its weight and greatly increase its movement speed. Ash's huge Steelix undoubtedly satisfies all the fantasies of most trainers who pursue becoming stronger and makes countless trainers at the scene crazy. The crystal layer easily dissolved the attack of Moonblast, and the giant Steelix that was hit looked like nothing happened. Altaria quickly moved sideways and narrowly avoided the giant Steelix's iron tail attack, then spread its wings and made a light cry. On the high platform, the expressions of several elites were also a little solemn. Strongness is the real beauty. As both are elite Pokémon, if the level difference is not big, it shouldn't be impossible to break the defense. People who are close can even see the conversion on the crystal layer covering its body. The defense of the giant Steelix is amazingly strong. Altaria also used the fairy-type skills that were restrained to attack. It can only be said that Xiaoyang was too confident in its offensive ability. Stone Edge Steelix. Several sharp stone blades surrounded the giant Steelix and were aimed at Altaria in the air and shot at high speed. Bang, 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 Altaria was unable to react in time and was hit by the sharp stones and fell to the ground. Giant Steelix deal with it. In the first actual combat, Ash was quite satisfied with the performance of the giant Steelix. Blocking the skills of the reverse attribute without injury does not prove how strong the defense of the giant Steelix is. Moreover, the giant Steelix covered with a crystal layer has a more obvious weakness, which is the fire type. 977. In the future, the giant Steelix must be continuously strengthened in terms of special defense and speed. While Altaria was falling, the giant Steelix quickly approached and bound it tightly with its tail. Altaria. Seeing this, a cyan light flashed in Xiaoyang's eyes. Use Dragon Dance to break free. The next moment, Altaria, who had been entangled by the giant Steelix, was illuminated with dazzling blue light and burst out with amazing power rapid spin. She broke free of the entanglement with the posture of Dragon Dance and soared into the sky. What? Is it actually freed from it? Not only the commentator, but most of the audience at the scene were also confused. What happened to Altaria just now? The power that burst out in an instant, was enough to break free from the restraint of such a huge Steelix. Is it the power of the dragons? In addition to you, the dragon family has another genius who can control the power of the dragon. On the high platform, watching Altaria who suddenly burst out with amazing power to break free from the blockade of the giant Steelix, and the familiar power that was constantly overflowing from Xiaoyang. The expressions of the three elites were very surprised. The power of the dragon is a special power of the dragon family. The owner can greatly increase the combat power of dragon Pokémon in battle. As colleagues, they have been competing with each other for the championship throne over the years, so they deeply feel the power of the dragon. I didn't expect that the Yulong family now has a second genius trainer who can control the power of the dragon. Not bad, you are quite capable. Looking at Xiaoyang, Ash's mouth curled up. The moment when Xiaoyang used the power of the dragon to increase Altaria's combat power was captured by his psychic perception. Facts have proved that his previous intuition was correct. It is no accident that Xiaoyang can enter the finals. It can even be said that if it were not for him in the finals, he would probably have won the championship. Thank you for the compliment, your Steelix is also very strong. But I must win in the end. After speaking, Xiaoyang gave Altaria a look. Altaria exuded a strong golden aura, and Sky Attack launched and hit the head of the huge Steelix directly. The power of the dragon can not only increase the power of dragon Pokémon, but also deepen the tacit understanding between Pokémon and trainer. At this time, he only needs a look to easily command Altaria to launch an attack. Just in time, double edge. Giant Steelix never fears direct confrontation, it rushes forward aggressively. Altaria vs Giant Steelix, the two figures collided fiercely in the center of the field. Bang. After a loud bang, Tianzai Bluebird was blown away. This is impossible. Xiaoyang's blue eyes were full of surprise and disbelief. Both are elite-level Pokémon, and Altaria also has the blessing of his dragon power, so why Sky Attack is so vulnerable in front of Giant Steelix's double edge. Because of its hard head, Giant Steelix is not affected by the recoil damage. Giant Steelix Iron Tail. Take advantage of your illness to kill you. Ash doesn't intend to give the other party any breathing space. After all, the power of the dragon is still too great for Pokémon. Boom! With a loud bang, the iron tail of the Giant Steelix fell and hit Altaria who had no time to react. Instantly, the venue shook violently, and smoke filled the venue. It seems that even with the power of the dragon, the gap between the Pokémon of both sides is still too big. On the high platform, fighting elite Bruno began to sigh again. How could such a talented Giant Steelix be let go right under his nose? Ash is a very good trainer, and I am particularly surprised at his training of Pokémon. Lorelei highly praised Ash's level of training Pokémon. After all, since the opening of the Indigo Plateau Conference, the Pokémon sent by Ash, regardless of their talents, have been well trained by Ash, and their combat power far exceeds that of Pokémon of the same level and family. Xiaoyang, it's good for him to suffer some setbacks. He also has a lot of responsibility for Altaria's defeat. Yulong Du frowned and said in a deep voice. He commanded Altaria to use Moonblast to attack the Giant Steelix at the beginning, which is also his brother's usual style. The consideration of rival Pokémon and the control of skill casting were not rigorous enough, causing Altaria to fall into a disadvantage at the beginning. On the other hand, Ash commanded the Giant Steelix to quickly seize your mistakes and launch a relentless attack on Altaria, which really achieved the goal of being as still as a mountain and as powerful as thunder. He brought the combat ability of the Giant Steelix to the extreme. Based on this opening set of battles alone, Du could roughly guess the subsequent direction of this final. Without a doubt, Ash will be the winner in the end. The power of the dragon is very helpful to the team composed of Xiaoyang Dragon Pokémon. But even with the power increase, Altaria is still not a match for Giant Steelix. Altaria loses its fighting ability, Giant Steelix wins. Amid the enthusiastic cheers of the audience, Ash commanded Giant Steelix to defeat Altaria. Xiaoyang on the opposite side calmly took Altaria back to the Pokéball. He didn't hesitate. Immediately took out another new Pokéball from his waist. Get ready for battle, Charizard. Roar, accompanied by a thunderous roar, the sturdy Charizard appeared in front of Xiaoyang and confronted the Giant Steelix. Charizard IV.55 Red Qualification, Xiaoyang sent out another elite-level Pokémon. Wow, Xiaoyang sent out Charizard. I can't wait to see his Charizard and Ash's Charizard encounter. The commentator spoke at the right time to adjust the atmosphere. Come back, Steelix. Amid the audience's expectant gaze, Ash took back the Giant Steelix and said to Pikachu on his shoulder, Pikachu, it's time for you to perform. Pika tilde tilde. Pikachu nodded excitedly and jumped to the battlefield. Charizard Fly Up Use Flamethrower. Flying into the air, Charizard aimed at Pikachu below and launched 17 blazing flame attacks. Agility Pikachu. Pikachu easily dodged the attack of Flamethrower with amazing speed, then raised its head and aimed at Charizard in the air and fired a Thunderbolt. Pika tilde tilde. Although Charizard reacted very quickly, he still failed to dodge Pikachu's Thunderbolt attack and showed a painful expression. Electric type's attack has a significant effect on it. In terms of level alone, Charizard is much higher than Pikachu, but there are many things to consider in actual combat. For example, Pikachu's unexpectedly amazing speed. Charizard's fire-type moves are very powerful, and if you can't hit Pikachu, it's naturally meaningless. After about a minute of fierce attack, Charizard accidentally fell under Pikachu's Thunder Bombardment and lost his combat ability. It is worth mentioning that Zioyong could not give Charizard a bonus through the power of the dragon throughout the battle. After all, only Charizard in Mega Evolution X form can provide Dragon type with the power of Dragon Control. As Charizard lost, the audience's voice for Ash to win the championship became louder and louder. Ash, Ash. The family and friends of Pallet Town were also cheering hard. After taking back Charizard, Zioyong's expression became visibly solemn. Since leaving his hometown Blackthorn City to travel, this is the first time he has encountered such a strong trainer of the same age. Get ready for battle, Dragonairs. Zioyong sent out Dragonair as the third Pokémon. As the second stage form of the quasi-god Dragonite, Dragonair is extremely popular in the Kanto region. This is also inseparable from the regional Dragon Elite Fairy. His trump card Pokémon is also a Dragonite. The noble and elegant Dragonair caused heated discussions among the audience as soon as it appeared. It's actually a mega rare Dragonair. From Blackthorn City in the Johto region, from the Yulong family, I wonder what the relationship is between him and our elite. It's a pity that he couldn't evolve into Dragonite. Elite-level quasi-god Dragonite is much stronger than ordinary elite-level Pokémon. In the field, the battle continues. The level IV.49 Dragonair should have been easier to deal with than Zioyong's first two Pokémon. But perhaps because Zioyong and this Dragonair have a higher degree of compatibility, with the blessing of the power of the dragon, its level easily surpasses the main level combat power and wins the first two Song Pokémon. Ash didn't expect that the difference between the power of the dragon and Altaria and Dragonair would be so big. Could it be that Altaria's dragon type is not pure enough? He didn't have time to think about these. Dragonair Dragon Rush. Pikachu Lightning Surf. After a fierce battle, the golden light flashed all over the body, and the Pikachu that was walking on the waves hit the swooping Dragonair hard. Bang. Dragonair fell directly out of the battlefield. Pika tilde tilde. Falling back to the field, Pikachu was also panting heavily. This Dragonair is more difficult to deal with than the previous Charizard. Dragonair lost its combat ability, Pikachu won. Since Zioyong has lost the combat ability of 3 Pokémon, the field will be changed next. Please move to the audience seats on the sidelines and wait. As the voice of the commentator sounded, Ash and Zioyong left the battle site one after another. Oh my god, is this true? Can Pikachu beat Dragonair? Ash's Pikachu is ridiculously strong. I was wrong, I thought it was Ash's mascot and that's why it stood on his shoulder all day. The seemingly harmless Pikachu defeated the powerful Charizard and Dragonair one after another, sparking heated discussions among the audience. In the past, they all felt that the talent of Pokémon was much higher than the training level of trainer. For a Pokémon like Pikachu, which is not very outstanding among the electric Pokémon races, the chance of defeating Dragonair at the same level is too low. In 100 battles, I'm afraid there will be only one such 353 situation at most, and that's when Dragonair trainer made a mistake in command. On the other hand, Ash and Zioyong's battle. Although Zioyong's command was not as calm and decisive as Ash's, he did not make any mistakes. But Pikachu was always able to control the initiative of the battle and basically did not give rival any chance to counterattack. It is hard to imagine that a Pikachu can be so strong if it is properly trained. On the high platform, watching his younger brother sitting in the player's seat with a solemn expression waiting, Du was a little emotional. As a young trainer, Zioyong's excellence is beyond doubt. Almost all the main Pokémon elite-level combat power, plus the skillful use of the power of the dragon, if it weren't for Ash's sudden appearance, this year's Quartz Conference champion would definitely belong to him. This can't be blamed on him for not working hard enough. It can only be that Ash is too strong as a rookie trainer. Champion-level Charizard. Without more than 5 years of hard training, they, the Kanto elites, would not even dare to think about it. After all, after being promoted to the elite level, The experience points required for each level increase are increasing exponentially. This is also why they subconsciously think that Ash's Charizard is a wild Pokémon that he is lucky to capture when they see it. The venue has been changed. Sorry to have kept you waiting. The second half of the Indigo Plateau Conference Finals has officially begun. Amid the thunderous cheers of the audience, Ash and Zioyong both stepped onto the battlefield. On the electronic screen, more than half of the Pokémon icons below Zioyong's avatar had dimmed. On the other hand, all the Pokémon icons on Ash's side were still lit. The venue was changed to a grass venue. There was also a large river in the center. Please send out your Pokémon. As the commentary sounded, the moment Ash and Zioyong's eyes met, they threw their Pokéballs almost in order. Ampharos, get ready for battle. It's up to you, Charizard. Two white lights flashed, and Ampharos and Charizard appeared on the battlefield one after another, facing each other. Looking at Ampharos on the opposite side, Ash raised his eyebrows. First it was Charizard and now it's Ampharos. This Zioyong reminds him of the flying elite Dodo. He is also known as the Dragon Elite, and most of his Pokémon lineups have nothing to do with Dragon Pokémon. Of course, Ash knows that in the original plot, Dodo mainly ate too few Dragon Pokémon in the first generation of Pokémon. Maybe the main Pokémon of Dodo in this world is different from the original plot. The battle continues. After understanding Zioyong's true strength, Ash doesn't plan to waste time with him anymore. He directly sent out the champion-level Charizard, intending to crush the opponent with strength to end this final. At the beginning, Charizard used his excellent flying movement speed to dodge Ampharos' Thunder Shock move, Dragon Claw, and severely injured him. Among the elite Pokémon of the same family, Zioyong's Ampharos can only be regarded as a remarkable existence in combat power, and it is not the top one at all. Unlike Ash, every main Pokémon is carefully cultivated, and they are all truly excellent Pokémon selected from thousands of people. In front of Charizard's completely crushing strength, Ampharos can be said to have no resistance. Attribute Restraint can only help Ampharos delay the defeat for a moment, which is not very meaningful. Ampharos loses his ability to fight, Charizard wins. It's really wonderful. Ash's Charizard defeated Ampharos with absolute overwhelming strength and was unscathed. The situation is getting more and more unfavorable for Zioyong. As Zioyong's fourth main Pokémon lost its ability to fight, the commentator has already begun to set his position in his mind. Take Ash wins the championship as a fait accompli and continue to comment on this game. This Charizard will be a mountain he can't cross. Looking at Charizard standing proudly, Lorelai's expression is somewhat solemn. As an Ice-type elite, this Charizard is still quite oppressive in her opinion. Even she is a little afraid, not to mention Zioyong, who is still a rookie trainer in the field. It seems that this champion will come from Pallet Town. I didn't expect that Pallet Town can have such an excellent Pokémon trainer since Oak. The same Pokémon as Do Elite, and the aura of this Dragonite is so strong, it looks no less than Ash's Charizard. A quasi-god level Pokémon. Knowing that Zioyong's Dragonite came from the Yulong family, several elites present nodded. Charizard's strength also made all the fans who supported Zioyong fall into despair. Attribute Restraint basically has no effect in the face of the absolute strength gap. Bruno stood up from his seat in surprise, looking at the Dragonite confronting Charizard in the field. Champion level. He didn't believe that this Dragonite good one was trained by Zioyong. Wow, Zioyong's last Pokémon is Dragonite. It seems that the game is getting more and more exciting. Now facing this champion-level Dragonite, they could finally see how powerful Ash's Charizard was. The key is that it also has champion-level strength. At this moment, he also agreed with the words of several colleagues. Soar high in the sky, Dragonite. Accompanied by a clear and loud cry, a sturdy orange-red figure appeared in the sky. Kingdra has lost its combat ability. Please quickly replace the Pokémon that Zioyong will use. In this Indigo Plateau conference, if you can force me to send this Pokémon, it means that I have already lost. Sorry, I need the champion to Elite 4 challenge qualifications. Well, you guessed right. Not only Bruno, but the other two elites also looked at Du, waiting for him to give a reasonable explanation. Agatha looked at the field with some sighs. Ash said, Ash, you are the strongest rival of the same age that I have ever met in my life. But even if I am in a desperate situation, I have a reason to win the game. From their perspective, it was not difficult to see that Ash's Charizard played very well in the first two games without any effort at all. It seems that I should congratulate Ash for winning the championship later. Champion level Du, this isn't your brother's Pokémon. The audience's eyes were attracted by Dragonite. The commentary resounded throughout the venue through Matt Wind. So far, Xiaoyang has lost the combat ability of 5 main Pokémon. Alas, it's not unfair that Xiaoyang lost to him. Ash raised his head slightly, looking at the Dragonite that appeared in the sky above Xiaoyang's head with a little surprise. The battle between two rookie trainers turned into a battle between champion-level Pokémon. It's a bit crazy to think about it. Pokémon, Dragonite level. IV.66 Red Qualification. Although Xiaoyang's behavior of borrowing Pokémon from his family elders to use at the Indigo Plateau Conference is not recommended, his sending Dragonite at this moment can indeed make this Indigo Plateau Conference more interesting. After watching the battle till now, he could see clearly the difference in strength between his brother and Ash. I didn't expect that Xiaoyang's trump card was actually a champion-level Dragonite. Du nodded solemnly and said in a deep voice, "The breath of this Dragonite is familiar, it may be from the family." Too strong, Ash's Charizard is too strong, Kingdra's attack is completely ineffective, exuding an extremely powerful aura. Why do I feel that it is even stronger? At the Quartz main venue, Ash's eyes lit up with a rainbow light different from Psychic's. He whispered, Charizard X form. Mage evolution starts. Charizard suddenly burst into an extremely dazzling rainbow light, which shot up into the sky and burst out with incredible power. The audience stared in surprise at Charizard, who was wrapped in a rainbow light similar to the light of evolution, but slightly different and more dazzling. The next moment, in their extremely shocked eyes, Charizard, who is recognized as the final evolution form, began to change rapidly. What happened? Charizard's form was actually. Pairs of eyes were wide open, but because of extreme shock, the pupils shrank to the size of wheat awns, staring at Charizard shrouded in mysterious light. After a while, the dazzling light gradually dissipated, and Charizard, who was shrouded in the light, stopped changing. A handsome and domineering figure different from the original Charizard appeared in front of everyone on the scene. Gray-black skin, the part from the chin to the tip of the tail also changed from cream to sky blue. Thick and strong shoulders 920 have blue claw-like protrusions on both sides, and there are fin-like protrusions behind the neck. The dark blue wings are broad and powerful, and a slight vibration can stir up gusts of wind and fly sand and rocks. The claw-like protrusions on the upper end of the wings add a bit of fierceness to Charizard X. The tip of the horn on the top of the head turns blue and very sharp and grows two small black horns. The flames on the body also appear blue due to the rising temperature. The dark blue eyes look particularly deep, as if looking at the abyss of hell can make you feel like falling into an ice cave. Pokémon, Mega Charizard X. Level, IV.65. Ability Hard Claw. Skills, Flamethrower, Flare Blitz, Dragon Claw, Heat Wave, Fire Fang, Dragon Pulse, Dragon Rush, Dragon Tail, Seismic Toss, Inferno, etc. Carrying items. Charizard Emblem allows Charizard to freely evolve into X and Y forms. Ultimate Charcoal increases the power of Fire-type skills by 50%. After entering Mega Charizard X form, Charizard's original Fire ability is also replaced with Hard Claw. When using contact moves, the skill power is increased by 30%. Combined with Mega Charizard X's species strength of up to 130, it has a good performance in both physical attack and special attack. Although it is not as good as Charizard, which has the ultimate output ability and special attack species strength of 159, it depends on the situation of the rival. When facing Dragonite with Ash's personality, he will naturally choose the X form to get the Dragon-type Charizard. Dragon-type restrains each other, which can add a little more tension to this exciting battle. Appearance is justice, and the black and gray appearance of the key X-form Charizard is really handsome. Sorry, I'm really unfamiliar with them. Apart from shock, they have no better words to describe their feelings at the moment. Now it evolves again. Is it going to the champion level? It's over. Even Dragonite may not be able to take much advantage against it. After realizing this, Xiaoyang's previous sense of superiority and self-confidence were completely shattered at this moment. It is necessary to choose a different Mega Evolution form according to different rivals and actual situations. So Ash is still confident about the system and thinks it is worth looking forward to. In the field, Xiaoyang, who was standing on the other side's battle command platform, was completely shocked and numb. Garlic Turtle Squirtle, the three starters. At this moment, the audience who fantasize about being able to command the mega handsome Charizards to fight like Ash one day only have this thought in their minds. Even Ash is still fantasizing about being able to perfectly combine the advantages of Charizard Mega Evolution's two forms through the system. Although it sounds very sci-fi, he has a system, so he has to be bolder, right? Isn't Charizard Beb already in its final form? Charmander is the eternal god. Suppressing his thoughts, Ash's attention was drawn back to the game by the enthusiastic cheers of the audience. At this moment, he felt like a rich second generation meeting a self-made business tycoon when facing Ash, and he would unconsciously bow his head. No, Charizard is so powerful. Oh no, according to his estimation, this Charizard already has the strength of the elite level. Putting aside family background, he and Ash's achievements in the first year of rookie travel are simply worlds apart. What is going on with this gray-black Charizard in front of him, which still retains the shadow of Charizard, but is obviously more powerful and domineering than before? It's not that they haven't seen the world, but mainly at this Indigo Plateau conference, Ash has repeatedly refreshed their cognition. Not only the form, but also the color of the flame has changed. Is there a magical prop in reality that can improve the potential level of Pokémon? You know, Charizard was previously recognized as the final form of Pokémon worldwide, but now it seems to have a new evolution. If he still can't surpass the other party with the power of his family, then how amazing Ash's talent must be. Not only Xiaoyang, but the audience, including the four elites, were also shocked by Ashmid's evolved Charizard. Charizard actually has a hidden new evolution form. I will train a Charizard even if I have to spend all my money. You know, Ash is just a rookie trainer and this Charizard is trained by him. Realizing that Ash Charizard's strength is likely to reach the champion level, Xiaoyang's whole body is cold like an ice cave. And Ash, as a rookie trainer, already has the strength of an elite trainer, who can tell her what is going on. Let's not talk about the future. Even with Ash's current comprehensive elite level strength, as long as he wants, he can completely establish a force in Kanto with him as the head of the family and pass it down from generation to generation. In addition, the Charizard emblem allows Charizard to switch the form of Mage evolution freely like Mutwo. Using the X form does not mean that Ash needs to give up another Mega evolution form. With Ash's demonic talent, it is only a matter of time before his future achievements surpass the Yulong family, which he is proud of, silently supports him, and provides him with massive resources. Charizard used the most powerful Dragon Claw. Dragonite lets use Dragon Claw too. Charizard and Dragonite started a fierce battle in midair. After Mega Evolution, Charizard easily controlled the rhythm at the beginning and pressed Dragonite to attack fiercely, not giving it a chance to breathe tilde. This Dragonite did have the strength of a champion, and its level was similar to Charizard, but its reaction ability and skill casting in the battle were like a Pokémon that had not been in a fierce actual battle for a long time. It is hard to imagine that this sense of disharmony would appear on a Dragonite with a strength of champion level. However, Ash reacted quickly. Since this Dragonite was not a Pokémon cultivated by Xiaoyang himself, the intimacy and tacit understanding between the two sides were not high enough, and it was difficult to command the battle as if he was at the command of his arm. In addition, this Dragonite looked like it had not been in actual combat for a long time. It was speculated that it might be a Pokémon borrowed by Xiaoyang from the elders of the family. In this way, this sense of disharmony is not surprising. Charizard, who was in full control of the battlefield, looked relaxed. The sturdy forelimbs stretched out, and the sharp claws at the end condensed the rich dragon-type power shining. The powerful Dragon Claw hit Dragonite's abdomen heavily. With a miserable wail, Dragonite lost the ability to fight. And this match was won by Ash from Pallet Town. Congratulations to Ash for winning the final and becoming the champion of Indigo Plateau Conference. The high-pitched and passionate voice of the commentator resounded throughout the venue through Matt. At the same time, countless spotlights were shining on the calm Ash, Pikachu and Mega Charizard X on the battle stage. At this moment, the picture seemed to be frozen forever. On the other side, Xiaoyang took back the Dragonite who had lost the ability to fight, and his eyes were confused. He turned around and left the battlefield in disappointment. At this moment, the enthusiastic cheers and shouts given to Ash by the audience fell on his ears, but they were particularly harsh. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the main quest in the Kanto region. Defeat all rivals at the Indigo Plateau Conference and win the championship. Get rewards, additional Pokémon carrying number +6, 1000 W points and a top-quality Master Ball. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded in Ash's mind. It was the huge reward given by the system after Ash participated in the Indigo Plateau Conference and finally won the championship. No matter the points, the group, or the number of Pokémon carried, the rewards were surprisingly generous to him. 1000 W points. Add 6 Pokémon carrying slots. It can only be said that it is worthy of the final summary reward of the Indigo Plateau Conference. After getting the Pokémon carrying slot, his upper limit of carrying Pokémon has also reached 16. In the future, He will no longer have to worry about the increasing number of Pokémon that are not suitable for Professor Oak to raise. 1,000 W points are enough for him to buy many good things from the points store. When the Indigo Plateau Conference is completely settled, he can carefully choose according to his purchasing needs. As he was thinking, a message flashed in his mind again. Ding, a new challenge task detected. Challenge any one of the Kanto Elite Four and win. The reward depends on the elite challenged by the host and the performance in the battle. Here it comes, a familiar challenge task. Ash, who originally thought that he had completed all the tasks in the Quartz region, immediately triggered a new challenge task. Challenging the Kanto Elite Four and winning, the reward given from the task content alone cannot be small. However, considering that the strength of the Kanto Elite Four is likely to be comparable to the champion-level trainers in other regions, the difficulty of completing this task is not as great as that of normal. Forget it, it's time to be happy when you win the championship. Why think so much about it? Stop it. Suppressing the thoughts in his heart, Ash stepped onto his own champion position in the spotlight. On both sides of him were the runner-up Xiaoyang and the third-place winner Yaodeng Jiaozi. Another female player in the semifinals gave up early, so Yaodeng Jiaozi naturally became the third place. Other trainers who also achieved certain results in the Indigo Plateau Conference, but ranked lower than the three. They stood on the stage to accept the official award from the Indigo Plateau Conference. Holding the first Alliance Championship trophy in his hand and the gold medal on his chest, Ash felt very proud. This can be regarded as making up for the regret of watching Pokémon anime in his previous life. Of course, winning the first league championship is only his first small goal in the Pokémon world. He still has a long way to go. However, he also looks forward to meeting more excellent Stephanie girls like Misty and Sabrina. Speaking of which, the butterfly effect caused by his arrival is still quite obvious. In the original plot, Yaodeng Jiaozi, who did not participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference, not only participated in the competition but also won the third place. There was also the talented Blackthorn City boy Xiaoyang who showed up halfway. The only regret was that his good brother Gary still failed to break the shameful history of the top 32, although this result was acceptable for a newly debuted rookie trainer. But Ash, who grew up in the same town, won the Indigo Plateau Conference Championship with his rookie status. It is no exaggeration to say that Gary's public opinion environment at this time was probably even more uncomfortable than in the original plot. In the audience, Misty, Sabrina and Delia each waved various devices in their hands and kept shooting at Ash on the championship podium. This was the first league championship in Ash's life, and they also accompanied Ash to win. It would be a pity if such a memorable moment could not be recorded. After the award ceremony, many spectators, tourists, and even trainers gathered here were ready to leave. The lively Indigo Plateau finally calmed down, waiting for the Indigo Plateau Conference next year. It is true that the Indigo Plateau Conference is held once a year, and the champion is always there. But what is certain is that Ash, who advanced all the way to the final and won the championship without losing any Pokémon's fighting ability, and used the trainer with Mage Evolution for the first time on the final stage, will be remembered forever. Along with the audience, the top-ranked girl who won the third place but was not happy at all was also leaving. There was no way who made Ash the final champion. Ash looked at the tall attract of the top-ranked girl, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Although I defeated her, it caused me to fail to complete the task for the first time. Since the intimacy has been added, it is definitely not possible to pat your butt and leave. Hee, the tsundere lady style is also quite good. The Indigo Plateau Conference is over, and the trip will enter the next stage. Before heading to the Johto region, Ash plans to go to the Orange Islands first. It's a good opportunity to see if he can trigger the 3 God Birds and Lugia's mission. Ash is also quite interested in the Crazy Collector. Of course, he has no interest in the Orange Alliance Winners' Cup, which has little presence. In the original plot, Ash also successfully won the championship. It can only be said that according to the performance of the original plot, Drake's strength is really lagging. In the 6-on-6 full-member battle, he was defeated by Ash. Considering the heroic performance of Old Spray and Pikachu, let's evaluate his strength as a quasi-master level for the time being. If I fight him directly to get a trophy, it doesn't matter. The key is that before challenging him, I have to challenge the 4 gyms in the Southern Cross first, which is a waste of time. The Orange Alliance Islands are suitable for travel. Ash plans to relax with a trip to the United States. At the same time, he will naturally not let go of Pokémon such as Lapras, Snorlax, and Crystal Onyx. Ash, congratulations, Quartz Conference champion, and I won it as a debut rookie. At this time, Misty ran over from the audience like a fly, jumped on Ash, and hung on him like a koala to share his joy. It interrupted Ash's thoughts directly. In the audience, Delia looked at Sabrina, who was still sitting there. Sabrina, aren't you going to congratulate Ash? No, this is their moment. Sabrina was very calm and smiled softly. She was also recalling her first meeting with Ash and their journey together. And then she looked at Ash and Misty, who were hugging each other in the field, and smiled knowingly. Ash, what about Charizard's evolution just now? After a while, Professor Oak came over. He stared at Ash excitedly and asked about Charizard's evolution. As a Pokémon professor, Charizard's evolution just now was undoubtedly his most interesting thing. This is a Mega Evolution form that goes beyond ordinary evolution. I call it Mage Evolution, which requires several prerequisites to achieve. The Pokémon itself must have a Mage Evolution form. Second, the Keystone and Evolution Stone that have Mage Evolution at the same time are carried by the trainer and Pokémon respectively. Third, it requires the trainer and the bond between Pokémon is deep enough, and the intimacy is high enough. Of course, some Pokémons that can be Mage evolved may require some special conditions. And Mage Evolution is also a great burden on the trainer itself, and it requires a high level of mental strength from the trainer. It is worth mentioning that the difference between Mage Evolution and ordinary evolution is that it is only a temporary evolution form during battle. I believe the professor has also seen it just now. Ash is referring to the appearance of Charizard exiting the Mega form and becoming an ordinary Charizard after the battle. Professor Oak nodded. I didn't expect that your research on Mage Evolution has been so thorough. It is no exaggeration to say that you have already figured out a system related to DGE. Why don't you write down all your thoughts one day, and I will help you publish them under your name. I believe it will definitely cause a sensation in the academic world. Professor Oak looked at Ash with expectation. Ash nodded and also felt that this matter was very reliable. At present, the Kanto region has not been able to study the use of those Mage Keystones and Evolution Stones. His Charizard is the world's first Mage Evolution. Through an article, he could get himself a title of an authoritative researcher of Mage Evolution. Maybe he could be honored as a professor by professionals in the Pokémon academic world in the future. Hearing this, Misty, who was standing next to Ash, was stunned. Mage Evolution is a discovery made from scratch in the academic world. Even if the proposer is Ash, who has never had any Pokémon research experience before, it is enough to make him a well-known figure in the academic world. In the future, even if Ash lies on the credit of discovering Mage Evolution, it will be enough for him to benefit endlessly. Time and time again, only Ash in this world can constantly bring him surprises. Misty found that she could no longer leave Ash. Ash, congratulations on winning the Indigo Plateau Conference Championship. Mom is proud of you. Coming over with Sabrina, Mom Delia conjured up a bouquet of flowers from nowhere and handed it to Ash. Just now, when Ash received the award, she planned to go on stage to give it to her proud son after taking pictures. It was just that there were too many people at the venue, and I had to accompany Sabrina, so I had to wait a little longer. I waited until everyone had dispersed before giving Ash flowers. In general, I felt a little regretful. But this little regret was insignificant compared to Ash's joy of winning the Alliance Quartz Conference champion. When Ash set out on his journey, she never thought that he could achieve such a result today. And it's not just in terms of trainer. From Professor Oak's words just now, it's not difficult to hear that her son seems to have a strong talent in Pokémon research. Sure enough, her baby son is amazing. Smart, his mother takes care of him. Delia was extremely proud. She had been working hard to run the flower shop and pay huge alliance taxes for Ash, who was worried about Ash's mischief when he was young, just to get the excellent Earl Dervish Pokémon issued by the Alliance official. At this moment, looking at her son holding the trophy and being admired by 0.3 million people, all the hard work seemed to have turned into sweet nectar. Thank you, Mom. I will win more regional championships in the future and even become a regional champion. I hope that my baby will celebrate for me like today. Ash smiled and let go of Misty, who was hanging on him like a koala, and reached out to take the bouquet handed by Delia. Well, Mom believes you. Delia smiled and nodded seriously. As long as Ash said it, she was willing to believe it. Nana tilde tilde. On the other side, Misty also ran to Sabrina with a little apology. Sabrina patted the back of her hand, indicating that she didn't need to care. After all, she came later than Misty. Besides, compared with Misty, her personality is more reserved. Ash won the Quartz Conference champion and everyone was happy. Professor Oak, who was eager to urge Ash to finish his Mage Evolution paper, spent a lot of money and chartered another passenger plane. The residents of Pallet Town who came from afar to cheer for Ash in the finals were also brought back to Pallet Town. After returning home, Ash was constantly urged by Professor Oak, and he didn't even have time to sort out the gains from the Indigo Plateau Conference and use the huge amount of points to buy new props. He immediately devoted his energy to the Mage Evolution paper. A few days later, a paper covering all the detailed information on Mage Evolution came out. It not only introduced the importance of evolution stones, K-stones, trainers, and Pokémon's bond. It also listed most of the Pokémon species that can undergo Mage Evolution. Just one paper can represent a very complete Mage Evolution system. Once published, it immediately caused an unparalleled sensation in the academic and Pokémon trainer circles. For a while, many trainers were amazed that my Pokémon could also undergo Mage Evolution based on the final form. The Pokémon that Ash listed as being able to undergo Mag 17E evolution became very popular, and even the Kanto Elite Four began to mobilize their own energy to purchase Mage Evolution stones in various regions. As a beneficiary, Ash also easily obtained the title of Alliance Certified Researcher. It turned out that he was not a professor. Ash felt a little sorry for the Alliance arrangement. It stands to reason that the contribution of Mage Evolution is great enough. I think it may be too exaggerated to give him the title of professor directly considering that he has not participated in any research. But it doesn't matter. There will be many new things in the future. With the knowledge in Ash's mind, it will be easy for him to get the title of professor in the future. He was released by Professor Oak just after completing the Mage Evolution thesis. Ash originally planned to seriously study how to convert all the huge points he just got into combat power. The Alliance also contacted him. As we all know, the champion of the Indigo Plateau Conference can get a chance to challenge the Region Elite Four. This challenge method is slightly different from directly challenging the Elite Four and the Champions League, as there is no need to go through dozens of tedious and complicated battles to get the chance to face the Elite Four directly. Ash can choose any elite to challenge. The battle adopts the rules of 3v3, and the winner can be recorded in the Alliance Hall of Fame. Of course, with this challenge, Ash cannot replace the opponent even after winning the battle with the Kanto Elite. In general, it is more like an exhibition match. Considering the related system tasks, Ash did not even bring Misty and Sabrina this time and took the plane to Indigo Plateau alone. The next day, the court's main venue. At this time, the main venue has been closed, and this battle will not be broadcast live. Ash met the Kanto Elite Four, as well as Xiaoyang and Yaodeng Jiaozi, two acquaintances at the battleground. Du is my brother. I heard that you are going to challenge the Elite Four, so I came here to watch. Lorelei is my cousin, and I am here to join in the fun. Xiaoyang and Yaodeng Jiaozi answered Ash's questions one after another. Okay, Ash. I don't really like to get involved in this kind of scene. It's more suitable for you young people to fight this kind of battle. Granny Orange was the opposite. If it weren't for the Alliance's request, she wouldn't have come today. After thinking about it, Ash decisively took out a top-grade insulating ball with a lightning pattern from his waist. In that case, please give me more advice, Miss Lorelei. Bruno didn't wait for Ash to reply and snorted. Boy, last time I lost to you even the giant onyx that I have been following for a long time. This time you have to give me a chance to vent my anger. Although there were already candidates on the plane, they still hesitated when they saw the four elites. Seeing this, Bruno shook his head in disappointment, and Lorelei was somewhat surprised. As the referee's voice sounded, the remaining three elites and the top pick, Xiaoyang, all left the battlefield and came to the audience. And her choice to let Cloyster take the lead seems to have a subtle intention against Ash Charizard. And Cloyster, which is also a water type, will definitely have no problem dealing with Charizard. Lorelei thought that the main reason why Ash chose her might be that his current absolute main Pokémon Charizard happened to be a fire type. They both envied Ash for being able to challenge the Elite Four. Looking at the amazingly high level, there are only a few Cloysters among his main Pokémon that can compete with it. Unlike the previous match against Dragonite, this time facing Cloyster, Charizard, and the two Mage Evolution forms were slightly inferior. As expected, Lorelei's Cloyster is very powerful. Protected by double shells with a single horn protruding from the body, a very hard shell, and the thorns on the shell are also large and sharp, Cloyster appeared in front of Lorelei. As for Ghastly, its level is really low. After all, Lorelei was the one they wanted to challenge. After all, the main lineup is composed of powerful dragon Pokémon, and he is very popular in Kanto as the Dragon Master. As the champion of this Indigo Plateau Conference, you have the right to challenge any of us. Looking forward to this battle between Lorelei and Ash, 990, Ash. According to the rules, I will send out the Pokémon first. Come out, Cloyster. Du smiled and looked at Ash and said, After all, it was a rare opportunity to challenge the Elite Four. The battle adopts the rules of 3v3. The game ends when all Pokémon of either side lose their combat ability. Ash chooses to challenge Lorelei Elite, so please move to the sidelines to watch the game. Xiaoyang, the top student, also cast his eyes on him. Du and Lorelei smiled and looked at Ash without saying much. So Ash planned to seek a breakthrough through attribute restraint. Most of the previous Quartz champions chose to challenge Du. The implication is that he really hopes Ash will choose him. After Lorelei finished speaking, she threw the Poké Ball in her hand first. Pokémon, Cloister level, IV.67 store, gold. Ash naturally had to think carefully. She thought Ash would also choose to challenge Du. Lorelei, the Ice Elite, is praised by the world for her calm and composed fighting style. She is also the first Elite Four of Indigo Plateau. It's up to you, Zapdos. Dazzling lightning flashed. Zapdos, with a lot of yellow spike-like feathers on its wings and tail, well-developed thigh muscles, sharp claws, and a long orange beak, appeared in the air in front of Ash. The legendary bird that can manipulate lightning at will, Zapdos. The Elite, Xiaoyang, and Lorelei on the field stared at Zapdos in great surprise. The oppressive feeling that emanated from it, which was unique to the legendary Pokémon, was absolutely true. Ash actually captured the legendary bird. Xiaoyang and the Elite had wonderful expressions. Who would have thought that Ash didn't go all out at the Indigo Plateau Conference, and perhaps he was fighting with the mentality of training Pokémon. It's Zapdos. I didn't expect it, Ash. This is the first time I've met such a wicked young trainer like you. Facing Zapdos, who is at level IV.72 and a genuine third-level god, Lorelei also felt a huge pressure. According to the rules, you attack first. Then I won't be polite, Miss Lorelei. Ash didn't hold back and immediately ordered Zapdos to use the power of the electric skill. With a loud cry, electric arcs flashed around Zapdos. The sound of thunderstorms could be heard faintly. The faces of the elites watching the game on the sidelines became solemn. Cloister, use Ice Shard. With a flash of blue light, Cloister instantly created several ice shards and aimed at Zapdos in the air and shot them. Ice-type skills are quite effective against Zapdos with flying type. Use Thunderbolt after evading. In the air, Zapdos flapped its wings, and Agility tried to evade the Ice Shard attack. Because it was fast enough, it was very effective, although it was still hit by some Ice Shards. But the unique, strong physical strength of the legendary Pokémon made it blast Thunderbolt at Cloister at the same time as being hit by the Ice Shard. Boom! The dazzling spark poured down on Cloister, who was trying to hide himself in the shell. The Thunderbolt attack with charge was effective, and Cloister was dizzy. Don't give up, Cloister, use Ice Beam. Lorelei's beautiful face looked a little solemn. The attack strength from the third-level god Zapdos was too high, and Cloister happened to have a restrained water type. In addition, this elite challenge was similar to a gym battle, and the only one who could freely change Pokémon was Ash, the challenger. Hearing this, Cloister quickly opened its shell, and the protruding horn on its body shot out an ice blue light. Go straight for Zapdos flying in the air. Zapdos wall. With a flash of light in his eyes, Zapdos held up a golden light wall and easily blocked Cloister's ice beam. It's our turn, Hurricanes. As Ash ordered, Zapdos flapped its wings violently, and a strong wind blew up the unprepared Cloister into the sky. Cloister, be careful. Lorelei's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and she secretly said in her heart that it was not good. The air is Zapdos's home ground, which is particularly disadvantageous to Cloister. With a strong golden spark flashing all over his body, Zapdos lock-on shot out the falling Cloister like an arrow. After successfully defeating Ice Elite Lorelei, Ash also received a bonus of up to 1 million from Alliance. If you can't, let me go, and this is just an insignificant battle. Lorelei may not go all out to fight Ash's Zapdos. Grandma Orange chuckled, thank you for your advice, Miss Lorelei. In the second round, Dugong lost his ability to fight, and Zapdos won. As for Yaoding Jiaozi, who he cares about more, Ash also politely asked about her next plan. Xiao Yang and Yaoding Jiaozi also invited Ash to a permanent battle. Ash defeated Kanto Ice Elite with Zapdos. This battle made the Alliance executives fully realize Ash's, Liao Nu's amazing potential, and they naturally had to win over this rising megastar. Ash, it turns out that you didn't give your all in the Indigo Plateau Conference Finals. I look forward to meeting you next time. I will definitely defeat you then. Seeing Cloister being defeated, even Lorelei was defeated in front of Ash. Bruno's expression became more depressed. He still had to go to the Orange Alliance for a while. If I were to go on the field, what about the Divine Bird? I would still be defeated on the field. Lorelei, can you do it? Her eyes did not hide her admiration for Ash. Ash naturally accepted everyone who came. In response, Ash could only say that she might have to wait for a while. Now I can beat you, but the gap will only get bigger in the future. Really, why didn't this kid choose me? Yaodeng Jiaozi asked about his next itinerary in return. She planned to go to the same region with him to challenge the league. This Zapdos is of a high level. Lorelei will have to pay a heavy price to defeat it. Let's meet in the next league in the future. Deal with it, use Lightning Strike. I am more and more surprised about you. You can actually beat my cousin in a match. Ash, let's meet in the next league. Lightning Strike, an electric move. If it fails to hit rival, he will be counter-injured. Lorelei decisively chose to play badly and even directly replaced the second lineup with Dugong, who also has water type. Lorelei Elite has one last Pokémon left. As Lorelei Elite's third Pokémon Slow Hippo fell under Zapdos' Thunderbolt attack. Dazzling lightning flashed in the court's main venue. Looking at Ash, who took back Zapdos, Lorelei smiled and replied, "Don't let it get close, La." Cloyster condensed Ice Shard in time and shot at the attacking Zapdos. Bang, bang, bang. Zapdos, who turned into Golden Lightning, resisted the Ice Shard attack and knocked Cloyster away. Cloyster lost his ability to fight, dodge. Zapdos wins, the referee stuttered as he looked at Cloyster, who fell heavily out of the field with ripples in his eyes. Rookie, the Pokémon who defeated the Ice Elite. Zapdos is his Pokémon. His brain capacity was obviously unable to process such amazing information at this moment. On the other side, Zapdos slowly fell back in front of Ash, gently flapped his wings to shake off the ice chips attached to it, and stood proudly with his head held high. It is worthy of being a legendary Pokémon. Even Lorelei's Cloyster is not rival. Du nodded slightly and gave a very high evaluation. Zapdos' appearance seems to have killed the game. This kid should be the most powerful champion in recent years. You are very good. The future of Alliance, no, maybe it should belong to you now. As expected after Ash sent out Zapdos. Ding, congratulations on defeating Ice Elite Lorelei. Awarded titles. Ice Researcher increases affinity with Ice Pokémon by 80%. Top quality Never Melt Ice. Increases power of Ice Pokémon moves by 50% after carrying it. Legendary Ice Pokémon Clue automatically detects the legendary Pokémon closest to you. After defeating Lorelei, Ash set out on his return journey with a generous bonus. After sailing for several hours, Ash rode Pidgeot back to Pallet Town at the fastest speed. When he opened the door, Delia, Misty, and Sabrina, who were notified by Ash in advance and knew that he would come back for dinner, were busy in the kitchen. From the dishes on the table, today's dinner was unusually sumptuous. This should be a celebration banquet for Ash's winning of the Quartz Conference champion, which was postponed for several days. Looking at the three people busy in the kitchen, Ash felt a warm current passing through his heart at this time, and a feeling of happiness arose spontaneously. Ash, why are you still standing there? Help serve the dishes and prepare for dinner. Helping Delia, she also wore an apron and had long hair hanging down her back like a cook, which added a bit of gentleness and freshness to the noble and cold Sabrina, making her extremely charming. Seeing Ash staring blankly at her new outfit, Sabrina blushed and her heartbeat began to accelerate. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, her little hand passed along her cheek, and she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. With a calm expression on her face, her ruby-like eyes glared at Ash without any deterrence. You have nothing to do, come and help. The psychic light flashed in her eyes, pushing Ash to help Delia and Misty. After a happy dinner, Ash found an excuse and left home. First, he went to Professor Oak, who wrote his thesis, and then went to Indigo Plateau to complete the task of challenging the Elite Four. Now that he has some free time, he is going to give his Pokémon a comprehensive upgrade. All the rewards are placed in the system space, which is really itchy. Those whose effects are difficult to show in a short time are fine, but there is no such thing as hoarding for props that can be transformed into strength. As the saying goes, the old does not go, the broken does not come. Coming to an open space in the forest near Pallet Town, psychic perception spreads. By the way, a warning signal die is released to temporarily drive away the nearby wild Pokémon. Ash signals the Pikachu on his shoulder to jump to the ground first. Pika tilde tilde. Pikachu, who has had many experiences, also understands what Ash means and immediately gets excited. In the past, such scenes were when they were given a strong boost in strength, and this time will surely be no exception. Ash took out the rare candy that had been stored for a long time from the system space. 5 rare candy, if 0.50 LV 0.60. I originally planned to wait for Pikachu's level to go up to maximize the benefits of using the props, but now I plan to use it directly on it. Seeing the familiar rare candy in Ash's hand. The electric bags on both sides of Pikachu's cheeks also attached a little current due to emotional changes, and the lightning-shaped tail shook unconsciously, looking no different from a dog trying to please its owner. Okay, they are all yours, no one will snatch them from you. Ash looked at Pikachu's impatient cuteness. Looking at the dazzling array of products, Ash checked his remaining points again. Pikachu's aura directly broke through the elite level and entered the champion level. Pikachu called out affectionately twice, with expectations in his eyes. Top product. 1 Ultra Beast Pokémon Egg, a rare Pokémon from Ultra Space value, 3 million points. Pikachu is his closest Pokémon partner, and it is always the first one to be given special treatment. Ash gave Pikachu 3 more rare candy that he had just received to help it raise its level to IV.61 at once. Without a second thought, he bought all the items except the item tracker, which was worth 500 W and was of little use to him at this stage, including the top item. This kind of consumables should be used when they are needed, and there will be no value added if they are left in the space system. Product 5. Top quality Master Ball, 100% probability of capturing any Pokémon. Once captured, the Pokémon will not be able to force it out of the Pokéball by force value, 1.5 million. Points balance, 1284 W. And the taste of rare candy is really good for it. Product 1, a set of top-quality evolution stones, including all evolution stones that can make Pokémon evolve value, 500,000. At this point, the rare candy just bought from the system store was digested. Ash thought about it and took out the qualification enhancement potion from the system space. Product 3, item tracker, can locate and track the opponent through items such as hair dropped from Pokémon value. 5 million. It's just too small, so it was digested before I could savor it carefully. Ash laughed and then turned his hand to put all the rare candy in front of Pikachu. Pikachu also couldn't wait to stretch out his short hand and throw all the rare candy into his mouth like eating candy beans. He can take them out with just a thought. The rich sweetness melted in his mouth. Pikachu's aura began to rise rapidly with the naked eye. The largest amount since he had the system. It was very excited to experience this for the first time. The potion obtained at the Indigo Plateau Conference can directly enhance the qualification of any Pokémon to the best. The giant Steelix is too big, so Ash immediately put the rare candy back into the Pokéball after feeding it. A total of 850 W points were spent, and the balance was 434 W. According to the system prompt, all the items have been put into the system space. Pika tilde tilde. He couldn't help but smile and reached out to touch his little head. Product 4. The strongest Charizard training manual. Purchase can trigger Charizard's chain tasks, which can improve Charizard's qualifications to the level of a legendary beast value. 3 million. The level increased from IV.53 to IV.58. The level of the giant Steelix was raised from IV.53 to IV.55. Pikachu, take it, and these are for you too. After feeding Pikachu, Ash called up the system store and checked the items that could be purchased with points. Product 2. 5 pieces of rare candy, IV.50, IV.60 value, 500,000. For the remaining 2, Ash released the giant Steelix that joined his team last and gave it to it. Come out, Charizard. Charizard, who had been trained several times, knew what would happen if Ash released him from the Pokéball at night. He did not roar to intimidate the opponent's Pokémon like he did every time he appeared in a battle, but was particularly quiet. He knew that Ash was always very low-key in this matter. But that's right, you have to be cautious with such a magical thing. Looking at Charizard with expectant eyes in front of him, Ash smiled slightly and turned over to take out the strongest Charizard training manual. A booklet with the domineering and weird black flame conversion printed on it in orange red. It has to be said that this thing is definitely one of the items that Ash is most looking forward to in this system store refresh. You know, even if it is a quasi-god, it seems to be only a hair's breadth away from becoming a legendary Pokémon, but for Pokémon, it is like a chasm. This transformation is like a carp leaping over a dragon's gate. If Charizard can succeed, it can also lay a solid foundation for it to become the mightiest eruption dragon in the entire Pokémon world in the future. Legendary Pokémon, not to mention their various mysterious special abilities, just the abnormal physical strength of being a divine beast is enough for ordinary Pokémon to catch up. Staring at the strongest Charizard training manual in Ash's hand, Charizard's eyes are full of covet. It seems that it can also feel the importance of this manual to it. In the past, it has also seen Ash use potential enhancement potions on other Pokémon, and knows the terrifying effect that thing brings to Pokémon, like a rebirth. Charizard's intuition tells it that the booklet in Ash's hand is probably several times better than those potential enhancement potions. How could it not be excited? Sure enough, Ash still likes it. At this moment, Charizard only felt that Ash was not only partial to Pikachu but also to Pikachu. If Ash could hear Charizard's voice, he would definitely say that he was wronged. He is a master of balancing, and he always treats the main Pokémon equally. Besides, which Pokémon can be promoted is mainly determined by the props awarded by the system store and the task release. Ash looked at Charizard, who was domineering and fierce in front of outsiders but was extremely docile at this time, with some amusement. He silently thought in his heart that Charizard would be selected as the object of the strongest Charizard training manual. Following that, the potential enhancement ribbon in his hand turned directly into silver-white dots of light. It enveloped Charizard's sturdy body, and then quickly merged into Charizard's forehead to form a diamond mark. Charizard, how do you feel? Charizard looked at Ash a little confused because he didn't feel anything before and after, as if nothing had happened. Seeing Charizard's confused expression, he shook his head repeatedly. Ash was about to ask the system what was going on. Ding, the strongest Charizard training manual has been used. Triggered serial training tasks, 3 red dishes. Command Charizard to defeat a legendary Pokémon, and reward Charizard with a perfect fusion of the Mega Evolution emblem. In the future, he can freely switch between the 2 evolution forms X and Y in battle. Freely switch between 2 Mega Evolution forms, really? Ash immediately grasped the key to the problem. It turns out that this strongest Charizard training manual means that after use, the system will issue a series of extremely difficult serial tasks. Only after completing the tasks can Charizard usher in the transformation. Is this the case? Although it is extremely difficult to command Charizard to defeat a legendary Pokémon, it is not impossible. And in the battle with Lorelei Elite, he happened to get the reward of the legendary Ice Pokémon Clue, and it happened to be a legendary Pokémon whose attribute was restrained by Charizard. There is no greater coincidence than this. Think about it, Charizard can also fight with Lorelei Elite in the future. Mutwo can switch Mega Evolution forms completely freely in battle, so its offensive skills are too rich. With a slight twitch of the corner of his mouth, Ash, who came to his senses, restrained his excited smile and put Charizard back into the Pokéball ball. Touching his chin, he suppressed the excitement in his heart. Ash released Dragonair's son, who he hadn't seen for a long time. Woo tilde tilde. SHH, little guy, keep your voice down. Remember that what is coming next is a secret between you and me and our Pokémon partners. Ugh. Dragonair was experiencing this situation for the first time after all, and after a brief confusion, he nodded as if he understood. Looking at the still confused Dragonair, Ash smiled slightly, and took out the potential enhancement potion from the system space. That's right, it is a precious potion that can directly improve the qualifications of Pokémon to the champion level after use. When he brought this child out of the wild wilderness area, he promised its mother to train it into a talent. Indigo Plateau, it was too busy during the conference, and it didn't have a chance to perform. Next, Ash also planned to spend more effort on it, use potions to directly raise Dragonair's qualifications to gold. Golden qualifications plus Pika tilde tilde. Pikachu looked puzzled, as he remembered that it was the first battle with Ash when they started their journey. A Spearow attacked him and Ash for no apparent reason while foraging. As a result, he was easily defeated by Ash and him, and later he provoked a group of Spearows, and he had to rely on the power of thunder and lightning to drive them away. This Spearow is really powerful now, and after evolving into Fearow, it has directly become the totem of this forest. The Pidgey and Pidgeotto tribes that originally lived here have suffered a great deal. Ash explained to Pikachu while exerting his psychic to the fullest. He quickly located the position of Fearow, the leader of the Spearow tribe, and rushed over with Pikachu. At this time, Fearow was leading a group of Spearows to bully 3 weak, pitiful, and helpless Pidgeys. Not far away, the Pidgey and Pidgeotto groups could only watch anxiously from a distance. They tried to rescue several times, but were severely injured by Fearow and fell to the ground. 17 tilde tilde. Accompanied by a loud cry, Fearow turned around and suddenly found Ash and Pikachu, 2 uninvited guests. Memories flashed in his mind quickly. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Isn't this the Pikachu and its human trainer who bulleted a long time ago? After a few months, the original Spearow has evolved into Fearow, and his strength is much better than before. He vowed to avenge the electrocution. Looking at Fearow, whose temper was as hot as ever, Ash smiled and took out the Pokéball ball of Pidgeot from his waist. An exceptionally loud and clear bird song resounded through the sky. Then the Pidgeot, which was several times larger than the normal Pidgeot, was like a goshawk to a sparrow when it appeared on the scene. It firmly suppressed Fearow in terms of momentum. In front of the fully powered level IV.45 Pidgeot, Fearow, who was just full of energy and was planning to teach Ash and his Pikachu a lesson, suddenly became like a cat seeing a mouse. He left Spiro and his brothers behind and planned to escape from the forest. With its strength, it would not prevent it from dominating the forest even if it changed to another forest. After all, its experience was here. You can't escape. Pidgeot catch up you steel wing. Pidgeot let out a loud cry, turned into a silver stream of light and rushed out, easily catching up with Firo who had gone ahead. Steel wing hit Firo's head hard, knocking him unconscious. Pi tilde tilde. Then Pidgeot stretched out its powerful claws and grabbed Firo and brought him back to Ash. Well done, Pidgeot. Please send it to another city forest. Remember to drop it near a group of Pidgeys with several Pidgeots. I want to see if it can still bully the other party. It can only be said that the only pity is that only Pokémon are allowed to enter. Get rewards. Pokémon Home System. At this time, Ash thought about what if Firo sneaked back again. In this forest where Firo was expelled, the Pidgey group and the Spiro group once again restored their proper balance. Through Psychic, Mutwo directly deleted all of Firo's memories of this forest since he was a child. Mutwo, I have to ask you for a favor next. Delete all the memories of this guy about this forest. I like your approach. I can help you this time. A dangerous arc appeared on Ash's lips. Pokémon Home System. Pokémon Space Rewards, Pokéballs that have captured Pokémon will be directly connected to the Pokémon Home, which contains various rich Pokémon resources and refreshes regularly, and light source and sunlight are not a problem. The current size is 5 square kilometers, suitable for all types of Pokémon to live. Ding, the host has completed the hidden task. Ash is still optimistic about this. However, considering that even Pokémon have special potions that break through the qualification restrictions, it seems that there is a possibility of upgrading the home system in the future to obtain more other functions. In the future, he no longer had to worry about the problem of insufficient carrying space. Pikachu and Pidgeot shuddered. From their expressions, they seemed to have foreseen the tragic fate of Firo being beaten up by several Pidgeots in the future. Of course, the Pidgey tribe, which had been bullied by Firo during this period, also erupted with extraordinary fighting power. Langling repaired a wave of Spiro who had bullied their tribe. Flying at full speed with Firo in hand, Pidgey returned to Ash after more than 10 minutes. Refused to give up Pidgey and send Firo away. The Spiro tribe is warlike and also very united. The two tribes are also fighting fiercely. It must be said that his master is thoughtful. Even food does not need to be supplemented by him as a trainer, and the wild environment is restored to the greatest extent. After a short silence, Mutwo replied to Ash through telepathy. A light blue light came out of the Master Ball and quickly sank into Firo's forehead. So he reached out and grabbed the Master Ball, which was used as a pendant on his chest, and communicated with Mutwo inside through Psychic. When you see the task reward, give it directly. Ash was so happy. Note: the home that belongs exclusively to Pokémon, humans cannot enter, and evolution and upgrading require accepting exclusive tasks or special props. This is really foolproof. You can't offend anyone but Ash. As the number of Pokémon in his hands increased, more and more Pokémon were not convenient to be fostered at Professor Oak's place. Now he was directly rewarded with a pet training space. Including Ash, the host cannot enter, otherwise he can directly operate it as a small portable world. What he needs most now is the home system. Once it returns to this forest, these Pidgeys and Pidgeotto will definitely not be able to resist. Ash definitely does not intend to care about such a fight where the power difference is not serious, and decisively takes Pidgey Pikachu away. The key is that the environment inside is more comfortable and spacious than the Pokéball, and more suitable for Pokémon to live in. This reward went straight to his heart. Come back, Pidgeot, and go see your new home. Ash put Pidgeot back into the Pokéball and released it after a long while. Pidgeot tilde tilde. Pidgeot, who came out of the Pokéball again, looked a little dazed. When it just returned to the Pokéball, it opened its eyes and saw not the familiar interior of the Pokéball. It came directly to another world, with sunshine, water, grass, and trees that were no worse than the real world. The only regret may be that the area is a little small, which is not enough to support its high-speed flying, but it can be said to be many times wider than the Pokéball space. At least it is enough to support it to fly slowly for a few laps. This feeling is like moving directly from a small room in the basement into a luxurious manor. Ash learned about the situation in the Pokémon home from Pidgeot, and other Pokémon in the team also expressed their surprise, and were obviously very satisfied with the new home Ash prepared for them. Even Mutwo was a little surprised by the new home. Of course, it was not shocked by Ash's methods. This ability to directly open up another dimension seemed incredible to it. After following Ash for so long, it really didn't realize that he had such a powerful ability. Ash was very happy to receive unanimous praise from the Pokémon. At the same time, he began to imagine that in the future, a normal trainer would hold 6 main Pokémon, while he would directly fight with a nest of Pokémon. The scene of the team battle must be very spectacular. However, I think there will be few scenes in the future that are qualified for Ash to fight a team battle. Just sending a few main Pokémon will be enough to deal with various scenes. Pika tilde tilde. Pikachu, do you want to go in and take a look? Looking at Pikachu, who was full of expectation and had a pair of bright eyes, he seemed to be very interested in the Pokémon home. Ash immediately took out Pikachu's Pokéball from his waist and showed it in front of it. Pika tilde tilde tilde. Pikachu immediately put away his curious eyes. Since experiencing the new island incident, it can be said that it is extremely resistant to Pokéball. No matter what, he didn't want to go in for a visit. Okay, Pikachu, it's not too late to tell me when you want to go in and take a look later. Seeing Pikachu shaking his head, Ash didn't force it and naturally had to respect its wishes. After all, he was a little unkind about the last time on the new island. For Pikachu's safety, he chose to take it back to the Pokéball. Mainly, he couldn't tell Pikachu in advance about that kind of thing. Mutwo's perception ability is very sharp. At the same time, the Forest King east of Kali City. After waking up, Firo found himself in a dense forest, and everything around him gave him a strong sense of strangeness. However, when he wanted to recall his hometown and the place where he lived, he couldn't remember it at all. Shaking his head, Firo decided not to think about it anymore. Flying high into the sky with wings, his sharp eyes patrolled the surroundings. He planned to find a few weak Pidgeys to bully when he had nothing to do. Even if his memory was deleted by Mutwo, his nature was still hard to change. Bang, bang, bang. A few minutes later, Firo's miserable cry rang out in the forest. Firo was beaten up by several Pidgeys and Pidgeotos. No, why would I choose to settle down in a forest with so many Pidgeys nearby? Firo was beaten and fled in a panic, covered with wounds. When Ash returned to Pallet Town, Misty and Sabrina had already packed their luggage and were just waiting for Ash to come back so that they could set off together. Considering that the main purpose of going to the Orange Islands is to travel, complete the mission by the way, and capture the Pokémon that has been captured in the previous life or was not captured in time. Ash did not take the two girls riding on the Pidgey to rush. Instead, the three of them went directly to the harbor near Pallet Town and bought 3 SS tickets for the luxury cruise ship, with the destination being the Orange Islands. On the deck there were Pokémon battles, magic shows, and various performances. The overwhelming performance attracted Misty's attention. As for Ash, Sabrina found a place to lie on a bench and sunbathe. Valencia Island, Professor Uchiki Laboratory. I have contacted Professor Oak. He said he would send a trainer to bring the GS ball to us. I hope Professor Oak can crack the secret of the GS ball. My intuition tells me that this is likely to be a great discovery that will shock the Pokémon world. Professor Uchiki looked at the 3 assistants who had used various means, such as fire, scald soaking, and electric drills, but still couldn't get the GS ball and said, "What kind of trainer will it be?" Professor Oak is the most prestigious professor in the Kanto region. The trainer he invited must be no ordinary one. Trainers, no matter how famous they are, don't matter much to us. In the field of researchers, what's important is research results and paper ratings. The assistant in a white coat adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and signaled the other 2 assistants around him to stop destroying the GS ball. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, they chattered about who Professor Oak would send to get the GS ball. At the same time, they were a little proud. As assistants to Professor Uchiki, they helped Professor Uchiki overcome many problems. Although the main credit went to the professor, and they could only do insignificant auxiliary work, Professor Uchiki still added their names to the journal article. It is no exaggeration to say that they are now considered to be well-known researchers. Zhao Qianhao, on the other hand, Professor Oak's reputation is no exaggeration to say that he is the top professor in the Pokémon world. But unfortunately, his level of cultivating talents is still too poor. There is not even a decent assistant around him, so he can only choose to let trainer to support the scene. Although they know that comparison is not good, as assistants to Pokémon Professor, they admire Uchiki the most, and they can't help but compare their idol with other professors in their hearts. Okay, you guys behave yourself. Remember to wait for Professor Oak to invite you trainers. Please be polite to me. I don't want to hear the kind of discussion just now, otherwise I will be severely punished. Professor Uchiki decisively stopped the discussion of the 3. As a Pokémon professor, she usually respects Professor Oak very much. Even if Professor Oak does not have a suitable researcher around him, his own ability is enough to surpass countless excellent researchers. The 3 assistants immediately quieted down. as if they thought of something bad at the same time. Although Professor Uchiki looks like a queen goddess on the surface, her personal life is actually very bad behind the scenes. Especially her house. The last time they were sent by punishment to clean up the house for Professor, it left them with an indelible memory. Seeing that his threat was effective, Professor Uchiki nodded with satisfaction. Under the heavy punishment, Yinglai's 3 assistants dared not speak nonsense. Of course, if the 3 of them were so well-behaved and honest, who would clean up her extremely dirty house? I think I can only spend a lot of money to hire a housekeeping service in town. On the other side of the luxury cruise ship, Misty and Sabrina looked at the luxuriously decorated cabin in front of them and were a little unprepared. What's the point of such a luxurious decoration? This cabin is not like the suite type, it only has 1 room. Of course, there is only 1 bathroom. There is a big bed in the room that can accommodate 3 people, and the key is that there are some strange things. Ropes, yoga balls, small sandbags, and the like. 830 looks like a normal exercise tool, but both women think that these things have other uses. This is not the point. The point is that the room on the cruise ship is tight, and they can only live in this cabin with Ash these days. At this time, Misty and Sabrina's expressions are a little ruddy, as if some unknown knowledge was suddenly unlocked. Ash, it seems that there are no other rooms. Misty asked hesitantly. Obviously, she still has some fluke mentality. Although she and Sabrina have recognized each other, it will take a long time to adapt to the 3 of them living together. It seems that this is the only way, otherwise we can only sleep on the deck. Ash said as a matter of course. Sabrina was speechless, and a touch of unnatural color flashed in her eyes. Although the place is a little small, she can't accept it. With Psychic, she is confident that she can do some interesting things with Ash while blocking Misty. Misty seemed a little disappointed. Ash has been focusing most of his energy on Pokémon lately. After finally traveling, they have to sleep together with 3 people. It's hard to use the skills she just learned. At night, Ash sleeps in the middle with Misty and Sabrina on both sides facing away from him, their ears erect and their eyes narrowed. They are expecting Ash to attack them at night after the other falls asleep. However, there is no strange movement from Ash's side. Tonight is destined to be Christmas Eve. Both women are feeling lost and they sleep until dawn. The next morning, they are woken up by Ash, who came back from morning exercise after playing several Pokémon battles with tourists on the deck. Staring at the dark circles under his eyes, after breakfast, both women realized that this is not a good thing. They will have to live on the cruise ship for several days. They still need to discuss Ash's whereabouts at night. After traveling for so long, the 2 women still had a tacit understanding. They quickly worked out a schedule. When it was someone's turn, the other party would consciously find an excuse to sleep on the floor together. In the next few days on the luxury cruise ship, Ash was surprised to find that the 2 women always found various excuses not to sleep together. This was a great advantage for him, who always slept in the bed. Before, the 3 of them couldn't sleep well together, and the 2 women had to make up for it the next morning. He didn't dare to do anything rash at night, for fear of making the other party feel resentful. Now, both those sleeping on the floor and those sleeping on the bed are very relaxed. The 2 women are obviously living a much better life. Ash Dai has been enjoying himself without restraint for several days, and even a young man like him has grown some stubble on his chin. It adds a bit of vicissitudes to him. On the way, he also received a call from Professor Oak, telling Ash that the top-quality psychic Pokémon egg that he had deposited with him seemed to have hatched. Just like the Prince of the Sea, who recognized Misty as his mother, Ash was looking forward to this Pokéball hatching a talented psychic-type Pokémon after a very long incubation period. He also replied to Professor Oak, asking him to teleport the Pokémon egg when they arrived at the destination. After staying on the luxury cruise ship for another 2 days, the group finally arrived at the destination, Valencia Island, where Professor Nemu Laboratory is located. The cruise ship docked at the pier, and the 3 of them must have gotten off the cruise ship. When they stepped on land again, Sabrina and Misty seemed a little excited. They took off their shoes and ran around on the beach with their white and smooth bare feet, smiling happily. Ash's eyes inadvertently swept over the 2 girls' feet, and he couldn't help but sigh that the sand on Valencia Island was really white and tender. Ash, what do you say next? Should we go directly to the Uchiki Laboratory or go to the Pokémon Center? After playing on the beach for half an hour, they relaxed. When they were on a cruise ship, they lived in the cabin most of the time and could only relax on the deck occasionally. Misty didn't forget the main reason why the 3 of them came here and immediately looked at Ash and asked, "Let's go directly to the laboratory. Professor Uchiki must be getting impatient." The battles during this period can only be regarded as entertainment. Pokémon has not been injured, so there is no need to go to the Pokémon Center. Compared to Piquet balls, the physical strength and injury recovery speed in the Pokémon home are much faster. There are countless raw materials and fruits for various potions. It seems that unless he is seriously injured in the future, he will not have to run to the Pokémon Center frequently. After determining the destination, Ash led the two girls straight to the Uchiki laboratory. When will the trainer that Professor Oak mentioned come? It has been several days. By airship or plane, it should have arrived long ago. At the same time, in Professor Uchiki's laboratory. After Professor Uchiki's three assistants helped Professor finish the record of an experiment, they squatted aside, bored. They couldn't help but talk about the upcoming visitors to the laboratory. Even if the other party is not in the same field, it is difficult to have common topics with them in the field of academic research. But after all, it is Uchiki, a rare outsider in the laboratory. The key is that he comes from the distant Kanto region. It would be great if I could hear some anecdotes about the Kanto region from him. Is this Professor Uchiki's laboratory? It looks so big. After walking for a while, Ash and his group arrived at the location of Uchiki Laboratory indicated by the road sign. Misty couldn't help but sigh. The architectural style of Uchiki Laboratory is different from Professor Oak's laboratory, but the area it occupies is larger than Professor Oak's laboratory. In addition to the main building of the laboratory, it also includes the beach and forests behind it. Ash and his group approached and found the doorbell at the gate, so they walked up and pressed it. Misty and Sabrina said to the two girls, "Someone should come out to pick us up soon, let's wait for now." "Yeah," the two girls nodded. Not long after, three short, round-faced girls wearing glasses ran out of the laboratory. After seeing Ash and his group, their eyes lit up immediately and they opened the door and asked, chattering, "You are the trainers from Pallet Town in Kanto Region, right? You look like the people from Orange Islands. By the way, who is Professor Oak's assistant?" Misty and Sabrina frowned slightly and took a step back. The people from Uchiki Laboratory are too enthusiastic. They are obviously a little overwhelmed. "Do we know each other?" "You just keep coming up. You really have no sense of boundaries." Facing the eager eyes of the three people, Ash nodded. "The trainer mentioned by Professor Oak should be me." "Is Professor Uchiki here? Please take us to see her." "Should be." Of course or not, the three girls frowned slightly and looked at each other, and they all saw obvious doubts in their eyes. It can only be said that it fits their stereotypes of trainers. Originally, they still had expectations. After all, he was a trainer recommended by Professor Oak, and he would treat problems with a researcher-like rigor. As a result, the first impression Ash gave them was that he was a pure ordinary trainer who only knew Pokémon battles. Although they were a little disappointed, because Uchiki, the three of them tacitly chose to keep silent about the professor's previous warning. "Professor Uchiki is in the backyard, come with us." After saying that, he turned around and led the way to the backyard of the laboratory. After they realized that Ash was just an ordinary trainer, the three of them moved much faster. It was obvious that they did not intend to have too much communication with him. "Professor Uchiki, the trainer appointed by Professor Oak, is here, it's this boy." When they arrived at the beach in the backyard of the laboratory, Ash and his party met Professor Uchiki. She was wearing a one-piece swimsuit and a small jacket on her upper body. She was surging and powerful. She had a delicate and beautiful face, but her eyelids were half drooping and she kept blinking. She looked seriously sleep-deprived and not very energetic. At this time, she was soothing a Gyarados. The Gyarados, who usually had a bad temper, seemed particularly well-behaved and docile in her hands at this moment. Not only that, Weepinbell, Vileplume, and the like were the same. It turned out that Ash was a senior who published the paper on Mage Evolution. I originally thought that Ash was just an ordinary trainer. This time, I am also commissioned by Professor Oak to come to you to get the GS ball. Ash took out his Pokémon Pokédex while speaking. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is the best Pokémon trainer of the younger generation in the Quartz competition. Her eyes swept over Misty and Sabrina, thinking that they were two lovely Stephanie girls, and then fell on Ash. The three assistants on the side were also completely confused. But it doesn't mean they don't know the value of the regional competition. After hearing the calls from the three assistants, she patted the scales on Gyarado's body to signal it to go to the sea to play first. There seemed to be something in Professor Uchiki that could make Pokémon's special temperament of being close and addicted. "I wanted to do related research before, but since your paper was published, trainers with some background have been looking for the corresponding evolution stone you mentioned all over the world. I can't get it even if I ask for help. So you are the one who published the paper on Mage Evolution." Not only the three assistants, but even Professor Uchiki was surprised. She stared at Ash with a smile on her face. It's okay that Professor Uchiki already knew it, but the three assistants around her were confused. The paper on the research of mage evolution just published has aroused heated discussions around the world. Ash, Pallet Town trainer, just won the championship at the Indigo Plateau Conference held this year. Just now, it was all their fault for not recognizing the great man. He is a mega genius. Is there really such a genius in the world? It's not an exaggeration to say that he is a Pokémon professor. Professor Uchiki held Ash's hand with some surprise. Haha, mage evolution stones are indeed very rare. There are not many in the world, Ash laughed. If there is a place with a large number of mage evolution stones, it has to be the Kalos region. For now, it is too far away for him. After learning that Ash is the one who published the mage evolution paper, Professor Uchiki's attitude immediately became intimate. He kept asking Ash about mage evolution. As for the matter of the GS ball, it is okay to postpone it a little. Is he the trainer assigned by Professor Oak? Not only is he the champion of the Indigo Plateau Conference, but he is also a researcher who can publish amazing papers in the Pokémon academic community. He didn't mind the so-called men and women not being intimate at all. He was so excited that he even ignored Sabrina and Misty behind him. But I didn't expect that he was the champion of the Quartz region this year. Ash stepped forward and took the initiative to extend his hand. Hello, Professor Uchiki, my name is Ash, and I am a Pokémon trainer traveling from Pallet Town. At this time, they looked at Ash with admiration. Point 0. He is so energetic, and it is said that he is the champion of this Indigo Plateau Conference. Then she stood up and tried to open her eyes to make herself look more energetic. They are researchers and don't know much about Pokémon trainers. Professor Uchiki nodded, took the Pokédex and scanned it in front of the computer behind him. The following news was broadcasted by the computer. Professor, we really have to go. As for the research on mage evolution, let's continue to discuss it next time. Hey, you haven't explained the intimacy of mage clearly yet. Ash, whose scalp was tingling after being asked by Professor Uchiki, took Misty and Sabrina and fled from Uchiki Laboratory. It must be said that the famous professors in the Pokémon world are indeed fanatical about Pokémon research. After getting the GS ball, Ash and his team left Valencia Island without stopping and headed directly to the next destination. Ding triggered the plot mission. Rescue and subdue Lapras and teach the bad boys who bullied a profound lesson. Mission reward. Ice Energy Crystal Ice-type Pokémon will have a benign ability mutation after using it. Random Pokémon with level below IV.60 in the Pokémon family system, etc. 0 level +5. On the way to Tangelo Island by boat, the system prompt sounded in Ash's mind. After checking the mission content, Ash was slightly happy. If you want to talk about the Pokémon that impressed Ash the most when he traveled to the Orange Islands in the original plot, naturally, it has to be Lapras, which serves as a means of travel. Usually, it takes Ash and his party to travel around the islands without complaint. Including the gym battle in the Southern Cross, it has also repeatedly played a highlight when challenging the Orange Alliance Winter Cup. It's a pity that it didn't accompany Ash to the end in the original plot. After meeting its own tribe partners, it still chose to follow its tribe partners and leave. This made Ash feel a little regretful. Shaking his head slightly, he suppressed his thoughts and didn't think about what to do if Lapras met his tribe in the future. For now, complete the tasks issued by the system and conquer it. Lapras is the first priority. Of course, he has to teach those bad boys who bullied Lapras a lesson. Thinking that the later he arrives, the more likely they will bully little Lapras, Ash is not in the mood to take a leisurely cruise to Tangelo Island while enjoying the scenery. It's okay to sit and play while traveling to cultivate your sentiments, but if you really need to travel, you have to watch Pidgeot. Going at the speed of the cruise ship, he must be anxious to death. Misty, Sabrina, we have to speed up the next journey. No more boats, let's take Pidgeot. Ash smiled at the two confused girls. Walking to the deck with the two beautiful girls, Ash received respectful looks from many passengers along the way. Ash, who is sensitive, can feel all kinds of emotions. Envy, jealousy, and those who are secretly resentful are all watching. Why can Ash have two beautiful girls by himself? And they can't even handle one at home. Pidgeot, come out. Pidgeot tilde. Accompanied by a high-pitched sound growl, handsome Pidgeot appeared on the deck. The airwaves raised by the flapping wings easily offset the strong wind blowing from the sea when the cruise ship was moving at full speed. When he sensed hostile or malicious eyes, a pair of vertical pupils stared at the other party coldly, which could also scare him into a cold sweat. Pidgeot responded to the doubts of the tourists in front. Every night, Ash is very busy and has to divide his time evenly between the two girls. In the Pokémon world, powerful trainers have always been respected. If other men can subdue such a majestic and fierce raptor, they will also cast admiring eyes. After receiving the order, Pidgeot slowed down, adjusted the angle and began to dive down, and finally landed accurately on a beach on Pengxiang Island. After taking Pidgeot back, Ash called the two to walk towards the island. He couldn't wait to teach those bad boys a lesson. As soon as he arrived at Tangelo Island, Ash took the two girls straight to the beach where Lapras was bullied in the original plot. Then he spread his wings and soared into the sky like pulling onions from dry land. He pulled the two women onto Pidgeot's back by stepping on its strong wings. Pi tilde tilde. Hearing this, Pidgeot folded his wings, and his strong claws supported the deck to provide enough upward momentum. It is inevitable that it will be a little inconvenient for Ash and Misty to live together. It's a bit unfortunate that Ash already has two beautiful girls with outstanding looks around him, and they may not have a chance. Pidgeot held his head high, not caring about the surprise, love, or admiration of the tourists on the deck. Thank you for your hard work, Pidgeot. It was like the king of beasts patrolling the territory, but he only lowered his head in front of Ash, a trainer. As for the reason, everyone knows it. After standing firm, Ash patted Pidgeot's neck, indicating that it could take off. Pidgeot tilde tilde. It is worth mentioning that this time, the three of them finally don't have to live together, and even Ash and Misty live separately. As if to make it easier for Ash to get on and off his back, Pidgeot thoughtfully placed the end of his wings on the deck, let Ash's master stomp. Even when flying with people, Pidgeot can still maintain the highest speed. It turned into a stream of light and quickly disappeared from the sight of tourists. It was not until Pidgeot disappeared that the tourists who were oppressed by its fierce bird aura just now breathed a sigh of relief. I envied, and hated Ash even more in my heart. No, why on earth? It's fine to have such a powerful, handsome, and loyal Pokémon. There are also two girlfriends with different styles and super high looks. Could it be that the young master of that big family ran out to experience and enjoy life? Alas, it can only be said that some people were born in Rome, and some people were born as cattle and horses. Unfortunately, they are all the latter. Damn, the more they thought about it, the angrier the tourists wanted to start over. On the back of Pidgeot, Ash naturally let go of the hands holding the two women and covered the three people with the barrier formed by Psychic. Pidgeot's speed is too fast, and the weak trainer can't withstand long-term flying. Pidgeot flying is very fast, and it didn't take long in the clouds, and subdue the gentle and sensible Lapras. Misty, Sabrina, let's go. After thinking about it, Ash simply took the two girls to find a hotel near the beach to stay. Finally arrived. Ash's eyes flickered slightly and his heart was warm, but he did not refuse Pidgeot's kindness. Okay, you can take off, Pidgeot. Ash could already see through the clouds and overlook the general geographical outline of Tangelo Island below. At this time, there were many more admiring eyes in the crowd. Basically, all of them were young ladies who were impressed by Ash's talent and temperament. Misty is also relieved about this. It seemed to be a problem of bad timing. There were no bad boys and Lapras here today. Pidgeot, land near the island in front. After all, it is really too much for her to face Ash alone. The next day, Ash kept Psychic in full contest condition to detect everything in the direction of the beach. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Lapras was finally found. Ash, who was playing video games with Misty and Sabrina in the room, suddenly sensed a wave similar to Lapras on the beach. Along with the wave of Lapras, there were also several waves from humans. Ash immediately put down the video game and rushed to the direction sensed by the wave power. Pika tilde tilde. Pikachu followed Ash with all four limbs. Sabrina and Misty also ran out after him. Although I don't know what happened, it must be something serious to see Ash's appearance. When he arrived at the beach, the scene of three bad boys beating Lapras came into view. Growl's miserable Lapras made people's blood pressure soar. Humph. Ash was about to step forward, and suddenly saw a strong psychic wave overflowing from the Master Ball belonging to Mutwo hanging on his chest. Mutwo's cold snort sounded in his heart immediately. Stop it, Ash shouted immediately, his voice loud and strong, exploding in the ears of the three bad boys. 17 made their ears buzz, and the three of them subconsciously looked towards Ash. You guys are so hateful. This is abusing wild Pokémon, it's illegal. Seeing her favorite water Pokémon being bullied, Misty naturally couldn't just sit back and watch. She immediately pointed at the noses of the three bad boys and cursed. Wow, big brother, what a beautiful girl. Just right. Looks like there's a new target now. The three bad boys who were originally planning to settle accounts with Ash immediately became obscene when they saw Misty and Sabrina beside him. Mutwo, let me handle this. Dell. After comforting Mutwo who might explode through telepathy, Ash's cold eyes swept over the three bad boys. Pikachu Thunderbolt. Pikachu tilde. Ash didn't bother to waste time with these three guys. Pikachu, who received Ash's order, immediately used Thunderbolt to knock the three people who were about to escape to the ground. Then Ash used Psychic to stack the three people up into a human Luohan. After doing all this, he nodded with satisfaction, ignoring the three people who were arranged into human Luohan. Under Lapras's fearful and uneasy eyes, he slowly approached. Finally stopped at a distance that Lapras could maintain a sense of security. Lapras, don't be afraid, one of them has been severely beaten by me and Pikachu. You are seriously injured now, and I need to help you treat the wound, and then take you to the Pokémon Center for treatment. Please believe me, okay? Ash's tone was as gentle as possible, and at the same time, the title of improving affinity with water Pokémon that he had obtained in Lanpulki City played a role, trying to gain Lapra's trust as much as possible. Woo tilde tilde. After hesitating for a moment, Lapras nodded slightly and then let go of his guard against Ash. Just now he helped it beat the bad guys away, and there was still an aura on him that made it unable to help but get close to him, so he couldn't be a bad guy. Ash was delighted to receive Lapra's approval and immediately took the super potion from Misty. He sprayed it on the wounds of Lapras. These guys are so abominable. How could they be so heavy-handed? To deal with the kind-hearted Lapras, sincerity is the ultimate skill. It originally had relatives in the tribe, but an unexpected encounter made it lose contact with the Lapras tribe. With the blessing of various buffs, Ash doesn't believe that he can't win Lapra's heart. When she looked at Ash, who was busy and serious with his head down, her expression became much softer. Ash was the only kindness it had felt since leaving the tribe. But your injuries are too serious. It's too dangerous to go back to the sea in such a contest condition. Besides, it wanted to leave home to find its tribe and family. Having just been bullied by humans, it is normal for him to be alert to everything around him. No matter what, he should heal his wounds first, for fear of seeing disappointment in Ash's eyes. The cool feeling brought by the potion spraying on the wounds made Lapras feel much better. Judging from the injuries on Lapras, even if he is sent to the Pokémon Center for treatment, it will take at least 1 or 2 days to recover. But because of the injury, it was exhausted and panting after crawling for 2 steps. I will find other ways to send you to the Pokémon Center for treatment. When your injuries recover, if you still want to leave, I won't stop you. Okay, Lapras, you should feel better now. Ash said to Lapras sincerely. If it is entrusted to the wrong person, its end will be miserable. A Pokémon wandered here alone and suffered a lot of hardships during the period, and the injuries were countless. I still have to take you to the Pokémon Center for treatment. Are you willing to come into my Poké Ball? After making the decision, Lapras lowered his head in shame, staring at the ground, not daring to look Ash in the eye. Lapras nodded silently and felt a little guilty towards Ash. Even if Ash treats it with kindness and has an innate sense of intimacy, he still dares not trust him. Don't worry, they will get the retribution they deserve. Ash said, taking out an empty Poké Ball from his waist. Misty couldn't help but frown as she watched Lapras humming softly while Ash was potioning. From the age point of view, Lapras is still a child, and it must be difficult to live away from the protection of the tribe. It knows very well that entering the Poké Ball means being captured. The 4 wide fins kept paddling on the beach, trying to crawl to the sea and leave Tangelo Island. Seeing this, Lapra's eyes showed a trace of hesitation and intention, and after a moment he finally shook his head. Okay, Lapras, since you don't want to come in, forget it. These bad boys didn't care about the severity of their attacks. If Lapras's injuries were not treated in time, they would be very likely to threaten their lives. The 3 bad boys just now were just one of the groups that bullied it. Ash wanted to help it wholeheartedly, but he was still hesitating and even doubting his intentions. It was really wrong. But you still have too many injuries. Some of them have become hidden dangers for a long time. Super Potion alone can no longer heal them. After leaving the tribe, it has felt too much malice, which makes its mind particularly sensitive and fragile. Feeling the sincerity in Ash's words and knowing the severity of his own injuries, he probably won't be able to hold out for long even if he goes to the sea. Great, Lapras, wait here for a while. I'll deal with those scumbags first and then send you to the Pokémon Center. Seeing Lapras agree, Ash said with a smile. Then he walked over to the 3 bad boys who were guarded by Pikachu and did not dare to run away after waking up. Brother, please forgive us. We know we are wrong and will not do it again. If not, I can apologize to Lapras. Ash glanced at the 3 people coldly. Pikachu's cheeks flashed with arcs, and the 3 people immediately hugged each other in fear and kept silent. After all, this is a city, and it would be too troublesome to deal with them personally, so Ash directly called the police station. He briefly described the situation here to the other end of the phone. After waiting for a while, Officer Jenny, who rode a neon motorcycle, rushed to the beach. With her came the mother and daughter of the 3 bad boys. The fathers among them came up and beat the three bad boys violently. They were beaten black and blue, crying and screaming. Officer Jenny and Ash watched with a smile on their faces. They were definitely not suitable to interfere in this kind of family affairs. When the parents of the three bad boys were tired of beating them, Miss Shaw came forward and gave them a pair of silver bracelets. Although the mothers of the three couldn't bear it, they didn't have the face to ask Officer Jenny for mercy. Lapras, because this species of Pokémon never participated in fighting, it was captured in large numbers and the number dropped sharply, leading to extinction. Since then, it has been classified as a key protected Pokémon. Although the number of Lapras has increased in recent years, and the corresponding capture policy has been relaxed a lot, the relevant laws against human abuse and hunting are still very strict. This is why the fathers of the three beat them up as soon as they arrived here, mainly hoping that Ash and Officer Jenny would punish them a little lighter because they had already been severely punished. After understanding all the circumstances with Ash, in the end, the three were detained and sentenced to 1 year in prison for abusing Pokémon and provoking trouble. It can be said that they were dealt with completely to the maximum extent. This was based on the relevant laws of Lapras and Ash's opinion of heavy punishment. Ash was quite satisfied with this result. After all, he came in time and the three guys had not caused Lapras incurable injuries. It was enough to be locked up for a year for labor reform. Similarly, their parents were fined 20,000 Pokémon coins each for improper education, which was equivalent to several months' salary of an ordinary family, and they had a lot of gold coins. Ash did not raise any objections to this punishment. It was Officer Jenny who imposed the fines according to the Public Security Management Regulations. The three pairs of parents gritted their teeth and paid the huge fines. They made up their minds that after their children were released after the detention period, they must give them a good beating to vent their anger. After the matter was done, only Ash, the two girls, Pikachu and Lapras were left on the beach. Because Lapras was unwilling to enter the Piquet Ball, Mega Rookie could only show his strength, using Psychic to assist his physical strength to lift Lapras up. Then he walked towards the Pokémon Center under the horrified eyes of passersby on the street. Due to the application of Psychic, Ash could not feel the weight at all and could walk briskly with it in one hand. Oh my god, what the hell is going on here? The size of an adult Lapras is at least 200 kilograms. Although this one is not yet an adult, it must be close to 180 kilograms. This kid actually lifted it up with one hand. It's okay to lift it up, but he ran so fast. It's really weird. Following Ash, looking at the weird expressions of passersby, Misty seemed to have thought of something. Her face flushed slightly, and her legs unconsciously tightened a little. Apart from his mother Delia, no one should know Ash's physique better than her. This guy has a beast-like physique and few people can bear it. Nurse Joy, can you help treat this Lapras? Nurse Joy, who was busy with dispensing medicine and sorting out the medicine list, suddenly felt as if she was shrouded by a shadow. At the same time, a cold boy's voice sounded in her ears. Subconsciously raised her head. See, a Lapras was blinking and staring at her curiously. What's going on? When did Lapras become able to speak? He even ran to the Pokémon Center to see a doctor. Is he hallucinating because he was tired from work? Nurse Joy rubbed her eyes and found that the scene in front of her had not changed at all. Nurse Joy. Seeing that Nurse Joy didn't react, Ash spoke again. At this time, Nurse Joy also reacted. Lapras had never opened his mouth at all. This boy is pretty handsome, but he looks like a hot-blooded muscle idiot. Blissey, come out to help, there is a Pokémon injured. I couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If I had agreed to enter Ash's Piquet Ball, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. What a pity for his facial features and appearance. For her, it was probably more surprising than Lapras talking and running to the Pokémon Center to see a doctor. It was seriously injured. I can only send it here in this form. Well, trainer, why don't you bring Lapras into the Piquet Ball? Nurse Joy nodded in understanding and smiled in her heart. After Nurse Joy realized what was going on, she forced a smile and asked. Nurse Joy was also shocked, just like the tourists on the street outside. He also asked Nurse Joy to give Lapras a thorough full-body check. Walking out of the reception desk, she noticed that there was a boy under the 4 large fins of Lapras. After all, Lapras has too many and too complicated injuries. If the hidden injuries cannot be completely cured, it is easy to leave hidden injuries. Ash and Nurse Joy sent Lapras to the treatment room of the Pokémon Center and then left. In that case, the hidden dangers are too great. Lapras on him felt even more guilty after hearing this. It was really shocking that a human trainer could easily lift Lapras, who weighed nearly 200 kilograms and was almost an adult. How could he be just a hot-blooded muscle idiot? Of course, Ash's strength is beyond doubt. In that case, please continue to move this child to the treatment room. I said such a handsome boy. Ah. Nurse Joy, you misunderstood. This is not my Pokémon, I met it on the beach. Looking at Nurse Joy's expression, Ash realized that she had misunderstood him and explained quickly. Pokémon Center. Half an hour later, Nurse Joy wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead. The child's injuries have been effectively treated, and it may take some time to fully recover. It will probably take 2 or 3 days. Let it stay in the Pokémon Center during the recovery period and avoid too much activity. Thank you, Nurse Joy. You're welcome. This is our duty. As she said, Nurse Joy called Blissey to the recuperation room. In the huge recuperation room, only some Pokémon in recuperation, Ash and his group of 3 and Lapras were left. Lapras, do you feel better? Woo tilde tilde. Lapras nodded and called softly. After the treatment, it felt that the injuries on its body had been significantly treated. The wounds all over its body felt numb and itchy, which was a sign of healing. The gratitude to Ash in his heart was even deeper, looking at Ash who still took care of it wholeheartedly after being rejected by him. His expression gradually changed from hesitant to firm, and he secretly made up his mind. 2 days later, 323 Ash brought Misty and Sabrina to pick up Lapras from the hospital. In the surprised eyes of the 2 girls, just as Ash expected before he came, Lapras took the initiative to throw himself into his arms. It became the first Pokémon Ash captured in the Orange Islands. Ding. Successfully rescued and captured Lapras and gave the bad boys who bullied a profound lesson. Mission completed. Rewards. Ice Energy Crystal, Benevolent Ability Mutation occurs after using Ice-type Pokémon. Level +5 of random Pokémon below level IV.60 in the Pokémon family system. The current random Pokémon selected is Dragonair, and the level is increased from IV.38 to IV.43. After capturing Lapras, this message rang in Ash's mind, reminding him that the mission has been completed and the reward has been paid. Ash smiled when he saw that the Pokémon he had randomly picked was Dragonair, which he had been trying to cultivate recently. Upgrading Dragonair was his ideal result. After using the items to improve its aptitude, its only weakness was that its level was a bit low. After upgrading to level Roman 4.43, it was time to attack the elite-level Pokémon. Nodding with satisfaction, Ash silently summoned the system to check the attribute panel of Lapras. Pokémon, Lapras attribute, Water Ice level, IV.35 ability, Water Storage potential, Red skills. Water Gun, Sing, Ice Shard, Life Dew, Water Pulse, Brine, Ice Beam, etc. Carrying items. None. Lapras's level was considered very low in his team, only IV.35, but it was also within his expectations. Otherwise, it wouldn't be bullied and bruised all over just because it temporarily left the tribe, and even humans could attack it. Except for Ash, who has a physical abnormality that cannot be measured by common sense. From common sense, most ordinary humans can't beat Pokémon. However, what makes Ash happy is that Lapras is worthy of being the main Pokémon in the original plot. His talent is still very good. With red qualifications, it is not a problem to train properly to the elite level. I remember that in the original plot, Lapras tied with Drake's Jengar in the Orange Islands Winter Cup under Ash's happy training. After returning to the tribe, he became the leader of the entire tribe when they met again, and his talent was naturally first class. Red qualifications are absolutely reasonable, but it's a pity that it's still difficult to be promoted to the champion level. No way, the best Pokémon with gold qualifications are always rare. The stronger Ash's protagonist Halo is, the more he can feel how exaggerated the Ash happy education training method in the original plot is. Leading such a large group of Pokémon with excellent potential, he was beaten badly every time in the league. Lapras's ability is to store water. When attacked by water-type skills, he will not be hurt and can restore his own physical strength. The range of this ability is not unlimited. It is similar to the actual combat theory of protecting special moves. When the opponent's level exceeds yours by a lot, even water-type skills will still cause considerable damage to Lapras. This also makes Ash always aware that this is a real Pokémon world, which is naturally different from the so-called common sense in the game. However, the water storage ability itself is still very useful in certain situations, especially when facing water-type Pokémon with similar levels. That is equivalent to being imprisoned by water skills in the Civil War. There is another point that makes Ash quite satisfied. That is, it is not easy to detect. Lapras's intimacy with Ash is basically close to the maximum value. It can only be said that Lapras is still just a child who is not good at expressing emotions. Congratulations, Ash. Nurse Joy smiled and congratulated Ash. Having seen the shocking injuries Lapras had suffered, She still hoped that it could find a responsible trainer and stop wandering in the wild. She had an inexplicable liking for Ash when she first met him, and found that Ash had gone to the Pokémon Center at least 10 times during the 2 days when Lapras was hospitalized. She also learned that Ash was a responsible and caring trainer who took Pokémon very seriously. It was undoubtedly the best outcome for him to capture Lapras at the moment. At least there was no need to worry about this gentle little guy being bullied in the wild again. The key is that it is not always possible to meet a kind person who would send it to the Pokémon Center for treatment. Thank you, Nurse Joy. It is my honor to gain Lapra's trust. I will take good care of it. Ash smiled modestly. Sabrina and Misty also came forward to congratulate him, and Misty's eyes were still a little envious. Although Lapras is a rare Pokémon that has no evolutionary form, its combat power is not weak at all. On the contrary, it is still very powerful, and even to some extent, it is not inferior to the final form of the 3-starter Pokémon. Her idol, the Ice Elite Lorelei, has a Lapras. Misty, who is determined to become the best water Pokémon trainer, dreams of owning a Lapras. It's a pity that the Lapras population is rare, and they usually live in places away from people, so it's hard to meet them. Ash took in Misty's reaction, and his thoughts drifted away unconsciously. It would be a good thing to tame Lapras, but how to deal with Lapras when he meets his tribe members in the future is also a problem. Releasing them, Ash would definitely not choose to release them. It's uncomfortable to hear about the master of releasing them. If it really doesn't work, he can buy an island in the sea near Pallet Town. Bring the entire tribe of Lapras to live there directly. Provide food and accommodation, and provide energy blocks that can help them grow quickly. In addition, Lapras personally came forward to persuade and convince its compatriots. With such good conditions, I don't believe they won't be tempted. You know, ordinary wild Pokémon are constantly migrating, and long journeys are just to find a living environment that is more suitable for them to live in. Provide food and accommodation, and send an island, not to mention that they don't have to be harassed by wild Pokémon around them. What a comfortable home. With such good conditions, Lapras was skeptical at first, but he would definitely be happy after a little understanding. After the relationship with the Lapras tribe is established, Misty can choose a suitable one from the Lapras tribe to capture. Since she wants to be a water-type Pokémon master, it is not reasonable for her to not have a few powerful water-type main pets. Come out, Lapras. After capturing Lapras, Ash and his party did not rush to leave, but prepared to spend a vacation on Tangelo Island first. That night, Ash left the sleeping Pikachu behind, quietly came to the beach and released Lapras. Woo tilde tilde. Lapras looked at Ash in confusion. It had just gotten familiar with its companions in the Pokémon home and was called out by Ash. It was still night on this beach. So Ash made a statement to it first, just like he did with the Pokémon that accepted his gifts for the first time. Seeing Ash's cautious look, Lapras realized that the gift might be very unusual and looked forward to getting up. Seeing Lapras's expectant eyes, Ash smiled slightly and took out the ice energy crystal that he had just obtained from the previous mission. A prop similar to the hexagonal Isurus. Although it is very thin, it is extremely strong and the edges and corners look very sharp. It looks particularly gorgeous and colorful under the moonlight. Its main color is the purest ice blue. Woo tilde tilde. The moment Ash took out the ice energy crystal, Lapras immediately burst out with a strong desire to possess it, which was the covet of the body's instinct for this energy crystal. This feeling seemed to urge it to immediately snatch the crystal and swallow it. It was like a person who had been hungry for more than 10 days suddenly saw a feast like a full-scale banquet in front of him. Lapras forcibly suppressed the covet instinct and moved his eyes from the crystal to Ash with difficulty, his eyes full of covet. Ash did not keep it a secret and handed it over directly. Looking at Lapras swallowing the crystal in one mouthful, Ash also had a light of expectation in his heart. Ice Energy Crystal, a new system item, he is looking forward to seeing the changes of Lapras. I saw that the surface of Lapras, which had taken in the Ice Energy Crystal, was shining with blue light with stars. Below the neck, 2 breastplates similar to the back carapace grew on the chest, and a blue gem emitting a bit of cold air was embedded in the center, adding a bit of noble temperament to Lapras. The main reason was that Lapras, which had absorbed the Ice Energy Crystal, was making too much noise and it was easy to cause trouble. From a distance, Lapras's body seemed to be a wrapped light bulb. In terms of appearance alone, it's already very handsome, and Ash now plans to see its strength. As time went by, the blue light became more and more dazzling. With psychic light in his eyes, Ash quickly understood Lapras's thoughts. Ash's eyes flickered as he stared at the Lapras that was beginning to change in front of him. Oh, please give me flowers. When necessary, he could directly pull out Mutewo. It's really a F asterisk 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 G experience, but it's acceptable to make Lapras stronger. The upper part of the carapace has been covered by a layer of ice-like crystals, and the originally protruding part has become an icicle spear of varying lengths. Owning Lapras, but unable to experience the fun of sailing on the sea. Just like the fire on Rapidash's back that would not burn the humans he recognized, Lapras after transformation also gained a similar ability pill. Ash subconsciously put his hand on Lapras's carapace, and a human chill quickly eroded and spread. It looks very scary but also very handsome. Except for a few first-level gods, there were very few who could force Ash to retreat. At this time, there was no sign of anything wrong from the outside. This situation lasted for more than 10 minutes, and then a Lapras with a morphological change no less than that of a mage evolution appeared in front of Ash. At this time, Lapras was like a large breathing light, flashing continuously with the frequency of its breathing. Although he could currently dispatch the combat power of mega fighters such as Ghastly, Charizard, and even Zapdos. It was just that the small meat horn on the top of the head was covered with ice crystals. Lapras, what do you want to say? Okay, it's finally starting. If he had the time, he could cultivate more Pokémon, travel with the two girls to relax, or even complete the system tasks to get rewards. Flashing with dazzling light, Ash quickly waved his hand to lower a large-scale energy barrier, covering the entire area of 20 meters. The body size was still the same as the normal Lapras before. He quickly took his hand away and rubbed his stiff right hand. Woo tilde tilde. It's so cold. Ash smiled bitterly. Little guy, I see that your ice-type power has been greatly increased. But I'm afraid we won't be able to ride you on the sea in the future. From its words, he learned that it could freely adjust the temperature it felt when in contact with it. Just when he was about to check Lapras's attribute panel, he found that Lapras turned sideways and the sapphire on his chest was shining, and it seemed to have something to say to him. The most important thing is the change of Lapras after using the energy crystal. He also believed that it was better to do less than more, and tried to avoid trouble as much as possible. The blue light seemed to be alive, and it was lingering around it in a very regular way with Guolong's breathing. After learning that Lapras can still be used as a means of transportation, Ash smiled with satisfaction and then opened the attribute panel. Pokémon, Lapras. Attribute Ice Water. Level IV .35s. Potential Gold Ability Water Storage. Skills. Water Gun, Sing, Ice Shard, Life Dew, Water Pulse, Brine, Ice Beam, etc. Hidden Ability, Sheer Cold. When using ice skills, the power of the move increases by 20% and the freezing probability increases by 50%. Carrying items. None. After seeing the attribute panel, Ash's expression froze immediately. It's not that he has any opinions, but Lapras's attribute is too good, too exaggerated. The talent potential has increased from red to gold, which certainly surprised Ash. But he was not so upset after all, he has quite a few Pokémon with gold qualifications. Lapras's hidden ability Sheer Cold is what really surprised him. The 20% increase in the power of a move is basically equivalent to carrying an amplification item of this attribute. Although it is not a top-quality item, it is also very rare. The key is that it does not occupy the grid of the same skill amplification item, which also means that Ash can carry 10 more top-quality carrying items for Lapras on this basis. Under the double stacking, the increase in Lapras's strength is simply unimaginable, and the 50% freezing probability of ice skills is even more terrifying. Originally, there are not so many skills in the ice skills that can cause freezing effects, such as the beat-up skills such as Ice Music. At the same time, skills such as Ice Beam that already have a high freezing probability will become more powerful. Imagine that when the opponent fights with Lapras, he has to be on guard at all times. Every time he is hit by his ice skills, there is a high probability of being frozen. It's a headache to think about it. Ash could already imagine Rival's expression of disbelief when he was suddenly hit by Lapras's Ice Shard skill in the battle. In addition to these, another more important situation is that the mutated dragon type also changed from the original water, ice, water to ice, water. Ice type became its first attribute. Now, the learning of those ice type skills that Lapras can learn but has not yet learned must be put on the agenda. It would be a waste if Lapras with such potential is not cultivated and cultivated. Ash secretly made up his mind that traveling is traveling, and conquering Pokémon cultivation is conquering Pokémon cultivation. And the leveling efficiency of the lower-level Pokémon in the team must be improved as soon as possible. Most of the Pokémon in his team, a well-known trainer who has won the Quartz Championship, are still at the elite and gym level. The overall level of wild Pokémon in this sea area is relatively high, and the experience points gained by these lower-level Pokémon in Ash's hands are also considerable. Pokémon Wartortle level. IV.41 upgraded to IV.45 successfully evolved into Blast. Pokémon Pidgeot level. IV.45 upgraded to IV.49, only one step away from being promoted to Quasi-Elite. Pokémon Forsaken level. IV.39 upgraded to IV.45, and basically all fighting skills have been learned. In the future, he can't send a few Pokémon every time he encounters an elite-level trainer. Lorelei guessed from her cousin Yaodeng Jiaozi's contest condition during this period that she might have an inexplicable feeling for Ash. It's okay that she doesn't want to eat or drink, and she often gets distracted. She also giggles from time to time and whispers about Ash's famous ministers. After booking this sea area, Ash started a 3-day special training session. Sabrina, Misty, you guys just swim here, don't go too far. As the elder sister of Yaodeng's proud son, Lorelei didn't think her cousin could develop a relationship with Ash, who already had 2 girlfriends, but she didn't want her to regret it in the future. When fighting against a real powerhouse like Lorelei, he can only rely on champion-level veterans such as Charizard and Ghastly to hold up the show. If they don't perform well enough, Zapdos will have to pull them up. You are not going to challenge the league, don't ask so many questions, I will explain it to you when I get there. Pokémon Dragonair level. IV.43 level increased to 47 level, the strength has completely surpassed its mother. Pokémon Jigglypuff level IV.37 level increased to IV.40. Ash's fighting style of directly catching various wild Pokémon tribes on the sea to fleece the wool, even if Song is a chirping Jigglypuff, has also gained considerable experience points. Lorelei 0.4 knew her cousin's temperament very well. After all, she was still a bit reserved and arrogant like a noble lady. Sometimes, once people miss the communication, they may be strangers for life. So you are going to challenge Orange Alliance. The gym competition and even the cup competition there are not difficult. Well, Jiaozi, how did you know? This time, she also revealed to Yaodeng Bridge the news that Ash was on vacation in Pengxiang Island in the name of a business trip. I'll go to a distant sea area to train the Pokémon level. When the quartz competition just ended, the 2 sisters lived together for a while. Okay, I'll wait for you. Pokémon Lapras levels. IV.35 level increased to IV.39. Looking at her cousin's anxious look, it is obvious that she has a good impression of Ash. Feeling that her cousin might like Ash, Lorelei also hinted that she could go to see Ash together. Look, she easily hooked her cousin out. Previously, she was afraid that she would be too arrogant, and the persuasive words she prepared were useless at this moment. With special abilities, Jigglypuff can now hypnotize wild Pokémon with 100% elite strength. After hanging up the phone, Lorelei's mouth curled up slightly. This will only help him more in his future leveling up. Cousin, I heard that you are going to Tangelo Island to see me. This little girl finally took the bait. Hey, my dear sister, wait for me at Alliance for a few hours. I want to go to Orange Alliance with you. Facts have proved that her guess was not wrong at all. The cousin pretended to be ignorant, so she talked about it. Hey, what is this, a message in a bottle? I hope someone can tell me the location of Crystal Onyx so that my brother can burn a satisfactory work. Zhengmei from Sunburst Island. Ash, look, the owner of this message in a bottle seems to be looking for clues about Crystal Onyx. Crystal Onyx. Is there really a Crystal Onyx? In the afternoon, Ash took the 2 girls to play on the beach. Misty suddenly picked up a message in a bottle that was pushed in front of her by the waves. She opened it and saw the contents inside. She looked at Ash with her bare white feet in surprise. Crystal Onyx, does it mean Onyx whose whole body is made of crystal? Sabrina, who was originally sitting next to her, also came over to look at the note in the bottle. It is indeed Crystal Onyx, but judging from the content, it should be written by little Stephanie. Could it be her fantasy? Sabrina did not seem to believe that Crystal Onyx existed in the world. When the 2 girls came closer, 2 completely different body scents came into Ash's nose. Feeling the refreshing fragrance, Ash put the note back into the drift bottle and stuffed it into his pocket. 17, I think it's still possible. The number of Pokémon in this world is so large that it's normal for some mutant individuals to appear. Isn't Flash a typical example of a different color Pokémon? Not to mention Crystal Onyx, it's not strange for Onyx with gold, silver, or even pure copper to appear. The Pokémon world is huge. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Many Pokémon in our area may have other forms in the other side of the world. Ash was referring to the Galar region with various skin changes. There are many Pokémon with the same names and types as those in the Kanto region have completely different forms, and even their attributes are completely different. You can only say that you haven't seen Crystal Onyx, but it also means that Crystal Onyx has never existed. Even Ash can't say that he has seen or knows all kinds of Pokémon. That's true tilde tilde. Misty and Udang Jyaozi nodded, and suddenly thought that many Pokémon they had captured had more or less magical differences from other individuals of the same species. From this perspective, the existence of Crystal Onyx didn't seem so surprising. Since it was written into a drifting bottle by the local residents of the Orange Islands, it might really exist. Misty, Sabrina, let's go. Ash clapped his hands and called the two, hey, where are we going? Where are we going? Of course, we're going to catch Crystal Onyx. After saying that, Ash began to pack up the things on the beach. No, we're just talking about it. Is there really a Crystal Onyx? It seems that Ash knows where it is. Misty and Sabrina looked at each other, surprised that Ash just picked up a drifting bottle. How could he know the clues of Crystal Onyx? But at the same time, they were a little expectant. It's not that they want to capture Crystal Onyx. In fact, they are not very willing to capture rock Pokémon. The main thing is to see if there is such a magical Onyx species in the world, just treat it as a rare experience. And if it is Ash who wants to capture it, before leaving for Sunburst Island, Ash still has some things to deal with. After hanging up the phone, Delia rubbed her cheeks that were a little stiff from smiling. However, I still have to respond cautiously and ask my daughter's attitude first. Delia also said righteously that if Serena wanted to come, Ash must show his sincerity. After traveling to the Orange Islands, he hasn't called home yet, mainly because he had too much fun with Sabrina and Misty and forgot about it. Ash, why did you call me so late? The two women who are proficient in equations can't help but look forward to it more and more, and they even look more anxious than Ash. Pallet Town, Ash's king. It seems that Mother Delia is probably talking to someone on the phone. Beep tilde tilde tilde. They quickly helped Ash pack up his things, and then accompanied Ash to check out of the seaside hotel where he lived recently. So today she made a special call to Sache. More than 10 minutes passed and the phone rang. A long busy tone, the line is no longer busy. Sache was naturally very satisfied with this. Delia took the initiative to call Ash after hearing the message. She chatted with Sache on the pretext that Ash was about to leave for a trip to compete in the Silver Conference in the Johto region. She was afraid that as the number of regions he traveled to increased, Ash would have too many girlfriends to take care of, and I might give up on the third daughter-in-law she favored, Serena, who was Ash's childhood sweetheart and had attended summer camp with him. It's really a sin. The key is to report his situation to his mother. You are quite talkative, so I will wait for a while. She said that Ash could go to the Kalos region to pick her up. If he successfully captures Crystal Onyx, it basically means that they have captured Crystal Onyx. See if they should travel together to the Johto region. How was your trip with Misty and Sabrina in the Orange Islands? Did you have fun? Rings. Considering that her son was only having a hot relationship with Sabrina and Misty. Using the built-in telephone facilities in the lobby of the Seaside Hotel, Ash directly called home. This immediately aroused Sache's thoughts, and she took the initiative to suggest that Serena come to the Kanto region to meet her childhood playmate Ash. And 3 is all about making her happy, which is really good. After waiting for a while, Ash called again, but the result was still busy. I had a lot of fun, so I almost forgot to call you. Then she intentionally or unintentionally revealed that Ash had won the Kanto Region Indigo Plateau Conference Championship. First, she talked to Serena's mother, Sache, who she had been in contact with in recent years, for half an hour, and then her son called for more than 10 minutes. Then she deliberately recalled the deep childhood relationship between Ash and Serena. Saki knew that her daughter Serena didn't like to inherit her identity as a Rhyhorn rider. She thought it was a good choice to travel with a friend like Ash who knew her well and had achieved excellent results after traveling for a year. The child was still young, so she should go out and experience more hardships. Taking this opportunity, maybe she could figure it out and succeed her as an excellent Rhyhorn rider. And with Ash, the regional champion, there was no need to worry about any problems. At this time, Serena, who had just finished riding training and returned to the house weekly and sat on the sofa, found that her mother was standing by and beating her quietly. Mom, what happened? Serena, do you still remember Ash? Suddenly hearing the name Ash, Serena's pretty face became visibly red, and she stuttered a little when she spoke. Of course I remember tilde tilde. Mom, why did you suddenly mention Ash? Covering her chest with her hands, Serena forced herself to calm down and asked curiously. Nothing. Mom wants to ask if Ash is willing to come to Kalos region to pick you up and travel together in Johto region. What do you think? Really? Of course, no problems. Is Ash here already? I'll go pack my things now. Although it's not clear where her mother got the news. But it doesn't prevent Serena from feeling as sweet as eating honey. She nodded repeatedly for fear that her mother would go back on her word, and then, regardless of the strong fatigue after training, she got up and ran into her room to pack her luggage. Map guide, cooking tools, clothes, hats, shoes, Poké balls, energy cubes, and the food that Pokémon usually eat. Of course, the most important thing, Serena didn't forget it. When her eyes fell on a handkerchief that she had put in the small box, a touching smile appeared on Serena's face. Her eyes were full of memories, as if she had returned to the woods that summer. The story of how she was rescued and protected by a boy who always had a bright and confident smile when she was lost and injured. Although the hand that was extended to her was not big, it made her feel warm. Of course, catching wild Pokémon and becoming a Pokémon trainer is also an important part, so that's it. Is this the case? She always felt that the other party and herself had a good eye connection, as if the aura attracted each other. In order to keep in touch with her mother at all times and confirm when Ash would come to pick her up, she chose to travel and test only in Lumio City and nearby smaller towns. Lumio City, Professor Bratano's laboratory. Before Ash comes, I plan to travel in nearby cities for a while to adapt to the life of Pokémon travel in advance, so as not to be laughed at by Ash in the future. In the original plot, Bratano, who was dedicated to studying Pokémon Mage evolution, Professor, is actually also conducting relevant research at this time. I haven't seen Ash for so many years. I wonder how he is doing. He put most of his energy on Pokémon training, seeing that he can summarize such amazing theories in his spare time during travel. If there were people who knew a little about the relevant content, they would definitely recognize that this journal was the one that published Ash's paper on Mage evolution. Ash, on the other hand, has sorted out and summarized, and formed several sets of overall theoretical systems and practical Mage evolution papers. Don't forget to not neglect Rhyhorn's corresponding writing training when you are outside. Serena, these 3 Earl Dervish Pokémon, you can choose them yourself. Got it, Mom, I'll remember it. Eager to embark on the journey as soon as possible, Serena, who had adapted to the rhythm of the regional travel life before Ash's arrival, didn't care about Professor Blatano's indifference to her. It is really a freak-level research talent. While Blatano admired Ash for writing the journal, he couldn't help but shake his head and lament how a genius in the academic world like Ash could join the Pokémon battlefield. However, the content of his research is only the simplest fur of Mage evolution, and many things have not been figured out yet. The more he verified, the more he admired the boy Ash who proposed this far-reaching theory. Don't worry, I know everything's. After all, the brand new theory of Mage evolution has obviously brought more shock to the academic world than the Pokémon world that has not yet been fully circulated. Mom, I am preparing in advance. It is said that he is a boy who has just left Pallet Town. He is an excellent Pokémon trainer and won the championship of the Kanto region. After greeting Professor Blatano and receiving the Pokémon Pokédex and 5 Poké balls from his assistant, Serena left the laboratory. Serena waved her hand perfunctorily, indicating that she had heard everything. He shouldn't give up, after all, he is Ash. Okay, I'll call Professor Blatano and remember to get Earl Dervish Pokémon partner from him before the trip. Is he still working hard for his childhood dream of becoming a Pokémon Master? However, at this time her heart had already crossed thousands of miles and flew to the Kanto region. Pallet Town. She decisively chose Fennekin among Chespin, Bubble Frog, and Fennekin, modified the timeline setting. This Fennekin is the one in Serena's original plot. Professor Bratano was holding a journal in his hand. He simply greeted Serena and told her to choose one of the 3 Earl Dervish Pokémon. Then he immediately lowered his head and immersed himself in the contents of the journal. This report instantly became a supreme Bible in his eyes. During this period, he was working day and night to study all the public contents of the paper. Serena stuck out her tongue and replied with a smile. Serena, you are too anxious. I just told Ash's mother that I would let Ash come to pick you up. Mom Sachai walked in from the outside and looked at her daughter, who was packing her luggage in a hurry and ready to leave, and said, in the Orange Islands, Ash and his 3 companions were riding Lapras to Sunburst Island. Compared to riding Pidgeot, which felt like a flash of passing by, the feeling of arriving at the destination in a flash. Riding Lapras, which was much slower, was obviously more in line with the mood of enjoying life during the trip. This feeling was not much worse than riding a luxury cruise ship, and even a little more comfortable. Although the comfort level was slightly insufficient, the actual difference was not big. Ash's Lapras was a normal Lapras size, and there was still more than enough space for 3 people to sit on it. It can only be said that Lapras is worthy of being recognized by the Orange Alliance as the most suitable marine transportation tool for the region environment. Sitting on the ice body that was permeated with a hint of coolness, feeling the sea breeze blowing in the face, it was simply too comfortable. When resting on the way, you can even send Pokémon to fight against wild Pokémon encountered at sea to increase the level. Ash's Lapras level was raised again by 1 level, reaching level IV.40. In this pleasant sailing life, Ash and his party have already approached the Jixiang Island. The outline of Sunburst Island can be seen on the sea level in the distance. Ash, according to the markings on the map, the 663rd side should be Sunburst Island. Misty gathered her hair that was blown by the sea breeze behind her ears. Her little hand was placed on her forehead, and her beautiful eyes looked into the distance. At the same time, she lowered her head and compared it with the map and said to Ash, "Yeah, that's right." Ash nodded. Now he has a strong sense of direction. As long as he knows the direction through the map in advance. With his perception ability, even without the guidance of the map, there is a great probability that he can find the correct destination. As long as the psychic perception is spread out, it will not be like the original plot, where you will get lost from time to time. If Crystal Onyx really appears in front of me, I will kneel down and kowtow to him and admit my mistake. Ash took a quick look. Although they were all fired very delicately, most of them were similar in form but not in spirit. Simply put, they have no soul. If there is no follow-up plot, it will undoubtedly be a bad ending. Although he has captured the giant Onyx, he still doesn't want to let go of this unique species of Pokémon. Although it sounds a bit illusory, and it sounds very demanding to want to fire glass crafts with soul, sometimes the pursuit of perfection is like this. Arriving at the beach of Sunburst Island, Ash patted Lapras's head and then took out the piquet ball from his waist. "Come back, you've worked hard all the way, Lapras, take a good rest." In fact, there is no such Pokémon as Crystal Onyx. Little sister, your brother may not be able to conquer Crystal Onyx, but he should still be able to burn a satisfactory work. Just then, Ash walked in and first glanced at the guy who mocked them. He had a fish face and a sharp face, which was in line with Ash's stereotype of an insignificant villain. Seeing the handsome Ash and 2 beautiful girls walking in, he did not stay for long. The main reason was that he was seen bullying little Stephanie, and his attitude was obviously a bit unbearable. This guy's face is rare and not too thick. Does Crystal Onyx really not exist? But Grandpa clearly said before that he had seen Crystal Onyx with his own eyes when he was young, and then he became the most powerful glass craftsman on the island. I know Grandpa is absolutely impossible to lie. He said that there is Crystal Onyx in the world, so Crystal Onyx must exist. After denying it one after another, Masami looked a little disappointed looking at Ash and tried to convince herself. But later, even she herself didn't believe it. Her grandfather once said that Crystal Onyx was seen on this island. In anime, normal who talks like this will eventually be slapped in the face. Mission completed. 500,000 points, any Pokémon in the Pokémon home system will be upgraded by 5 levels IV, 60 or below. This makes him seriously doubt whether Crystal Onyx has already left Sunburst Island, or Crystal Onyx is a completely fictitious product made up by their grandfather. Trigger the plot task. Help Zhengmei's brother Gong successfully see the Crystal Onyx, break through the technology, and burn soulful glass crafts. Hearing that someone looked down on her brother's ideals and urged them to transfer the shop out of the field as soon as possible. But these days, she and her brother Gong have turned Sunburst Island upside down, but they have not found any trace of Crystal Onyx. Lapras groaned softly, looking still full of energy. Misty and Sabrina beside them were staring at them. Stephanie has never been able to resist such shiny objects, and she pulled Ash to buy them crazily. The reward is very good, and the overall strength of Pokémon is also what Ash needs most at the moment. Ding! Zhengmei was anxious all of a sudden and retorted repeatedly. A large part of the fired glass crafts are Pokémon ornaments in various shapes. This is a small island famous for its glass crafts, and there are glass craft shops of all sizes all over the island. Then the 3 of them walked across the beach and really entered Sunburst Island. Ash smiled and put it back into the piquet ball. Since you can't burn satisfactory glass products, you might as well transfer the shop directly. Zhengmei, your brother is not still thinking about Crystal Onyx, is he? How can there be Crystal Onyx in this world? I think your brother is definitely insane. At this moment, a reminder sounded in Ash's mind, and the mission related to Crystal Onyx was triggered. Anyway, the other party only needs to see Crystal Onyx to directly realize it. And it is not necessary to capture Crystal Onyx to make his technology break through and burn a soulful work. After doing all this, Ash then caught a few local residents and found out the location of Zhengmei and her brother Gong's shop through them and ran over decisively. As soon as Ash and his family walked into Gong's glass shop, they heard someone setting up a flag and they wanted to laugh for a while. It means it is not hard at all, and the contest condition is very good. Ash was also happy to accompany them for a good stroll, and then they went to the express station on the island together and sent all the exquisite glass crafts they bought back home. To complete the mission, you only need to take Masami's brother Gong to watch it. Don't say bad things about my brother. My brother will definitely be able to conquer Crystal Onyx and burn a work that he is satisfied with. And Ash originally planned to capture Crystal Onyx. Little sister, you may have misunderstood what I meant. There is indeed a Crystal Onyx living on this island, but it is me who wants to conquer it. Hearing Ash's words, Zhengmei first showed a surprised expression, and then became a little solemn. Big brother, my brother really wants to conquer Crystal Onyx. For this, he has been preparing to work hard for many years. Wrong, your brother's goal is not Crystal Onyx, but to assist Crystal Onyx to inspire inspiration and improve the glass firing skills. That's very simple. I conquer Crystal Onyx and let your brother watch. Maybe it can inspire his inspiration. Willn't everyone be happy then? Thinking about it, it seems to be the case. Zhengmei immediately showed a grateful look. Then, big brother, do you really know where Crystal Onyx is? Of course, I came here to help you this time. As he said, Ash took out Zhengmei's drift bottle from his pocket. Zhengmei took it and saw that it was really the drift bottle she had released at the beginning. She immediately believed that Ash knew the clues about Crystal Onyx. After all, there was no need for Ash to come all the way here just to deceive them. After figuring it out, she ran to the backyard and went to find his brother Gong. The crafts made by Gong look really good. They are no different from the ones we just bought in other stores. After Zhengmei left, only Ash and the other two were left in the shop. Misty and Sabrina looked at the glass products in the shop and thought they were also very exquisite. I don't understand why Zhengmei's brother is so persistent. No, these are all defective products, all garbage. At this time, a voice came from the house. It was Gong who came out of the backyard workshop led by his sister Zhengmei. All the glass crafts in the shop were made by him. Seeing all kinds of tangible but soulless glass crafts in the shop, Gong's eyes flashed with sadness. Then he took out a glass craft made by his grandfather and showed it to Ash and the others, and his tone suddenly became excited. This is a work with real soul. Ash and the others looked around, and even if they were not professional connoisseurs, they could quickly notice the difference between the crafts made by Agong's grandfather and Agong himself. In short, one is a commodity and the other is a work of art. They are two completely different concepts. If Agong had never seen such exquisite objects like other shop owners, he might be satisfied with his current top craftsmanship in the glass industry. Unfortunately, this is not the case. He has become worried because he cannot make satisfactory glass crafts with soul like his grandfather. Sir, my sister told me that you know where Crystal Onyx is, right? Putting down his grandfather's work, Gong looked at Ash with expectation. Just call me Ash. I really know where Crystal Onyx is. But I just told your sister that I am a Pokémon trainer and I will definitely capture Crystal Onyx. Gong, if you are interested, you can watch the battle from the side and see if you can get some inspiration. Ash still said straight to the point. Please give me flowers, 0. As the tide gradually receded, a sand road connected to the next island appeared in front of him. Led by Ash, the group walked towards one side of Sunburst Island and finally arrived in front of a beach. Ash shook his head slightly and immediately including the two girls, Agong and Shu are all water. No, we are almost there. What's wrong, Ash? Did we go the wrong way? No wonder that's it. Give them to my mother, Sabrina, Misty as a present. Not to mention Misty, Sabrina and Zhengmei who like shiny objects. Even Ash can't take his eyes away and decides to take all the crystals here after conquering the Crystal Onyx. And the future wives, Serena, Lily. They are all very good. We are almost there. What's going on? Gong bowed to Ash repeatedly after hearing this. Ash did not explain because the changes taking place on the sea surface had already given the answer. Crossing the sand road after the tide receded, Ash and his group came to another small island. How is this possible? If so, Crystal Onyx would have been found by Agong and his sister long ago. Although he is not short of money, so many natural large crystals can be placed at home as decorations, or made into crystal pendant necklaces. You're welcome, let's go. Psychic perception quickly expanded, and it was easy to find the cave where the Crystal Onyx lived. Ash led everyone to kill directly. He is a pure craftsman who just wants to assist Crystal Onyx to break through his skill bottleneck. He hopes to be able to burn soulful glass crafts that satisfy him like his grandfather, that's all. Didn't his grandfather also capture it at the beginning, and he also became the first person to burn glass on Sunburst Island? He believes that he can do the same when it is his turn. It turns out that crystal onyx actually appeared on another island that is across the sea from Sunburst Island and is only connected to it at low tide at a specific time. Misty looked at Ash, who stopped with a puzzled look. Thank you, big brother. Is crystal onyx living on the beach? Enough. Enough, thank you, Mr. Ash, thank you very much. In the cave, there are many crystal clusters embedded in the stone wall, which are particularly attractive under the weak light. Agong slapped his forehead fiercely, his face full of sudden enlightenment. And he and Zhengmei have almost turned the entire Sunburst Island upside down in recent years. Not to mention crystal onyx, even ordinary onyx has not been found. No wonder his grandfather said that he met crystal onyx on this island. Wow, this is too beautiful. It is not necessary to capture crystal onyx. The delicate little girl Zhengmei smiled happily and thanked Ash with her brother Gong. The team expanded to 5 people. Gong temporarily closed the shop and left with Ash and his group to find the crystal onyx. Ash was thinking about how to use this batch of crystals while moving forward. Soon he came to the pool at the deepest part of the cave. If I remember correctly, the crystal onyx needs to be roasted with fire skills to make Agong realize it smoothly. Thinking of this, Ash reached out to touch the Piquet ball belonging to Charizard on his waist. I just hope that the crystal onyx can withstand the attack of his own Charizard, and I hope that Agong's Charmeleon will not be scared to faint. Ash glanced at Charmeleon, who had been following Agong since entering the cave, with a slightly pitying look. Since embarking on the road to becoming a god, Charizard's kingly aura has an indescribable strong pressure on Pokémon of the same race. Besides, the level gap between the two is so great that it will increase the pressure. At the same time as 917, Agong also fell into deep thought. What kind of Pokémon will Ash use to capture Crystal Onyx? Since this Crystal Onyx has lived here since Grandpa was young, it must be of a very high level. I wonder if Ash can beat it. If it really doesn't work, he can lend Ash the cloister that he's specially breeder prepared to capture Crystal Onyx. Because Ash's young face is very deceptive, Agong couldn't help but worry in his heart. Charizard, it's your turn. Ash threw Charizard's Piquet ball high. The domineering, kingly roar resounded throughout the cave and lasted for a long time. At the same time, Charmeleon, who was following Agong and was his assistant in firing glass crafts, turned pale. The originally strong legs were now limp like 2 boiled noodles. Charmeleon, what's wrong with you? Agong quickly noticed the change in Charmeleon and asked with concern. It was just as Ash expected. Ash's eyes flashed with a glimmer of understanding, and he waved his hand to unfold a psychic barrier. Only by separating Charizard's aura pressure from Charmeleon did Charmeleon gradually return to normal. After isolating the aura, its gaze towards Charizard became full of awe and fear. Seeing Charmeleon's expression become much more normal, Gong heaved a sigh of relief and followed its gaze, only to see the sturdy, wild, powerful, and majestic Charizard in front of Ash. His heart couldn't help but throb slightly. Compared with his old friend Charmeleon, who was trembling with fear, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Just now, he was thinking that if Ash couldn't handle Crystal Onyx, he would help. Seeing Ash's Charizard at this moment, he felt a little ashamed. If such a powerful Charizard couldn't handle rival, his Pokémon would be pure food. He couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. I didn't expect that there would be such a big gap between a life-oriented trainer like him and a traveling trainer like Ash. However, there were many trainers who came to Sunburst Island before, and most of them were not as strong as him. The only explanation is that Ash should be a special case. It immediately stood up, trying to make its huge body look as majestic as possible, trying to scare Ash and his group away. In that case, let's evolve Charizard Mage and put some pressure on Crystal Onyx. The boiling water is only 100 degrees at most, and it can still withstand it if it grits its teeth. Now Crystal Onyx couldn't hide even if it wanted to. It was printed with a bit of the fiery red color of Sootopolis. The water in the entire pool suddenly boiled under the terrifying temperature of Charizard Y's enhanced flamethrower. Wow, there really is a Crystal Onyx, and its entire body is made of crystal. Misty and Sabrina had seen it many times before, and they were not as surprised as the brother and sister. Bubbles kept bubbling up. Onyx, whose entire body is made of crystal, looks like a perfect glass handicraft. Crystal Onyx hiding inside remained motionless, with no intention of coming out. After a while, the Crystal Onyx, which could not hold out for long even under the burning of ember, which Charizard controlled deliberately, fell down. Otherwise, Ash should consider using Psychic to help him calm down. At this time, Gong shouted excitedly, as if he was crazy like Fan Jin who passed the Imperial examination. After years of searching, Gong finally saw the crystal onyx at first sight and was stunned. Zero point 0.1 His mind was completely attracted by the crystal onyx. I understand, I know how to burn it. And commanded Charizard to shoot a flamethrower with the smallest power to burn the crystal onyx. If it leaves the water, it will definitely not be able to compete with Charizard, who can use such powerful fire skills. But as Ash commanded Charizard to start to increase its strength, it immediately couldn't hold on. Seeing Gong's appearance, Ash decided to add fuel to the fire. Wow, such a big Charizard, is this the evolution of my brother's Charmeleon? And the flame on the tail is a different color. Flying into the air, the blazing flamethrower shot into the pool. Could it be that Charizard scared him? However, it did not make them retreat but instead caused Misty, Sabrina, and Masami to shout. But it shocked these Stephanie girls. He should be a very powerful trainer in his hometown. Masami couldn't help but exclaimed when she saw Charizard. Ash looked at the surface of the cave pool, which was slightly rippled. It was obvious that the crystal onyx was inside, but it didn't show any intention of showing up. Most of the water in the pool was directly evaporated, and the power of such a terrifying move was only that of Charizard, a champion-level strength. At this time, the eyes of several people were shining. Charizard's body glowed with colorful light, and it evolved into Mega Charizard Y in front of the surprised eyes of Agong and his sister. His eyes were as round as copper bells, and his mouth was open into an O shape, enough to fit an egg. Fortunately, he was still young and strong, so he should be fine. Looking at the crazy Gong, Ash's mouth twitched slightly, and then he took out a blank piquet ball from his waist and captured Crystal Onyx. At the same time, a sense of satisfaction rose in his heart. The giant Onyx, Crystal Onyx, the two most famous Onyx in the original plot, were both captured by him. Suppressing the slightly turbulent thoughts in his heart, Ash started to check the attribute panel of Crystal Onyx. Pokémon, Crystal Onyx. But before that, the matter of Rice Alliance had to be dealt with first. Carrying items. None. Level IV .35s. Ash, thank you 340 for your help, which allowed me to successfully fire a satisfactory work. So he asked Delia to contact Serena's mother and tell Serena that he would go to Kanto Region to pick her up after he dealt with the matter of Orange Alliance. Ash and others watched Gong's newly fired glass crafts. Ash was also very excited about this, and he couldn't wait to meet his new wife Serena. Then he received a piece of news that surprised and delighted him. This Crystal Onyx glass product looks like the real thing. Please accept these small presents, which are my personal little thoughts. Just as Ash and his friends were waiting for Agong to make crafts in the shop, the middle-aged man he had seen before ran over again, still speaking rudely. Ability weakness replacement, fear of water becomes fear of fire. That was that his childhood sweetheart Stephanie Serena wanted to travel with him in the Johto region. After witnessing the battle between Charizard and Crystal Onyx in the cave, he really understood it. He said that Masami and Agong should give up their unrealistic thoughts. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Ash took out the piquet ball. He suddenly looked like a rooster that was strangled by someone and suddenly lost its momentum. Because the Crystal Onyx really appeared in front of him. The body was no different from that of a normal onyx, but it was made of pure crystals. Under the sun, it looked extremely gorgeous and dazzling. It was really a crystal onyx. Wasn't this a rumor made up by Grandpa Agong to fool the children? The man's eyes were full of shock and confusion. In fact, they had heard about the crystal onyx from Agong's grandfather. It was just too ridiculous and was regarded as a joke, or it was simply considered an excuse for Grandpa Agong not to teach them the exclusive firing technology. They all thought you were making an excuse, but they didn't expect that what you said was actually the truth. Looking at Ash, who put the crystal onyx back into the piquet ball and then looked at him with a half-smile. Thinking of what he just said, he couldn't help but blush. The attribute panel of Crystal Onyx looks ordinary, only the ability of water and fire replacement can make people shine. Leaving the address of Pallet Town, agreeing to keep in touch in the future, and then left the glass shop. I have to say that Gong's craftsmanship is really amazing. As soon as he returned to the shop, Agong couldn't wait to run to the workshop in the backyard, wanting to put all the inspiration he had just got into practice. But the actual practicality of the battle is not too high. It can only be used to sneak up on people when the opponent does not know the intelligence of the team and catch the opponent off guard. There is nothing outstanding about it. In fact, the significance of weakness replacement for Crystal Onyx is compared with ordinary Onyx. It can only be regarded as replacing the original water weakness with fire weakness. It is very rare and counterintuitive, but not very powerful. Strictly speaking, the current Crystal Onyx has one less ability than the normal Onyx. It is even more disadvantaged in comparison with the normal Onyx. Fortunately, it can learn the Water Gun skill, which can be regarded as expanding the attribute attack surface of Crystal Onyx. Overall, Crystal Onyx is not very strong in combat except for its good looks. When it comes to level, it is incomparable to the Giant Onyx. After all, the Giant Onyx was the boss of all the Onyx in Mayacha Mountain. It was a wild Pokémon with elite-level strength when it was captured. Putting away the attribute panel of Crystal Onyx, Ash shook his head slightly. It seems that we can only wait until the future to use the corresponding system props to strengthen the combat power of Crystal Onyx. Ding. Successfully helped Zhengmei's brother Gong to successfully see Crystal Onyx, break through the technology and burn soulful glass crafts. Mission completed. 50 W points. Pokémon Home System upgrades any Pokémon level by 5 levels, below IV.50 level the current Pokémon is. Bulbasaur upgrades from IV.44 to IV.49. What's wrong? Agong is still studying glassmaking. Skills: Stealth Rock, Dig, Iron Tail, Water Gun, Harden, and other skills. However, Gong's enthusiasm was not enough, and he really liked it, so Ash and others gladly accepted his present. If you ask me, no matter how hard he tries, it will only be like this. It's better to sell the shop as soon as possible. In his eyes, Crystal Onyx was like a super rare Pokémon that could be called a living work of art. Welcome to visit Sunburst Island often. I've said it before, how can there be a Crystal Onyx in this world? Your grandfather must be lying to you. Gong fired several pieces in total, one for himself, his sister Masami, and Ash. Just before leaving, he went to the Pokémon Center as usual to restore the contest condition for the 2 female Pokémons. Originally, Ash planned to leave Sunburst Island directly. Just like his grandfather back then, he understood how to really make glass crafts with soul. After conquering the Crystal Onyx, Ash and his party returned to his glass craft shop at the invitation of Agong and his sister. Ash received a call from his mother in Pallet Town. His mother Delia wanted Ash to find a time to go to Kanto Region to pick up Serena. Potential, red. Although they are all miniature versions, each one is lifelike, as if it has been injected with a soul. After staying on Sunburst Island for another day or two, Ash and his 3 companions set off again. Exercise with Pokémon while playing. They passed through an island full of pink Pokémon and an island composed entirely of Kabuto. Helped a Pokémon performance troops Raichu and its trainer to reconnect. During this period, Ash's Bulbasaur successfully broke through the limit from IV.49 to IV.51 and reached the elite level. Other Pokémon were not so obvious because they invested less energy and their overall levels were all up. The 3 of them rode Lapras to the next destination, 7 Grapefruit Island. In the original plot, a Snorlax with an amazing appetite that can butterfly stroke will appear here. It is also a big daddy in Ash's team, although it often eats when hungry and sleeps after eating, and usually does not have much time to smelling salts. But the few times it went into battle, there were extremely bright highlights. This is if it can overcome the fact that it rests most of the time, or ensure that it can wake up immediately when it is needed to fight, so that it can command the battle perfectly. A Pokémon with a strong fighting power, ding, trigger the plot mission. Protect the 7 Grapefruit Island Pomelo fruit from being consumed by Snorlax in large quantities. The loss ratio does not exceed 5% and capture it without angering Snorlax. Mission reward, Snorlax Sleep Adjustment Device. After Snorlax carries this item, the trainer can adjust Snorlax's sleep contest condition through the sleep adjustment device. Any Pokémon level is increased by 3 levels. On the way to 7 Grapefruit Island, Ash heard a message from the system in his mind, which made his eyes light up. It's true that the system sends a pillow when he is sleepy. He was worried about how to solve Snorlax's sleep problem. Snorlax Sleep Adjustment Device, bring it to Snorlax, and you don't have to worry about Snorlax resting at a critical moment and refusing to fight. With one thought, Snorlax was no longer sleepy. At worst, he could just continue sleeping after the game. The best battle conditions can be guaranteed at all times, which is really great. Based on such a useful item, Ash thinks it is acceptable to give less Pokémon level rewards. However, although the task rewards are very good, it is not so easy to complete. It is not difficult to subdue Snorlax without angering it, but the other condition is a little difficult. To ensure that the loss ratio of Pomelo fruit on 7 Grapefruit Island does not exceed 5% of the total number. It means that Snorlax must be stopped as soon as it appears on 7 Grapefruit Island. After all, that guy has a bottomless stomach. With his appetite and speed, he can easily break through the threshold limited by the system in less than 10 minutes. This is not okay. He must get this sleep adjustment device of Snorlax, and Ash will naturally not let such a thing happen. He immediately gave up the idea of leisurely going to 7 Grapefruit Island. If we go a little late, we will lose a lot. Come out, Pidgeots. Ash reached to his waist decisively, took out the Piquet ball and summoned Pidgeot. Pi tilde tilde. Pidgeot whistled loudly after coming out of the Piquet ball, flew around Lapras on the sea, and then flapped its wings to approach Ash and waited quietly for his orders. Hey, what's wrong with Ash? Misty reached out and rubbed her sore eyes. Last night, Ash made her sleepless in the second half of the night, causing her to be so sleepy that she couldn't open her eyes at all. As for Sabrina, she even ordered Alakazam to prop up a psychic barrier and slept soundly inside. I have something to do, you can still sleep for a while. I'll ride Pidgeot over first and then we'll meet again. Ash said to Misty. Yeah, well then, Ash, just be careful. I'm so sleepy tilde tilde. Misty yawned, then staggered towards the psychic barrier where Sabrina was. Alakazam saw this and immediately opened a door for her. Ash smiled bitterly and shook his head. He was the one who worked hard last night, but the two girls couldn't stand it. They still had to exercise. Alakazam, take care of them, wake them up when Lapras arrives at the shore. After giving an order to Alakazam, Ash activated the teleport and got on Pidgeot's back. Riding Pidgeot quickly to 7 Grapefruit Island. The journey that was originally scheduled to take most of the day took less than 10 minutes to reach the destination. Let's land here first, Pidgeot. After circling around 7 Grapefruit Island, he found that there were many buildings on the largest main island. It must be the manager of 7 Grapefruit Island. Ash immediately ordered Pidgeot to fly there and land. Casey is the owner of 7 Grapefruit Island, which is almost full of pomelo fruits. At this moment, she is looking at the pomelo trees that are about to mature, and her face is filled with a happy smile of the upcoming harvest. After a whole year of busy work, it is finally time to harvest. In order to rush the harvest, she will have to hire some workers from other islands to help pick them. In order to avoid missing the best time to go on the market, the loss will be too great. While she was thinking in her heart, suddenly a majestic bird suddenly landed in front of her. It was Pidgeot, such a big and powerful Pokémon. Although she is not a trainer, Casey, who knows a lot about Pokémon, recognized Pidgeot at the first time. Because of this, she was extremely surprised. Because the size of the Pidgeot that appeared in front of her How was much larger than the normal Pidgeot, and the normal Pidgeot in front of this Pidgeot was just like the difference between Pidgeotto and Pidgeot. Even if she is not a professional trainer, Casey does not want to miss the opportunity to capture such a powerful wild Pokémon. Just as she reached for the Piquet ball at her waist. Sorry, excuse me. Due to the height difference, a cheerful boy's voice came from the back of Pidgeot, which was in Casey's blind spot. Casey, who was about to send Pokémon to capture Pidgeot, paused and felt extremely embarrassed. Does this Pidgeot actually have an owner? To be able to train such a powerful Pidgeot, this trainer must be a very remarkable person. Casey has always longed for trainers since he was a child, but he had to inherit the 7 fruit islands at home due to life. He felt embarrassed and curious at the same time. Under Casey's curious gaze, the boy with a baseball cap and a clean face jumped off the Pidgeot with a cute Pikachu on his shoulder. Free and easy, handsome, and confident. This brought a great psychological shock to Casey, who had been living a mediocre life as an island owner day after day. She almost wanted to sell her property, capture a few good Pokémon, and go on a spontaneous trip. Casey knew in her heart that it was impossible for her to suppress the throbbing in her heart and smiled sweetly. Hello, my name is Casey, the island leader of 7 Grapefruit Island. Are this Pidgeot and Pikachu your Pokémon? They look very well trained. Hello, Island Master Casey, my name is Ash, and I'm a trainer from Kanto Palette Town. I traveled to the Orange Islands to pick up something and take a look at the scenery along the way. This Pidgeot is indeed my Pokémon, and my girlfriend is still behind us. We are tired from the journey and we saw an island here, so we want to rest here for a while. I'm sorry to bother you with your sudden visit. Because Snorlax hadn't appeared yet, Ash didn't explain his goal and made up an excuse. After hearing this, Casey smiled slightly, 250. It turned out that he was here to stay for a while, which was not a problem. The key is that Ash is so young and he can train a Pokémon as powerful as Pidgeot. I think he is an elite trainer in the outside world, and he should be the best among his peers. Thinking of this, Chalong's attitude became enthusiastic again. It doesn't necessarily mean flattery or currying favor. It's just that people who are excellent can always attract Stephanie. Casey is no exception. Is that so? Welcome to 7 Grapefruit Island, Ash. Are your friends coming soon? How about I arrange a place for you to stay? Just let me do my best to be a good host. Yeah, they should be here soon. I'll ask Pidgeot to hurry them up. As he said that, Ash told Pidgeot through telepathy to let it go back the way it came and let Lapras speed up. At this time, the two girls should have almost fallen asleep. Well, my girlfriend came here in Lapras because she was tired from the journey, so she was a little slower than me. BHDG. It's okay, we can wait here for a while. Half an hour later, Pidgeot came back and told Ash that Lapras was moving at full speed. He praised Pidgeot, fed it an energy cube, and put it back into the Pokeball. Ash and Casey sat on the beach and chatted, waiting. Casey, who grew up on the island, yearned for the outside world. This time he caught up with Ash and asked him all kinds of questions. Ash was eloquent and had great social skills. After chatting, the little girl looked full of longing, as if she would agree to go out with him as long as he invited her. Another half an hour passed. A dazzling blue light attracted the attention of the two. On the sea, a Lapras kept spitting out blue beams from its mouth, freezing the water surface in front of it, and was approaching at a high speed like skating. Hi, Ash, we are here. Although the mainstream of this world is monogamy, there is no clear law that stipulates that a trainer can only have one girlfriend or wife. However, although there are many such examples in the outside world, the trainers who can have several girlfriends at the same time. The residents of Pallet Town were at most secretly amazed and did not blame him for anything. You're welcome. There are few people from outside here. It's a good opportunity for me to ask you more about things outside. Suddenly, Casey, who also realized this, waved his hands hurriedly. At first, she was thinking that Ash only had one girlfriend. When Casey refused to accept the Pokémon coins, he gave her some crystal bracelets that he had just brought from Sunburst Island. By the way, the pomelo fruit on our 7 grapefruit island is ripe. This is a very popular fruit in the Orange Islands. You have come from afar, so you must taste it. Ash smiled and explained to Casey, who was surprised. On the back of Lapras, Misty kept waving at Ash on the beach. Of course, Ash wouldn't eat and live for free. Misty, Sabrina, welcome to 7 Grapefruit Island. I'm Casey, a friend Ash just met. She became more enthusiastic towards the others. Casey, who was already attracted by the handsome Lapras walking on ice, was stunned after hearing this. Then I'd rather obey than be respectful. Thank you, Island. They were all natural crystals from the Crystal Onyx Cave. No problems. It must be even more complicated. Stephanie liked shiny things and Casey was no exception. She was very happy to receive Ash's gift. Casey, hello, my name is Misty, Ash's girlfriend. In this way, she took Ash and his group to a small wooden villa. Although no one had lived in this villa for a long time, it had always been cleaned very cleanly. I'm going to bother you next. Ash and his group were naturally very satisfied. After thanking Casey again, they temporarily stayed on 7 Grapefruit Island. Thinking that he still had too little contact with the outside world, and it was a joke because he was surprised by the rare things. This Lapras is also my Pokémon. They are Misty and Sabrina, both my girlfriends. Ash not only has 2 girlfriends, but each of them is so beautiful and cute. Casey glanced at Ash and said to the 2 women with a smile. Ash looked at her and asked as a matter of course. All of them are the pride of heaven, well-known trainers, and at the very least they must be rich and powerful. Good man, people outside the island are too good at playing. My name is Sabrina. Well, is there any problem with this? Because he didn't know when Snorlax would come, Ash spent the past few days training Pokémon near the beach, and also enjoyed the treatment of a top guest. All of them are your girlfriends, you. In the original plot, didn't Gary go everywhere with a group of girlfriends cheering for him? In short, the guests and hosts had a great time these days. During this period, Ash did not forget the main purpose of his visit to 7 Grapefruit Island. Butterfree and Pidgeot took turns to be on duty, circling in the sky of 7 Grapefruit Island, monitoring every move around at all times. TT. On this day, Ash and the other 2 were sitting in front of Courtney with Casey and other residents of her island, eating barbecue. Suddenly, Pidgeot flew in front of Ash, flapping its wings, and the frequency of growl was much faster than usual. Through telepathy, Ash understood what Pidgeot wanted to say. It found Snorlax swimming in the sea in the waters around another island far away from the main island. Thinking of Ash's instructions, it immediately flew back. Snorlax finally came. Thank you for your hard work, come back Pidgeot. Ash's eyes flashed with joy when he heard the news. Then he took Pidgeot, who had been on duty for half a day, back into the Pokeball. Let it return to the home system connected to the Pokeball to rest. What happened, Ash? Casey asked curiously. Misty, who heard this, also cast a puzzled look at him. Pidgeot said it found a Snorlax, which can swim and is approaching 7 Grapefruit Island at an alarming speed. Snorlax, what should we do? No, we have to organize the pickers to harvest the pomelo in advance and can't wait any longer. If we wait for Snorlax to arrive, everything will be over. After spending these days together, Casey knew that Ash was a very powerful Pokémon trainer. After only 1 year of debut, he won the Kanto Region Indigo Plateau Conference. Casey did not question why Snorlax could learn to swim and float across the sea to approach the isolated 7 Grapefruit Island. At the same time, his expression became visibly solemn. Wild Snorlax is definitely the nightmare of all plantation owners, and to some extent, it is even more terrible than natural disasters. This guy is a big eater, a bottomless pit. He will not stop until he eats all the food on the 7 islands. It would be fine if he could just eat, but the key is that the wild Snorlax are a very high level. The strength is far beyond the ability of the Pokémon trained by non-professional trainers like them, the plantation owners, to compete. Unless he thinks he has too much money to spend. Unless it is completely conquered once and for all. Unless the plantation is right next to the town, distant water cannot quench the thirst. Subconsciously, Casey thought that the help Ash mentioned was for Ash to help hold back Snorlax, or to send Pokémon to help pick up the Pomelo. Well, Casey, if you don't mind, let us go over and help. The rest can only blame themselves for their bad luck. This was a race against time and Snorlax's eating speed. There is strength in numbers. Now that she knew Snorlax was coming, her heart was so scared that it almost stopped suddenly. So plantations with traces of Snorlax around them will hire extraordinary trainers to guard them before and after the harvest season. Even though it is embarrassing to ask Ash and his guests to help, there is no other way. Some went to the dock to preheat the starting device of the boat engine in advance. While guarding against Snorlax and other Pokémon stealing food, it is best to deter those humans who get something for nothing. I'm staying here these days thanks to your care. I can't just watch the Pomelo being eaten by Snorlax. They had to go to the island where Snorlax was about to arrive first and harvest the Pomelo before Snorlax. You are not professional Pokémon trainers, it's still too dangerous to fight Snorlax. By the time they find a strong enough trainer to negotiate cooperation and bring them here, the human Snorlax has already eaten everything and then escaped. Just like that, the islanders who were originally sitting together eating barbecue immediately took action and ran to prepare tools. But if it were a normal trainer, how would he dare to conquer Snorlax? Then they would go to other islands to harvest without stopping. If Ash, Misty, and Sabrina can hold up to the upper limit of Pokémon, the 3 of them can hold 18 Pokémon. At this time, they can only watch Snorlax eat up all the fruits of their hard work for a year. Ash is a trainer who travels around every year. As the champion of the Indigo Plateau Conference, it costs a lot to train Pokémon, not to mention that he has 2 girlfriends at the same time. Although he looks very cool, there is definitely not much savings in his bank account. The monthly living expenses are probably almost all spent as soon as they arrive. How dare she expect Ash to capture Snorlax for her? Isn't this a complete scam? Having such thoughts, she can only say that she, who came from 7 Grapefruit Island, still doesn't understand the earning ability of well-known trainers in the outside world. It is impossible for Ash to capture Snorlax, and it is even more impossible for her. Even though she owns 7 islands and has a wealthy family, she can't afford a bottomless Pokémon like Snorlax. No matter how high the Pomelo production of 7 Grapefruit Island is, it is impossible to withstand the consumption rate of Snorlax. How could she have the nerve to ask Ash to subdue Snorlax if she was like this? Even if Snorlax can be defeated, there is no guarantee that the other party will not come back and attack other islands. The 7 Grapefruit Island under Casey's jurisdiction is isolated from the outside world due to the vast sea area, and the residents on the island are simple and honest, so they have never experienced such a thing before. So she never considered hiring a trainer. Thank you so much, I don't mind, of course I don't mind, thank you so much. At this time, she actually didn't have too much hope for Ash. Not to mention that there are 7 major islands that may be attacked, and it is very difficult to hunt down Snorlax. Ash, who had to complete the task of subduing Snorlax, immediately suggested. As for going outside to ask for help and find powerful trainers, if this force is put into harvesting Pomelo, the efficiency is equivalent to 7.80 workers. It's not that Ash can't beat Snorlax. She immediately began to plan to organize the islanders to rush to harvest the Pomelo and recover as much loss as possible. Snorlax, what do you think of my deal? Think about it. Ash waved a bag of energy cubes filled with perfect normal-type Pokémon produced by a food-making machine using good ingredients in front of Snorlax, who had just landed on the island. Casey had underestimated Ash's strength after all. Not to mention the magical items in his hands, any one of which could be sold for tens of millions of Pokémon coins, and there was no market for them. It was just a question of whether Ash was willing to sell them. Let's just talk about the perfect level Pokémon food, energy cubes, produced by Ash's food-making machine. You only need to sell a part of it every month to get a large amount of travel funds. What's more, Ash, who just received a bonus from the Alliance, Zero, is not short of money at all. Kirby tilde tilde. As a top foodie, the perfect energy cubes of this type have a much greater captivating power for Snorlax than the pomelo fruits on the island. In comparison, it's the difference between delicious food and chaff. Growlithe would not choose pomelo fruit. Of course, the normal flavor must be replaced with the fire flavor. Snorlax is also very fond of food, and if he wants to eat, he must eat energy cubes. The smell of that thing alone can make him drool. If he can eat a few pieces, swimming for such a long time is nothing. For such a top foodie, there is no reason to disagree. His eyes, which were originally narrowed into a slit, miraculously widened, and he treated the future sponsor, Ash, very kindly. He nodded repeatedly, and his round body tried to bow to Ash in a funny way. It is hard to imagine that the perfect energy cube actually directly pierced through his servile mentality under his honest appearance. I can only say that life is not easy, sighed the monk. As long as he can eat such a delicious energy cube, let alone bow to Ash, he will have no problem taking care of him in his old age. Anyway, the lifespan of most Pokémon is far better than that of humans. Seeing Snorlax's actions at this time, Ash's mouth corners slightly raised, knowing that it had made a choice. Before leaving for the Orange Islands, he had specially spent a lot of money to prepare enough ingredients to make many perfect normal-type energy cubes. It was specially prepared for today because of Snorlax. Moreover, the food made by the food-making machine has always been more delicious than the food of the same rating on the market. Sabrina and Misty, who have tasted all kinds of delicious food with the machine, should have a say in this. Are you afraid that you can't control the top foodie Snorlax? Not to mention Snorlax, who is known as the most greedy, even ordinary normal-type Pokémon can't resist this captivate. That immersive expression was very wonderful. If anyone dared to go against Ash, then they would have to ask its fist if it agreed. It decided that it must hold Ash's thigh tightly in the future. The energy cube just entered his mouth and chewed it slightly, and it turned into a belly full of energy, leaving a lingering fragrance on his lips and teeth. Under the premise of being fearless, Ash directly gave all the energy cubes to Snorlax without any precautions, which made it easier to gain its trust. Now Ash was its breadwinner. The fat man Snorlax couldn't wait to take the bag, and then couldn't wait to open it and stuffed it. All the energy enters Snorlax's body, and there is basically no possibility of waste. As long as Snorlax is not really stupid, he will definitely be able to tell the difference between a full meal and a full meal. It was also a Pokémon with a trainer. That is, it would not leave even if Ash chased it with a stick. For a top foodie like Snorlax, this stuff is no less than rock candy meeting an addict. Since Snorlax had not eaten for a long time, it was very hungry at this time, and its appetite was much higher than usual. Because the picture of Snorlax eating crazily and eating all the pomelo they worked so hard to grow in a blink of an eye began to appear in their minds. Ash's eyes lit up blue, and he used Psychic to move the bag of perfect-level energy cubes in his hand to Snorlax. The principle is also very simple. The perfect energy cubes Ash gave Snorlax have a very high absorption rate. The blood pressure soared and they were very anxious. It threw energy cubes into its mouth one by one and it ate 8 cubes before stopping. Snorlax's eyes narrowed into happy gaps again. Delicious, really delicious. At this time, they were anxious and wished they could grow wings and fly directly to the island. He was not afraid that Snorlax would regret it after eating the energy cubes. The energy cube given by Ash is not only delicious, but also based on its current experience. It is estimated that eating 1 or 2 pieces can be equivalent to a whole meal and the kind that won't be hungry for a long time. But from his point of view, it was definitely more convenient and cost-effective than feeding it tons of other ordinary food. Casey and Ash have already rushed over to stop Snorlax. We have to hurry up and harvest the pomelo. Don't let their efforts go to waste. At the same time, the workers from the main island were driving the boat to the fruit island at a high speed. Compared with this energy cube, the things it ate before are not worth mentioning, not only unpalatable but also not filling. In the original story, Snorlax ate several islands of pomelo, but was finally hypnotized by Jigglypuff and stopped destroying Casey's other fruit islands. 5.7 Snorlax needs to eat multiple times the amount, which is very cost-effective. The bag Ash gave it was enough for it to eat for a whole month. In fact, it seemed very luxurious for Ash to feed Snorlax perfect-grade energy cubes directly. On the contrary, pomelo, because of the absorption efficiency. The total value is actually much greater than Ash's 8 perfect energy cubes. Very good, take it and eat it, Snorlax. Hurry up, folks, we have to speed up too. Casey was stunned by the sight. She knew how expensive energy cubes were, and she felt very distressed, as if Snorlax was eating her money instead of ashes. However, when they arrived at the island, everything was calm. The pomelo fruits that had been eaten up in the fantasy were still hanging on the branches. The workers were stunned, looking at each other. All confused. Didn't they say Snorlax had already attacked? It didn't look like Snorlax had come. Could it be that Ash's intelligence was wrong, or Ash and Casey had stopped Snorlax outside the beach? To be safe, you guys pick up the pomelo fruits here first. I'll go to the beach to see. The senior worker in the LAD ordered the other workers to start picking up the pomelo fruits, while he went to observe the situation. See what happened to Ash and his friends. After a while, they arrived at the beach where Ash and his friends were. The old worker was stunned when he saw Snorlax holding a perfect energy cube in his hand and a bag with dozens of cubes next to him. Clang tilde tilde. The tools in his hand also fell to the ground with a clang. No, he is presbyopic, right? Snorlax seemed to be holding a perfect-grade energy cube. As an old veteran who often had to go out to sell pomelo, he once delivered goods to a Pokémon supply store. He remembered that the lowest-grade energy cubes in the store were terribly expensive. At that time, the store owner even showed them other levels of energy cubes. At this time, Snorlax was holding a perfect-grade energy cube that could be prepared by a top breeder. It takes 20,000 Pokémon coins to buy one. And how many years of salary can this bag of perfect-grade energy cubes in front of him be worth? His eyes shifted from Snorlax to Ash. Was that how Ash stopped Snorlax? 666. This is really too exaggerated. Where can I find perfect-grade energy cubes? He didn't want more, just 2 would be enough. Not long after, the workers who heard the noise came over for fear that something might happen to the old worker. They were all in shock. At this moment, the image of Ash in their minds inexplicably began to shine with golden light, the kind of rich and inhumane. Seeing the reactions of her own employees, Casey felt a little more balanced. It seems that it is not that she is not knowledgeable, but that Ash's hand pole is really amazing. Aren't perfect energy cubes usually strategic-level supplies? How can they be given to Pokémon to eat directly? It's not that perfect energy cubes have any disadvantages. On the contrary, the nutritional content is much higher than Pokémon food. Except that the taste may be a little simple, it is definitely beneficial to Pokémon. The only thing that is not friendly is definitely to the trainer's wallet. Such strategic-level Pokémon supplies will definitely be difficult to popularize in a short period of time. On the other side, Snorlax held his swollen belly, swallowed the last perfect energy cube with difficulty, and resisted sleepiness. With his eyelids that kept fighting, he staggered to Ash and stretched out his hand to him. It is understandable that a Pokémon as powerful as Snorlax eats more. Took out a blank piquet ball from his waist and gently tapped it on Snorlax's belly. Besides, it is not impossible to become an excellent trainer by raising such Pokémon. And Ash has no such troubles. Naturally, he just wants to raise whatever he wants and give it the best. Then the piquet ball bounced open. Snorlax turned into a red light and was collected in the spirit ball. He is indeed a rich man. The meaning is very clear. Take your piquet ball and capture me. It can only be said that bug-type Pokémon are relatively easy to raise. Ash did not think it was a big deal. Only after entering the piquet ball and confirming that I have been captured by Ash can I close my eyes. It is simply the best choice for ordinary trainers. Reward: Snorlax Sleep Adjustment Device. After Snorlax carries this item, the trainer can use the sleep adjustment device to adjust Snorlax's sleep contest condition. Ding! Story mission completed. Can Ash, who is so rich, keep feeding it perfect energy cubes? So you should raise Pokémon of your level. Otherwise, what if I wake up and find that my breadwinner is gone? For ordinary trainers with little money, it is enough to raise common Pokémon such as Beedrill and Butterfree. And Ash gave it a perfect energy cube right after he captured it, so he might be more picky in the future. But this thing tastes too bad after all. In the future, you have to mix more normal-flavored perfect Pokémon food. This is not its fault. It can only be said that most trainers are too poor and cannot afford to raise it. It is not enough to just eat enough, you have to eat well. If his family does not have a few large mines, how can he afford to raise Snorlax without money? It's not easy to meet such a generous and rich breadwinner like Ash, so I have to hold his thigh tightly. Even if I am very sleepy now, I can't fall asleep. It is said that it is easy to go from simple to luxurious, but difficult to go from luxurious to simple. Can Snorlax, with such a high starting point, tolerate the demotion of deliciousness in the future? Select a random Pokémon to upgrade the level of Pidgeot from level IV.49 to level 1.52. It is easy to raise a mere Snorlax. In the future, you can eat perfect energy cubes as snacks every meal. And their honey phosphorus powder is good stuff, and it can be sold for a lot of money in the market. And was directly teleported to the Pokémon home system. Seeing Snorlax trying to resist sleepiness and actively entering the Pokéball, Ash suppressed a smile. Ash was delighted when he heard the system prompt. He really captured it. Snorlax's sleep problem has been solved, and Pidgeot has also entered the elite level. It can be said that it is a double happiness. Then go back to wandering around, running around small islands, risking being beaten by islanders, and living a life with no food to eat. Protect the 7 grapefruit island pomelo fruit from being consumed by Snorlax in large quantities. The loss ratio does not exceed 5% and capture it without angering Snorlax. Casey and many workers around him cast admiring glances when they saw Ash capture Snorlax. After checking the quest rewards, Ash immediately called out Snorlax's attribute panel. Pokémon, Snorlax, attribute normal. Qualification gold, level IV.55. Ability, thick fat Pokémon with this ability will receive half the damage of fire and dual attribute skills. The skills: Ice Punch, Fire Punch, Hyper Beam, Body Slam, Arm Hammer, Belly Drum, Stockpile, Heavy Slam, Rest, Sleep Talk, etc. Carrying items none. Snorlax with IV.55 level and gold qualification is a type of Pokémon Ash has captured with a high level and qualification when he first captured it. What makes him happier is the gold level superb qualification. In the original plot, although Snorlax often rests, there have been many scenes with extremely bright appearances, so it is reasonable that he has the potential of gold level superb. Ability thick fat, the damage of ice and fire dual type skills is halved, a very practical defensive attribute. Compared with the glutton and immune abilities, it is more practical and Ash likes it more. Its skill library is also very luxurious, with 3 attribute boxing skills, rest and sleep talk linkage skills, and even mega moves like Hyper Beam. It is worth mentioning that because Ash promised to provide food and accommodation, Snorlax's intimacy with him was directly maxed out. This is also in line with Snorlax's mega foodie personality. Ash and his group, who originally wanted to stay at 7 Grapefruit Island for a few days, couldn't stand the surprised looks from Casey and her workers from time to time. So they simply found an excuse and rode Pidgeot to the rare big city metropolis in the Orange Islands. On the way, they rescued the big Bulbasaur abandoned by the mayor in the sewer. The mayor's ugly face was exposed, and his fantasy of continuing to be re-elected became a bubble, and he was directly sentenced to several years in prison. When Ash settled the Bulbasaur, it was already night. Ash and his party randomly found a restaurant, had some Orange Island specialties, and then booked a hotel to rest. After all, they had been traveling all day, and both women were very tired. Originally, this was just a small episode of Ash's travel. When he saw a bullied Pokémon, he would definitely take action. Scum like the mayor should also receive the punishment he deserved. However, all this was seen by Mutuo, who hated humans very much. Although he lived in the Pokémon home system, he could still know everything that happened in the outside world through Psychic. After this period of travel, his favorability towards Ash was also increasing rapidly over time. It also learned that humans were divided into good and evil, including the simple workers of 7 Grapefruit Island and the hospitable island owner Casey. Of course, there was also the insidious and cunning mayor of the metropolis. Different humans treated Pokémon in completely different ways. Mutuo had an extreme disgust for humans in his heart, and his idea that Pokémon were enslaved by following trainers was gradually changing. Now he occasionally talks to Ash and asks him about some knowledge about human society that he cannot understand. Ash is very happy to see Mutuo start to try to understand humans and the friendly coexistence between humans and Pokémon. Naturally, he patiently answers various questions for it. He believes that it will not be long before Mutuo completely recognizes him. Hey, have you heard? 2 days later, the Ice Elite Master Lorelei will have an exhibition match in Little Orange Island, brother. Do you want to go and see it together? Lorelei Elite. Of course we have to go together. Ash and his 3 companions quickly blended into the crowd after landing at the harbor pier of Little Orange Island. There are many tourists and trainers who have just arrived in Little Orange Island in the crowd. After learning about this news that has been widely circulated in Little Orange Island, they have decided to change their travel itinerary, staying in Little Orange Island for a few more days. Lorelei is one of the famous Kanto Elite Four, a veritable ice Pokémon master. Even if you can't learn much from her performance, it is unparalleled from the perspective of viewing. Don't miss it. Lorelei Elite is too popular. Walking on the street, listening to the discussions of the people passing by, Misty couldn't help but sigh, her tone full of admiration and respect. Ice and water have always been inseparable. Lorelei, an ice expert, has always been an object of admiration since she was a child, as she is determined to become a water-type Pokémon Master. Well, the popularity is indeed very high. Ash nodded in agreement. Whether it is strength or appearance and figure, the Ice Elite Lorelei is very popular. Even people who are not interested in Pokémon battles are likely to be impressed by her peerless beauty and become her fans like Star Chasers. Ash admired many beautiful girls in his previous life. Videos of beauties and celebrities from all over the world are in his favorites. I remember you said that you challenged Lorelei Elite when you returned to Indigo Plateau. How was it? Did you beat her? On the other side, Sabrina looked at Ash and asked suddenly. Ash and Misty beside him were confused. Regarding the Elite Challenge invited by Alliance, they stayed at Ash's house to accompany Delia. The specific battle process was unclear. After returning, Ash only mentioned that he Zhao Deed had a fight with the Ice Elite Lorelei. As for who won or lost, Ash did not say clearly. Ash is very strong, but Lorelei is a strong person who has been standing in the Kanto Elite Trainer seat for decades. Misty did not think that Ash could beat Lorelei from the beginning, so she did not ask more. But I didn't expect Sabrina to bring up the old matter again today. Well, we won, but I think Lorelei Elite didn't send out her real main Pokémon. Ash, did you defeat Lorelei Elite? As soon as Ash finished speaking, he was greeted by Misty's extremely surprised and unbelievable eyes. Even if Lorelei didn't send out her main Pokémon, is it really that easy to defeat the Kanto Elite Four? At this moment, Misty suddenly felt that her perception of her boyfriend's strength seemed to be slightly biased. After finding a few passers-by and asking where the police station was, Ash led the two women to kill. After finding Officer Jenny of the police station, he successfully contacted Miss Lorelei with his closeness to Jenny's family and obtained the address of her residence on Little Orange Island with Lorelei's consent. Although the Orange Alliance is an independent alliance in name, it actually exists as a vassal of the Kanto Alliance. It only has autonomy to a certain extent. Without the Elite Four and the Champion, the top alliance combat power seems a little weak in front of the Rocket team. It's no wonder that Giovanni ordered a lot of people to go to the Johto Region Alliance, and they don't like the Orange Alliance. A place as big as several islands is really not worth much. On Little Orange Island, the temporary residence arranged by the Orange Alliance for Lorelei is a sea view villa. At the door of the villa, there are two female staff members wearing Alliance uniforms. Seeing Ash and his three people walking straight towards this side, he immediately stretched out his hand with a vigilant look to stop them. Sorry, this is a private area, no approaching. Sorry, we are here to find Lorelei Elite. Please go in and inform us. 280, I am Ash from Pallet Town. Looking at the handsome and beautiful Ash and the other two, the staff were a little suspicious, but they did not dare to neglect them. Please wait a moment, I will go in and ask Lorelei Elite for instructions. As she said, she winked at her companion, signaling her companion to keep an eye on Ash and the others, and then turned and pushed the door in. After a while, the staff who had just entered came out again, and their attitude became much more respectful. Mr. Ash and the two ladies, please come in. Lorelei Elite is waiting for you inside. Ash, long time no see. After entering the villa, I followed the staff all the way to the terrace to enjoy the sea view. Lorelei was sitting there leisurely tasting coffee, and her two slender legs in black stockings were elegantly overlapped. The absolute area between black stockings and short skirts was looming, making people want to find out. Hey Ash and me, Yaodeng Jia-Ozi. Seeing Ash indulging in her sister's beauty, Yaodeng Jia-Ozi, who had spent 2 hours putting on makeup, pouted her lips so much that she could hang a soy sauce bottle. Hello, Miss Yaodengs. After exchanging pleasantries, Ash and the other two sat down. Lorelei cast a scrutinizing gaze on Ash. Ash, to be honest, the original intention of my cousin and I to come to Orange Alliance this time was actually to see you. Ah, cousin, didn't you say you had a job here? How can I let you take the bait otherwise? After all, I know very well that someone is not sincere. Cousin, is there anyone like you? After being teased by Lorelei, Yaodeng Jia-Ozi blushed and looked at Ash uneasily, fearing that he would notice something. Fortunately, Ash didn't seem to have any strange impression of what the sisters said. Really, I'm really honored. I'm so honored to have the Kanto Ice Elite make a special trip for me. Ash looked away from the black silk legs and looked at Lorelei, who was looking at him with a slightly scrutinizing look. Lorelei smiled softly with her hands covering her mouth. Although she was an iceberg beauty, her movements were particularly attractive, and her every move was full of femininity. Ash, I wonder if you are interested in playing an exhibition match with me, your senior. The time is in 2 days. I will notify the organizer to add another match. The kind with a bet, the loser must accept a request from the winner. What do you think? After sitting down and chatting for a while, Lorelei suddenly made an invitation. Hearing this, Misty and Sabrina, who were sitting next to Ash, became alert without waiting for Ash's reaction, BHDC. As we all know, Ash usually has limited control over his lust, which is also a common problem for men. If a mature and charming big sister like Lorelei showed her affection to him, it would be difficult for him to resist. The loser must agree to a request from the winner. It sounds a bit complicated. At this time, even Misty, who has always regarded Lorelei as an idol, doesn't want her boyfriend to fall into the trap of the other party. Although Ash claimed that he won the previous battle, he also mentioned that Lorelei might not have given her all. To be honest, although I don't know why Lorelei Elite has such a sudden whim, the conditions you gave are still too broad. So change it to a condition that does not violate morality and does not touch the bottom line of both parties. What do you think? Ash thought about it, looked at Lorelei and smiled. Although he didn't know what Lorelei's purpose was, since the other party wanted to give him benefits, he would definitely accept it. Ding. Trigger the follow-up of the excellent couple quest. Lose to elite Lorelei with realistic acting. Do not let Lorelei foresight your intention to let her win. Task reward. 1 million points. Any Pokémon level increased by 5 levels. Top grade Never Melt Ice. Increase the power of Pokémon's ice skills by 50%. Listening to the sudden system task content, Ash's expression became visibly weird. Lose to elite Lorelei in acting. What does it mean? Was he killed by the plot? Ash narrowed his eyes slightly and thought carefully for a moment. Although the task requirements this time were a bit weird, considering that the tasks issued by the system had never been disadvantageous to him. I think it was because only losing to Lorelei this time would be more in his interest. Okay, it's a deal. Lorelei agreed without thinking. At the same time, he immediately informed the staff of the organizer of this exhibition match to temporarily add an exhibition match. After learning that Ash was the champion of this Indigo Plateau conference, the organizer was very happy. Adding an exhibition match is a good thing. The audience came from far away to watch the performance of Lorelei Elite. What's more, Rival is even better than their designated trainer and is the popular Quartz Conference champion. The gimmick is fully utilized, and it will definitely attract more people to watch the game. This time, it is just right for the people of the Orange Islands to understand the style of the outstanding young trainers outside, so that they don't have to stay on the island all day and sit in the well and watch the world. At night at the beach villa of Little Orange Island, the top-notch child touched her belly and forced her eyelids to fight. Cousin, didn't we agree to just chat? How come we have upgraded to Pokémon Battle? And if you beat Ash this time, what do you plan to ask him to do for you, Tilda? The top-notch child who knows Lorelei's character knows very well that she is very purposeful in doing things. She dared to challenge Ash during the day, which must be the confidence of winning. Now she is a little worried that Ash will suffer at the hands of Lorelei. Ash seems to have never lost since his debut, which is really amazing. After the Indigo Plateau conference, she also won the battle with her cousin, but she knew that Lorelei did not go all out in that game. She was afraid that this incident would affect Ash's mood. Somehow, since the Indigo Plateau conference ended, Ash's figure has gradually occupied her heart. The cousin who she admired the most before can only retreat to the second line, and her importance in front of Ash has slightly decreased. If Ash were here, he would be extremely surprised that the M attribute of the top-notch ace was maxed out. This was a completely unexpected good thing for him. Ash has always been open to beautiful women. I didn't realize that you care about Ash so much before. Aozai, you are not in love with him, are you? Looking at the worried top-notch ace, Lorelei joked with interest. No. Cousin, we can't make such jokes. Hearing this, the top-notch ace spoke a little stuttering. He looked like someone's panicked heart was exposed. 2 days passed in a flash, and in a blink of an eye, it was the day when Lorelei was going to hold an exhibition match. At this time, half of the people in the Orange Islands had gathered outside a stadium.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.